Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Purposeful Parenting Conference. I am so excited, glad to see all of your beautiful faces, and I'm glad to have you people that have been consistently following us all this time. So I want to just do a little housekeeping. I want to just make sure everything is tidy. So just give me a few minutes to check on some back end things, and I'll be right back. Okay? Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for allowing us to move away for 1 minute. Thank you. Hi, Lillian. Just, let us know where you're calling from, where you're watching from, where you're viewing from. It's just nice to connect with all the beautiful people here. It's so great to see all of you. And the Purposeful Parenting Conference is really something that I started because as a parent, I'm always thinking of how I can be more effective as a parent, how I can meet my parenting outcomes and goals while doing all the other things I want to do, my work, my ministry, whatever I do. In fact, parenting is like a major ministry for any parent. So, welcome as you come in. Please, Abuja, Lillian, welcome. Just it's great to see all of you here. Please ask your friends, send them the link to join in. Chineye from Port Harcourt, welcome. It's good to see you here. Let's join. Let's share because I have the speakers I have today are amazing. Log in at different. If you log in to one session and you're busy and you're on the go, it's okay. Come back, log back in. We'll be here. We'll be here till about 3 p.m. We're going to be here sharing from different perspectives. We're going to hear also some amazing coaches. I have Dr. Chika, who's going to talk about trauma, childhood trauma, how it affects even you as a parent, and how it could affect your children, and then we're going to have Dr. Chineko. She's going to talk about excellence in children. We want our children to do well. We want them to have that excellent spirit, to excel in every part of what they do. She's going to be talking about that. So she's going to come on after that. And then we're going to have Ebuka. Mr. Ebuka is amazing. He is the boy coach. He is someone who is passionate about raising the kind of boy that you want your daughter to marry. That's how I describe it. That's how I put. So he's going to come and join us too and speak to. And then I have my mama, Pastor Obi Pax Harry, who's going to come and talk about parenting from that spiritual angle as well. And we have Soma. The truth is that most of us, everybody's out, most of our, a lot of people are out of the country now. A lot of people have moved for different reasons. And Soma is one of the Soma is my friend who is going to talk about how you can help children transit from teenage years to adulthood, which is something that is really, really important. And then we're going to have Ofi. Ofi is a broadcaster, he's a proud father, and he's going to talk about fatherhood in general. A lot of times when we talk about parenting, we see it's like a woman's affair, a mother's affair, and we ask ourselves, where are the men? Where are the men? Why is it even why are the men not doing what they ought to do? Why aren't they upholding that role the way they should, that role of fatherhood? And it's so important. So we're going to have him talk about that. And we're also going to have one more who's also someone in diaspora, raising her young children, working and living her life. I want to talk about how is she able to do that effectively. Okay. So please, if you're joining in now, please go ahead, continue. Let me know where you're watching from. We have people all over the world, people from Canada, Port Harcourt, UK. Please let us know where you're calling in from, and then you have time for questions as well. You put your questions here. We'll try and answer as many as possible. Okay, I'll try and do my best to make sure we do that. When you have a question, but please go ahead and put your comments there. And then we're also going to have Folorunsho Aliyu. He's someone who is a personal friend. I've studied him closely as a father. I've seen how passionate he is about fatherhood, and he's going to talk about purposefully parenting. So he's going to tidy up the conference for us. So we have a lot in store for you, and we're excited to have you join us. Okay, so thank you so much for being with us. And we're going to start off, first of all, I'm going to start talking about something that is very dear to my heart. You know, how are you able to balance your life as a parent? Some people will say there's nothing like balance in parenting. It's not possible. You know, some people say you cannot balance, you choose one. Somebody told me once that you cannot, when you're raising children, you better not think about working. Any job that you close after three, you're not a serious parent. So you hear all sorts of things. Some will say, don't even bother. You can't combine it. But there is something you can do, and it's really about your intentionality. It's really about you understanding why you are a parent in the first place. These gifts that God has given you or that God is about to give you if you've not had your children yet, what do you plan for them? How do you want to be in their lives? Does it mean that because you're a parent you can't do anything else? No. Does it mean that? These are all things we need to ask ourselves as we start this parenting journey or as we undergo this parenting journey. Because it's a journey from beginning to end, from before conception. The journey of parenting starts because at that point you're speaking into your children's lives, you're saying what you want them to be, you're saying what you want them to become, and then when they come into the world, you have all these physical plans you already have for them, the kind of schools they will go to and all that. Then you start thinking, okay, the kind of people I will have in my home, am I going to hire new help? Am I going to do it by no help in the home? Are they going to go to crash? Will they be at home? What is your plan? Would I take them to work with me? And then at every point, you have plans. You're talking to them. You're dealing with them. At every point, you're having outcomes. You're saying, okay, oh, I want them to go to this secondary school, go to this university. Do I want them to be boarders? Do I want them to be day students? What do I want for this child? And even when they get married, you're still worried. What kind of man would she marry? What kind of girl will she marry? Some people, even we even have some parents, even after they marry, they are still inside the house there with them. But even after they marry, you're still obviously still praying for them, still concerned about them, still wishing them well, still there interceding for them. And you transit from being a full-time parent to being a parenting consultant, where they're still going to call you to ask you questions. When they're confused, they will still call you to say, Mom, well, I need you to pray for me. Or they're still going to bring the grandchildren for you. So you see that the job of a parent, it starts from the beginning to the end. How can we balance it out? How can we make sure we don't get burnt out and we can achieve everything that we plan to? And the first thing, hi Pepsi, Pepsi is from Dawaki, thank you, you're so welcome. One thing that we need to do as well as we parent is to make sure we have our priorities laid out right. What are your priorities? What are your priorities? What's more important to you? For me, I'm a very social being. I know at times I go out a whole lot. At times I have to tell myself, this one you cannot go. I think it was on Saturday. I had someone invite. I didn't go. I had an invite. I told myself, this invite, do I need to go for this event? Or would I rather just stay at home and be with my children? And I made that choice to stay at home and spend time. I made that choice. I made that choice. Charisma is then she can already see herself stressing over her children. My dear, it's not easy. This childhood something. It's not easy. You can, even as a single person, even when you don't have children yet, you still think, hey, how is it going to be? Because you're thinking of, wow, you hear so many stories, there's so many things you see online. Is it from you see, maybe you'll be wondering, okay, I want to have a help. And they say, you see a video of a help beating a child, you're like, okay, no help for me. So there's so many things you have to think about. So I'm still talking about how can you make it all work? So one thing, the first thing is for you to have a plan, be intentional about how you want to raise your children, your plan for those children. Before they are born, begin to think, what do I want for my children? And what are my priorities? Your child will always be a priority. They should always be your priority. They did not ask to be born. They did not ask to come into this world. So they must always be a priority. And then also, if you're a working mom or a working dad, you have to ask yourself, how am I going to make it work? Involve your children in what you do. All the time when I'm working, my children are around me. So they're very part of my, but they even give me suggestions. Mom, you can do this like this. You can do this better. If you're a business person, perfect. Let them be part of that your business. They can help you and tell you what to do. And they are even learning through that process. So make them a part of your journey. It's very, very, very important. Thank you so much for coming in. All brothers come, I can see all your comments, I can see everybody. So, like I said, number one, what is your purpose? Why, uh, what's your plan? Have you started making plans for those children? Number two, are they a priority for you? They should always be a priority for you. Number three, whatever you're doing, make them part of it. Let them understand what you're doing. Don't say when they start, incorporate them into your daily structure of life. It's okay for them to come to your office and say, this is what mommy does. It's okay for them to come to your shop and say, this is what my father does. And actually even be part, they can even help you and give you suggestions real time. So those are also the things that you need to also do. Also, you need to also be um humble enough to accept help. Like a lot of us have been scared of accepting domestic help, and I don't blame anybody. If you choose not to have help, honestly, you can do it without them. But if you choose to have help, there are a lot of things you need to do your homework. I have a video on that on choosing domestic help and some house help horror stories I've had and some good stories I've had. But if you need help, it doesn't even need to be a house help. If you need help from your church community, from an older auntie, from your parents, accept that help. And especially for us women, a lot of us we feel that we must do it all by ourselves. We don't want to accept help. We don't want people to help us. We don't want anyone to, we feel we cannot do it on our own. Our next speaker is here. I can see her. I can see her in here. I hope she can hear me. So she's going to come in very soon. She's going to come in like 4 minutes. I'll put her in the studio and she'll be there, to talk, and you can ask her questions. If I'll do her intro in like a minute. So you have to talk about, okay, do you want accept help? Help does not have to be, it's not about only getting help. Accept help as there are older women in your community who have parented before you. In the Bible it talks about those women, Lois and Eunice, who raised. You can go and talk to women who have done it and say, I need help. What should I do? What should I do? What do I need to do? To parent more effectively. Parenting is like a lifetime job. Even when they're older, you can't help. You cannot. It's a lifetime job. Like I said, honestly, I agree with you, Cheryl. At the worst case scenario, if you all you do, the next person, our next speaker who's going to come up to you, she's a grandma. She's still actively parenting, and even the grandparents still work. So it doesn't end. Even as a parenting consultant, you're still parenting. You're still praying for them. You're still saying, okay, hey, this is my child. You're still fussing over them. But the hope is that you've raised them well enough that even when you're not there, they have that independence to stand on their own. They're not having to fall back on you. They cannot they can't do anything on their own without mommy. I don't even know how to. I can't even travel on my own. I can't even, that's the hope. That's the whole thing. That's the whole aim of this, is that as you're parenting, you're raising a total whole child, a wholesome child. A child that is wholesome, a child that can stand on their own 2 feet, a child that can make good decisions, a child that you'll be proud of anywhere they go. That's really one of the main things that we're trying to achieve by this conference that we hold every year. So I'm really, really happy to have you here. Please send the link to your friend. Let them join. The more parents I learn more. We don't know it all. Every year, I am the one that learns the most because I stay from beginning to end. So I'm always soaking it in. And everybody has something to learn as a parent effect. So please be part of this conversation. Ask your friends, your husband, if your husband is there, show him, well, yeah, let's watch together. We're happy. It's a joint effort. It takes a village indeed to raise a child. Who is in your parenting village? Who are the people that you're parenting with? Please, 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 please don't do it alone. There's so many amazing parenting coaches out there, and I have a few of them with me. And also, I have my own programs I do also to support parents. So you can always come to me. I'm just a DM away. I have all sorts of programs. I have old videos from old past parenting programs that I've done. You can go to my seller store. You can get them. Most of them, some are free, some 500. And I have tons of videos on YouTube to subscribe. I'm always uploading new content on simple things we can do to make our parenting journey more effective. How you can combine a career and raising a child. How, like right now, my children are at that phase of going to university. So I'm going to have a webinar soon talking about how you can help your child when it's time to make that university choice. Because it's something that is very fundamental. So there's going to be a whole lot that you're going to see, from this, So if you're not already subscribed to my YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe so that when the things are dropping, you see them. So I know I'm going to put that up very soon about how you can help your child make a good choice in choosing a university, how you can support them, going through the university phase, at least that entry phase. Going to work is another whole ball game when they leave university. I'll get there, but for now we'll start doing that. Thank you so much, Cheta. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So, interact with me. I have my books. There's another program I'm doing in August. I want to talk to you about. It's called the Butterfly Project, and it's something I just saw out of a need of wanting to mentor more women. And people like Dr. Chika, our next guest, are going to be part of it by the grace of God. There are a lot of women women especially, and my focus is on the men. I focus on men a lot too because I have 3 sons and I have a daughter. But women, our role is fundamental. I want us to see how a lot of times we feel that we get the short end of the stick because sometimes most of we're the primary caregiver. But no, you can do it all. I believe so much. I am doing a lot by the grace of God. By the grace of God, I'm an author of 4 books. I have 2 more books coming. My parenting book is still in the works. I have another children's book coming up. I have my 2 master's degrees by the grace of God. I'm doing my PhD by the grace of God. All those things through God's help. And I'm parenting. I'm parenting 4 children. 4 children. So you can do it all by the grace of God. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I'm not going to waste time. I've spoken quite a bit. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker right now. Her name is Dr. Chika Nyaito. She's a dear friend, a big sister, a mama, everything. She's someone I've written with very closely. And she's a medical doctor. She's a public health physician with lots of years, 35 years of medical experience. She's a fellow of the Health Literacy Leadership Institute of Tufts University of School of Medicine, former country medical advisor of Unilever. She's trained in crisis counseling by the Institute of Counseling in Glasgow, UK. She's a fellow of ICMC, Mediators and Conciliators of Nigeria, and she's highly sought after. She is a trauma expert. She's a mother of 3 grown children, and she is a grandmother. So without much further ado, I want to introduce her. I want to add her to the stream so she can take over, and you'll be listening to her in a second. Auntie Chi,
Good morning.
welcome. Good morning. So I'm going to leave you on the screen to take over. You're going to be talking about trauma. You're doing what you know, but I will leave you to do, and then I'll come back once you're done after your 25 minutes or so over, and then we'll take a few questions. Thank you.
But before you run away, am I able to share my
please.
screen?
No, sorry, I made a little error on that. I had planned that we'll do this on Zoom, but there was a change. So all the participants, please, that's why I wanted you all to register so you can get the slides afterward. That is the essence of registering, because so we have your email addresses. If you're a participant, if you've not registered, please go ahead and register so I have your email and so you can get all the presentation slides after the conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I'm pleased to be here, but I'm trying to now reorganize based on my not being able to share my screen. So just give me a second and I'll do that. But thank you, Chioma, for always doing this program and always inspiring parents and grandparents to do more and to learn. Technology. Sorry, just a minute. Okay. Chioma, I don't know if you're there. I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to not share my screen because that was the plan.
Okay, I'm right here. What help do you need?
I'm trying to figure out how
okay.
Without sharing.
Okay, I've just been corrected that you can share your screen on StreamYard. So let me just okay, so let me just do that. Give me a second to figure it out, please.
Okay, thank you. So while she's doing that, thank you, Chioma, for always being a champion for children, really, because in encouraging parents to upskill, gain knowledge, it's really for the benefit of all our children. My daughter-in-law gave me a gift of a mug, and they inscribed on it that being a grandparent is having a second chance at parenting, but this time in a grand way. And I thought that was an interesting way to, say it. Because like Choma said, you never really stop parenting once you start. What just happens is that the phases are different. Um, at a certain age, you're required to parent in a certain way. At another stage, the parenting style has to change, and how much you are involved in the guidance or direction or support of the children is different and looks different for each different stage. So yes, while we're trying to figure out that, um, I don't know how many of us saw the short video clip, 1 minute video clip that, I don't know, it was sent out to advertise the program. Was that my 1 minute video clip sent out? You're muted. Choma, you're muted.
I'm back. I'm back. Just to tell you that you can click on present. Can you see
Okay.
something that says present?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can see present.
And you can
Yes.
share your screen. You can share your
Oh,
screen through there.
awesome. That's awesome.
Can you see?
Share
Click on present and you
screen.
see share screen.
Well, it says it's easiest with two
All right.
monitors.
Are you good?
No, I'm not. Just hold on.
I'm going to go off now.
Um,
Can you see the present button at the bottom?
I've seen the present button, and
So I have to go
um,
off for you to do it. So let me go off first. Let me go off
see.
and then try it.
Okay, go up and then let me
Yeah.
see.
So click on the present, you slide extra camera, video file, and share screen. Click on the
Okay,
share screen to share the screen. Let me do it quickly.
okay. Um, let's share. I'm still trying to work that. I'm trying to share my screen. I'm trying to share my screen. Share screen. Okay, you're still on. Yes. Hmm. I'm not able to share this screen, Choma. I don't know why. Something is not right.
So can we just try without the screen? I do apologize about that. Is it possible? Or do you want to send your screen to me? Let me try and share it from my end via WhatsApp.
Okay. Okay, let me try to do that. Um, Let me try to do that.
Apologies, people. That's the thing, with this our IT thing at
Mm.
times. So please patience, people. Hopefully, it'll be sorted out in a second, in a minute. Let me- But Chika, as you're sending, just start your topic because of since people are ready while you're trying to send it. Can you just
Yes,
give a
I have to be
few?
looking at it so I can follow. I can follow the flow of it. That's the thing. Just give me a second. I had assumed that it would be. Sharing would just be automatic.
I thought I was muted. I'm muted. Sorry. So she's trying to send her presentation to me right now to see if I can do it for her. My apologies, please. Um, so in the meantime, let's continue talking in the comments. We'll talk about parenting outcomes, purposefully parenting, and she's going to talk about childhood trauma particularly. Because what I found is a lot of when you see a grown adult and you think, oh, you're dealing with a grown adult, sorry, you're dealing with a child with the issues he went through or she went through as a child. And there's a popular poem that says, the child is the father of the man. And what that author was trying to say was that what you see as this 30 something year old, 20 something year old, 40 something year old is a backtrack of all he or she passed through while they were growing up in their childhood. And that's why dealing with those childhood years are so important. If there was trauma, a lot of us were traumatized. The things I hear, I'm like, that was trauma. Do you realize that you were traumatized? When I think of things like, oh, when I was beaten, they would put pepper in my private parts. That is trauma. When I think of people who had accident situations or who had to maybe you've been in you dealt with several armed robbery issues or sexual abuse, all those things are trauma. And to think that you can go through all those things and it will not affect you is a farce. It will affect you. Now what you need to do is find out how to manage those things, and that's what Dr. Chika is going to talk about to us. Because the truth is that a person who has passed through all that, you're not raising a child, if you're not careful you might inflict trauma on that child as well, and this will have a lot of outcomes. If you see a lot of the people that were dealing that, if you talk to police women or men, for instance, police person, they'll tell you a lot of criminals that we see, deviant people in the society. By the time you interview them, you find out that they passed through a lot. You see that a lot of them they grew up on the streets. Yeah. Whether we like it or not, it does have a lasting effect, whether we appreciate it or not. When you hear some of their stories, you're like, oh, that explains it. When you listen to all the, especially all these sociopaths or what they call them, serial killers. By the time you talk to their parents, oh, when he was a child, this was happening, that happened, this happened. It is a sum total because they say that we're born as a clean slate almost. and it is your environmental factors, also nature, so nurture, the environmental factors that added to what you have seen as that you've gotten as your nature that make the sum total of you who you are as a human being. So you cannot think that, oh, because this person you passed, oh, I'm okay, I turned out fine. No, you did not turn out fine. Some things have been drops along the way which have made you. See somebody who is always shouting, anything small, hey, I'm exploding, small trigger. Find that there's something that was dropped in their childhood that has made them become like that. You find somebody who they don't, they're so impatient. There's something, they don't trust anybody, they have trust issues. You find that along the line things have happened. That is why, I invited Dr. Chika today to talk about that childhood trauma. It's so, so, so important for us to look at those things, look at those triggers, and see how we can heal for those of us that need healing. And for those of us who feel that, oh, why okay, make sure you're not inflicting the same thing on your child. So it's something that you need to be very conscious of.
Okay, so Choma, I've sent it to you now. Check your WhatsApp.
Okay, so let me see. So let me see if I can
if you can share it.
broadcast this for you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try
Have you
and do
seen
that
it?
right now. I've seen it. Give me a second. Okay. So childhood trauma. So it's a very interesting topic. It's something that we don't talk about enough. Even things like your child positioning as a child. Are you the firstborn? Are you the lastborn? Are you the middle child? All those things have they all have little things that they add to you. The baby of the house, the baby is 15. They're still calling that person baby. In fact, we have adults who their nickname is baby because they were the baby, they were the last born, and you're treated that way. And then we have the firstborn who it's not his fault that he's the firstborn, but he's the firstborn. Then there are five or six, and then everything. You're the oldest, and then you're putting responsibility on a little child who might not actually be quite ready for that responsibility. So all these things do affect one. So we need to be conscious of it. Consciousness helps you take better action. That's what the good thing about consciousness. When you're a conscious person, you don't do things carelessly. You do things more intentionally because you know that look, every action can have a reaction. Everything I do, every step I take, every word I say, for instance, I will give you an example of me. As a child, I was told that I was not, well, not my parents were very nice and affirming, but I was told by the help that I have a very big nose and I'm
Uh,
ugly. But my nickname
sorry,
was Imi.
sorry, just a minute, Choma. It looks like I'm able to share now. Can you?
Oh, yeah, go
Uh,
ahead. Go ahead. Fantastic.
I I think so.
You've solved. Oh, I'll excuse you guys now. Let Dr. Chika over to you.
Let me see how that. Okay. Please confirm that you can see my screen. Yes, can you see my screen? Please, can I have a feedback?
We can see your screen.
Can you see it? I can't hear you.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. We can
Oh,
see
yes.
your screen.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. That's awesome. So apologies again. Let me just get into it. So why are we talking about childhood trauma? In a purposeful parenting seminar. I mean, it's obvious we're all parents and every parent wants the best for their children, really. So if you think there's a chance that your child could have a problem, you want to have a heads up and say, okay, so what can I do to make sure things don't go wrong? So a lot of research shows that many of the people that go to health facilities for even general health issues as well as mental health issues, there's a direct or indirect relationship to some trauma in their childhood, something that happened in their childhood. So maybe they may be adults now, but they might have been abused or neglected or had some kind of traumatic experience in their childhood. So the health sector and the health facilities are overloaded with a lot of things that could be significantly reduced if the issue of childhood trauma is addressed. In fact, in America, childhood trauma is referred to as the largest public health issue. And this was revealed by a huge study that was done of over 18,000 participants. It's called the ACE study, Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. So they got together over 18,000 people and did this study and found out that more than 2/3 of them, the health problems they were suffering from were related to trauma they had had in their childhood. These are people who are now adults. Trauma they had had in their childhood, which they probably thought they had gotten over, they thought they were fine and they were getting on with their lives, but then they now develop other problems as adults. Some of them obesity, some heart problems, mental health issues, all kinds of things that with a lot of research and tracing, they found that these things were linked to childhood trauma that had not been identified or resolved. So we're talking about this so that we can enlist all our help, like Choma said, to see what we can do about this gigantic issue, not just as parents, but using the enormous influence we wield to amplify public awareness about the issue of childhood trauma and its consequences, and be able to also influence public policy and practice on how to prevent, control, and treat childhood trauma so we can have healthier, more resilient, happier, more balanced adults. So what's the scope of childhood trauma? According to the US Centers for Disease Control, it estimates that 1 in 8 children between 2 and 17 is a victim of maltreatment. And when I see these figures, because we don't have figures for our environment yet, it makes me wonder, what would the figures look like in Nigeria if US is saying 1 in 8 children between ages of 2 and 17 is a victim of maltreatment? Another study, developmental victimization study, finds that 71% of US children had at least one form of victimization, 71%. Great Smoky Mountain study finds that 67.8% of children were traumatized in some fashion by the age of 16, 67.8%. Look at the proportions, very high proportions. March 26 Pediatrics found that 50% of children in Asia, Africa, and North America witness violence each year. So that makes over 1 billion children each year. Let's just pause and absorb that. And the last point that talks about witnessing violence is important because even just witnessing violence can traumatize a child, even if they are not the direct victim. So, what is childhood trauma? What is childhood trauma? The experience of a frightening, dangerous, or violent event. Sorry, I have some errors there, typos. The experience of a frightening, dangerous, or violent event that poses a threat to a child's life or body integrity. So if a child experiences anything that to that child they perceive as frightening, dangerous, or violent, and that event poses a threat to their life or body integrity, that is trauma. And it's important to note the use of the word perception. If the child perceives the event as frightening, because an adult may see an event that they don't perceive as frightening, but if the child perceives that event as frightening, it is potentially traumatic. So the experience of a frightening, dangerous, or violent event that poses a threat to a child's life or body integrity. Witnessing a traumatic event that threatens life or physical security of a loved one can also be traumatic. And I need us to pause and hear that again. Witnessing a traumatic event that threatens life or physical security of a loved one can also be traumatic. So if a child witnesses something that they perceive as a threat to their loved one, it can cause trauma for that child. So the child may be safe seemingly on their own, but they're witnessing something that could be traumatic to their loved one, their mother, their sibling, their father, then it can be traumatic to the child. And that is because the sense of safety of young children depends on the perceived safety of their attachment figures. And the closest attachment figures are usually the parents. They are the direct caregivers for most children. So, feeling a sense of safety, knowing that their caregiver, the attachment figure, is safe, is required for that child to be safe in terms of not being traumatized psychologically. So, when children are exposed to traumatic experiences, it initiates strong emotions and physical reactions that can persist long after the event. So something has happened, the child has witnessed it or has experienced it, and it's over. For adults, they think it's over. But in a child, the effects of that experience or witnessing it can persist long after the event, weeks, months, or even years after the event. So, what are the effects of witnessing or experiencing a traumatic experience? It's characterized by terror, a sense of helplessness or fear. So, you see that situation where the child just feels as though the whole world is going to come to an end, so to speak. They are so terrified, they're helpless, there's nothing they can do about it. And the fear is overwhelming, an overwhelming sense of fear. They also have reactions in their body, physiological reactions such as the heart is pounding, some may vomit, start vomiting, loss of bladder or bowel control. Also, when this sort of event is happening, if the child feels a sense of helplessness, they are not able to act to help in any way, help themselves, and there's nobody around who is able to act to help them to avoid the consequences of the traumatic event, it increases the feeling of being overwhelmed by the sense of terror and helplessness, and also the physical reactions, the heart pounding, the vomiting, the loss of control. So all of these are the things that happen in a child when they're exposed to a traumatic event. So what kind of events can we say are traumatic? A trauma exposure can be acute, just a single incident that happens, maybe a car accident, sexual assault, shootings in our environment, kidnapping is unfortunately becoming something that we can regularly talk about, and children either see, hear, or even experience, or know that somebody close to them experienced it. Natural disasters, floodings, communal clashes, all those sort of things. Even the pandemic, the recent pandemic, for some people was traumatizing. So it could be just a single event. It could also be an event that keeps repeating. So repeated events, in which case is a chronic trauma exposure, which could be physical or sexual abuse. Some of us caregivers beat children in a way that doesn't even make sense. And it's a repeated way that we interact with them in the name of some kind of discipline. Sexual abuse could also be repeated. Verbal and emotional abuse, speaking words that belittle a child. Exposure to domestic violence. When a child witnesses domestic violence in the home repeatedly, it can be very traumatizing. And, I find that there are some parents who say, I love my child. I would never do anything to hurt my child, but my spouse is difficult. So they pamper the children, and then put them to bed and then go and face the spouse with verbal abuse or even physical abuse, physical assault. And they think the child is protected. They don't know that the very act of assaulting the spouse would affect the child no matter how loving you are to that child. So exposure to domestic violence, also exposure to community violence, especially in these days that there's so much happening. Even in this election cycle, there was so much violence, and a lot of times we don't realize that the children are seeing, they are observing, they are witnessing, is registering in their brain, is affecting their mind. So trauma exposure can be acute, a single incident. It could be chronic, being repeated incidents. And it could also be acts of omission. So maybe nothing that you can see has happened, but this child is just neglected. Nobody pays them attention. Some children are not even well fed and nobody notices. Or they are well fed, but nobody speaks to them, nobody talks to them. You just meet their needs and you go about your business. So physical or emotional neglect is a source of trauma. In fact, the adverse childhood experiences study that I referred to earlier found that the effect of physical or emotional neglect on a child is as bad as sexual abuse and physical abuse. That the effect of physical or emotional neglect of a caregiver, of a parent, on a child is as bad as sexual abuse and physical abuse. This is research finding. So acts of omission can cause trauma, physical, emotional neglect, multiple attachment or placement disruptions. So what I mean by this is when you have a child that you keep moving around, maybe their caregivers keep changing. Apart from the parent, maybe the nanny or whatever, every now and then you're bringing a new person, so they get attached, that one goes, and another one goes, or you move them around. Today they're here, tomorrow they're staying with auntie this, next time they're going to stay with uncle this. So they don't have that stability. So they have multiple attachments and placement disruptions. And this, even if the places they go, the people are good to them. So it's not a case of maybe they are not being treated well, but that the fact of the disruption traumatizes their brain, affects the development of the brain, causes psychological trauma. Chaotic early environments where you have caregivers, parents who themselves are so disorganized, so chaotic in the way they go about things. There's no predictability to life. The child doesn't know if we're staying here. Maybe next week, are we going somewhere to sleep? Maybe there's a problem with accommodation. Just a chaotic environment is very traumatizing to the child too. Impaired caregiving, where you have the caregiver, the parent, having their own problems. Maybe they're alcoholic, they have a drug addiction, a parent that is a prostitute, a parent that is suffering from mental illness themselves. So impaired caregiving, all of these have effects on the child. So it doesn't then mean that every child who is exposed to any of these things will automatically start suffering from effects of traumatic stress necessarily. But exposure to one or more traumas and developing reactions that persist and affect the daily lives long after the event is now what tells you that this child is suffering. And the kind of reactions they may have, which may persist and affect their daily lives after the events, which shows you they're suffering, could be intense and ongoing emotional upset, symptoms of depression, anxiety. You may notice that the behavior of the child changes. A child that you know to be a certain way begins to behave differently. Difficulties with self-regulation. They are not able to, just do things the way they should do. Maybe if they get upset, they're not able to calm down. If they get sad, they're not able to get out of it. If they're required to do something, there's a lot of procrastination, different from the usual things that we know that are common with children anyway. They could also have problems relating to others or forming attachments. Like when you have all this disruption of attachments, their brain now registers that you don't attach to people. When you meet people, you just deal with them there and then. So they subsequently begin to have problems attaching to people that they ought to attach to. Loss of previously acquired skills. Maybe if it's a child that was that that had achieved bladder control, they now suddenly start bedwetting again. Um, they could also have attention and academic difficulties. So a child that's doing fairly well in school suddenly is just doing poorly, and they may become aggressive and fight a lot in school, have difficulty sleeping or eating, and then they may also begin to complain of a lot of physical symptoms, aches and pains, headaches, stomach aches, this and that, here and there, that don't seem to respond or add up to any specific diagnosis or respond to even treatment on the long term. The older children begin to exhibit risky behaviors, begin to engage in the use of alcohol and drugs, on unhealthy sexual activity. So sometimes triggers, reminders of the event that has caused this trauma can set off the symptoms that I listed. And no age is exempt from the effects of trauma if they are exposed to it. Even infants and toddlers can experience traumatic stress. The only thing is the manifestation will vary from child to child and depending on the age and stage of development. So, just to go a bit deeper into the health effects, without treatment, if a child has had an exposure to traumatic events and it has affected their behavior in the ways that we have listed long after the event has happened, if there is no treatment, repeated childhood trauma can affect the brain and nervous system. It can increase health risk behaviors like smoking, eating disorders, substance use, and like we have mentioned, high risk behavior. Childhood trauma survivors are more likely to have long-term physical health effects like diabetes, heart disease, fibromyalgia, autoimmune disease, chronic fatigue syndrome, and they are more likely to die at an earlier age. These are research findings. The tendency for people who have suffered from childhood trauma is to have more health problems generally from what I have told you. So they tend to use health services and mental health services much more than people who have not suffered from childhood trauma. And there's an increased involvement with juvenile justice systems, which means that they tend to be more prone to criminal behavior. So they tend to get involved with the law early, police arrests, and all those sort of things. And adult survivors of childhood trauma have difficulty establishing fulfilling relationships as adults and maintaining employment. So you can see that it doesn't just end in the childhood. They grow up, they think it's over and out, they become adults, they may go to school successfully, get a nice degree, get a good job, maybe even doing well on the job, but you just find that they have problems with relationships and they would easily leave a job. They have a problem maintaining employment. So children process trauma. It all depends on the quality of their attachment relationships. And what's the meaning of this? It depends on how we as parents engage with them right from birth. How we build that attachment relationship with the children right from birth. An experiment was done where a newborn baby that was just a few hours old was carried by the parent, and the parents would stick out the tongue, and the newborn baby would do the same thing. The parents would do something else. This is a newborn baby. So you can imagine if a newborn baby can already imitate you, it means that they engage with you very directly and they absorb a lot from you. So a lot of times we as parents, we think, oh, they're just babies, they don't know what's going on, so we do all kinds of things. So we need to pay close attention right from birth. So I just thought to mention this, that while we talk about our own children, we think about our children on a larger scale, on a societal scale, on a national scale. When we think of childhood trauma, when we think of the fact that the effects are not just individual, but can affect the community, because we're saying more of these people are likely to get into criminal activity and so on and so forth. Let's remember that we have a lot of street children in our urban centers, Almajiris and the like. Think about house helps that move from one home to the other, talking about disruptions. Think about children involved in street hawking. And unfortunately, in more recent years, a lot of children in IDP camps. There may be others that I haven't added here. Just think about it. And it's just to say the magnitude of the problem. It's beyond just what is happening in your home. In the society, there's a huge threat that our society will be negatively impacted if we don't do something serious about the issue of childhood trauma. So at this point, I'd like to read a story to us. I did not put it on this slide. So please, can you just say yes if you can see what I have on the screen now? Or rather, write for me what you can see that I have on the screen now. That's where I know you can see it. Hello, am I speaking to myself?
They can see you, the story of Peter.
Sorry? The
The
story
story of Peter.
Okay, good. So I'm going to read that story. And I would like for us to pay very close attention to Peter, his experiences, because we're going to answer some questions about it. So just pay close attention, please. Just give me a minute to find that story. Just a minute. Okay, so here we are. So please pay attention to the story of Peter. A 7-year-old boy named Peter lives in a village. He has 4 brothers and sisters. He enjoys going off to school with his friends each morning. The teacher tells his father he's a bright boy and is already learning to read. In the afternoon, Peter runs around with his friends and does small jobs for his mother until it is time to eat. One day, Peter notices that his father is spending a lot of time talking with the men of the village. He begins to worry about what is going on. No one talks to him about it. Suddenly, one night, his older sister shakes him awake, shouting, "Peter, Peter, get up, quickly, quickly." The whole family runs out of the house. As he and his family run for safety, he hears some shots. He looks around and sees the family of one of his friends running behind them. And then he sees his friend fall to the ground. By the next day, his whole family, along with 4 other families, reaches a place in the forest where some crops are growing. Peter's father takes charge, and everyone works hard to make grass shelters. No one talks to Peter about seeing his friend shot dead, and he tries to forget about it. Every day, Peter's father leads prayers and singing with everyone, and they read the Bible. Every time anyone gets sick, everyone prays very seriously to God to heal that person. Because they have no medicines, Peter starts to get scared of being sick. At night, he has nightmares and cries out in fear. After a month, they find it's safe to return to their village. Eventually, school starts again, but Peter doesn't really want to go. When his father makes him go, he gets into trouble with his teacher because he's not learning as well as he used to. He's scared to leave the house and jumps at every loud noise. At night, he wakes up the whole family with his screaming and crying. Sometimes he wets the bed, though he never did that before the attack. He walks around looking sad and seldom wants to play with his friends. When he does, he wants to play war and often finishes up fighting with them. Every night he puts his things together in case they have to run away again, even though his sisters laugh at him for doing this. Peter's parents and school teachers don't understand why he is behaving like this and what to do. When he wets himself, his mother beats him. This makes him cry more, but doesn't change his behavior. Some people say he's a witch or has an evil spirit. Finally, Peter's parents visit Pastor Mark and tell him about Peter's situation. Hannah, Pastor Mark's wife, had just finished a training in the capital city on how to take care of children who have experienced bad things. Hannah asks Peter's parents, "What is Peter thinking now about the war?" His parents look at each other blankly. His father slowly says, "I have no idea." Peter needs to talk about what he experienced, says Hannah. For a child, the best way to do this is to get him to draw a picture of what happened when you had to run for safety. Peter's parents go home and give him some paper and crayons. He draws a series of pictures, and then his father sits down with him and says, "Tell me about what happened in this first picture." Peter tells him about what he remembers on the night of the attack. Then his father asks, "How did you feel?" Peter tells him how he was so afraid. His father then asks, "What was the most difficult part for you?" Peter begins to cry. He says, "I couldn't help my friend." As Peter explains the pictures, his feelings come out, and finally he cries and cries as his father holds him. It is a turning point. As Peter talks about what happened, his behavior starts to improve. After a while, he becomes the playful boy he once was. So that's the story of Peter. And I'd like to ask, can I just get a feedback on how did Peter behave before, during, and after that evening? If I can just see the charts. How did Peter behave before, during, and
Okay, there's a slight delay on YouTube, so they can hear you. They can
okay,
hear you, but it might take a few seconds for
a
them to
while
answer.
for the chat
So
to come up.
they will answer.
Okay, so what we're trying to do now is we've talked about the theory of it. We're bringing it home. This is the story of a child that has had a traumatic experience. And we've been told about his behavior, his character before. He's a 7-year-old boy. He used to love to go to school, and he would come back and run errands for his mom and play with his friends, and all was well until they had this experience where they had to run away. There was some kind of a war, and he witnessed his friend fall, and obviously the friend died. The adults went ahead because they had to sort out things, stabilize the family and doing their prayers every day, but nobody spoke to the child. And then the child began to have these nightmares and so on and so forth, until somebody who had a training in how to handle childhood trauma came to say, what does this child think about a war? And the parents realized they had never asked, it had never occurred to them. Why would you ask a child what they think about a war? As parents, we think it's not the children's business. You don't discuss war with children. But the children see and they hear and they are affected. And the ways that you help them would have to be engaging with them, listening to them so that you know what happened, what's their perspective about what is going on or what had happened. And there were three critical questions that they were taught to ask that child to help the child to tell the story and bring out the cause of the pain that the child experienced in the course of the traumatic event. And those three critical questions are questions that we can use as parents to engage our children when there has been a traumatic event. But we can even use it to engage adults for anybody who has been through a traumatic event. And what are these questions? What happened? How did you feel? What was the hardest part for you? What happened? How did you feel? What was the hardest part for you? And each one has a reason that it's important. It's not just, they're not just random questions. They are questions that have been scientifically tested and found to be useful in helping people who are suffering from trauma to bring out the things that will help them to work towards healing. So, question number one explains to you, helps the person that has had the traumatic experience to put together the facts of what happened and the sequence of events. Because when people are exposed to traumatic events, the memories can get jumbled up in their head. But if they're able to tell the story to an empathic witness, emphasis, empathic witness. And what that means is when you are asking the question, you yourself are calm. You are not going to be judgmental or irritable or impatient or try to correct the child when they're telling the story and say, no, that's not how it happened. This is no. You are there to support the child, to be empathetic, to say, I'm here with you. I know you've gone through something difficult and I'm here with you. You are not alone. I want you to know that you're not walking alone. So you are not about to be judgmental. You are not about to belittle it and say, oh, is it just this? Because sometimes what can traumatize a child may not be something as serious as the friend died. It could be something that to an adult looks like a mild, unserious thing. So the point is, when you see a child behaving in a way that suggests that they've been traumatized, engage them with a trauma-informed care lens. Trauma-informed care lens. Trauma-informed care means that instead of being angry at their behaviors, which you are unpleasant or annoying or adult, and makes you say, what is wrong with you? You approach them with a posture that is empathetic, that says, what happened to you? A posture that says, I understand you've gone through something and I'm here to help. What happened to you? So if you are going to listen to that child and ask those questions, you have to come with that posture, that trauma-informed care posture that says, what happened to you? Patiently, with no judgment, and making sure that you maintain confidentiality with that. You are not, the child doesn't tell you something and you're quickly telling everybody, oh, my child said. Maybe your friend comes or you call on the phone and say, I asked my child, oh, they said this. You know, the things we do without thinking, they may affect our children. So we as parents have to learn how to engage the children with a trauma-informed care lens, and especially a child that has gone through a traumatic experience, in using these three questions to help them to tell their story and bring out the source of the pain. The first question, like I said, is what happened? So that they're able to tell you the facts of what happened and be able to put together the sequence of it while they're telling the story. It also helps them to, clarify the story to themselves, sort of smoothen out their memory of what happened. The second question is how did you feel? How did you feel? This is a very important question because when people are traumatized, it dysregulates their emotions, it messes up their emotions. And that's why you will see a child having bursts of rage or sadness or anxiety or all kinds of things begin to happen. They are just not able to keep it together. So when you ask, how did you feel? It helps the child to go back into the memory of the experience and identify the actual feelings and name them. And it's important to identify and name feelings. That action of identifying and naming feelings helps to kickstart the healing process. So, of course, this can only happen with older children. That's this conversation I'm talking about can only happen with older children. We'll talk about the younger children too. So they're able to say, oh, I was so angry, like in the story, when Peter was asked, he said he was so afraid, So they can say, I was so afraid, I was so frustrated, I was so angry, I was so whatever it is, they're able to identify and say what those feelings are. And then the third question is, what was the hardest part for you? What was the hardest part for you? And in the story, when Peter was asked, he said the hardest part was that he couldn't save his friend. And when he said that, it's like pulling the tap root of the deep pain, of the deep trauma. And when he said that, according to the story, he cried and cried and cried, which shows that he's been able to get to the root, the deepest root of the cause of that trauma. And when people are able to do that, it kickstarts the healing process. They may have to tell the story over and over again with time, as because healing takes time. And it may not be a one-time, or just so they told the story once and then they're fine. No. But the point is to create an ambience, to create a relationship where they know they can always talk about it. So these three questions we can use to help the child to talk about what they have experienced. And in the story, we see also that the person that was guiding the parents as to what to do said, one way you can also use for younger children is you can ask them to draw what happened. And in his case, they gave him paper, yes, and crayons, and he drew something. And he said, okay, so what's happening here in your drawing? And again, it's important the approach you use, that you're not trying to correct or to judge or to belittle, or you are just there to say, I'm here for you, and you're just there to listen. Because it is the listening that empowers the traumatized child as they speak. They gain back their agency and it helps them to heal. So you can give them something to draw and say, draw, what happened. Or you could, depending on the situation, in this particular story, there was a specific event. So they could say, draw what happened that day. Sometimes when children are traumatized in the home, just in the everyday home environment, by maybe neglect or emotional abuse or domestic violence is going on, can just ask them to draw your home, draw your house, draw what the family is like. And sometimes you will find that that drawing will reveal something. And when you ask, who is this? Maybe you will see somebody slapping somebody else. And he says, who is this? He says, oh, you begin to elicit, they're able to tell that story. And even the much younger children who may not be able to draw, if you observe them closely, they act out what they have observed. And those are the children who can become more violent if they've been witnessing violence. Or whatever it was that happened, the tendency is for them to act it out. And a lot of times, parents don't understand that acting out is telling the story of what has happened. So sometimes we attack the children and say, especially when the acting out is maybe they're acting out sexualized behavior. You say, where did you go and learn this nonsense? And then you beat the hell out of that child. You should just
Sorry,
patiently
Auntie Chi, Dr.
be.
Chi, sorry to interrupt. I have to, because of the other speakers lined up. If you could just help us round up, because it's going to take, we're a bit behind because of the small delay we had at ahead. So I know there's a lot, but if you can just round up,
Okay.
and then maybe later on you can still come back on, please. We need to
Okay. No,
get
no
people
problem.
waiting.
Okay. So the child can act out. So you observe how they're acting and put on your trauma informed care lens. That lens that comes with that posture of what happened to you. Instead of being in a hurry to hit them or to shout at them and abuse them, the whole idea is to get information. So, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Did you see someone do something like that? And so on and so forth. So you're able to get those things out and begin the journey of healing. So I think I've talked a bit about how they're affected. So I may not repeat that again, since I had these talking points. I'll just list them for us to think about. Think about yourself. Do you neglect your child inadvertently? Sometimes we do that. Are you not paying attention? Are you feeling that you're picking up the bills you're doing? So, to what extent do you know what is going on with your child? To what extent do you engage with your child that if they do have a disturbing experience, they will come to you and confide in you? How do we react when our children behave badly? Is punishment the best idea? Could it be that the child is suffering from a traumatic event and we need to pay more closer attention and put on the trauma informed care lens? What is the custom in our environment about talking to children and listening to their thoughts and opinions? How helpful are these in a case of a child suffering from trauma? Where do we need to change? Even the Bible warns parents against making their children bitter and discouraged, and you can find that in Colossians 3:21. Just for us to think about that. And I'll just quickly say that there are some diagnoses that may hide under trauma. ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is commonly diagnosed these days, oppositional defiant disorder, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder. So sometimes we are just drugging our children, but what we need to do is pay attention and help them heal from trauma. Shama says I don't have time, so I'm not going to. I'll just say that the most important thing that parents can do to help their child is to heal from their own traumas. A lot of times, childhood trauma shows up in the behavior of adults. You remember we said that adult survivors of trauma have problems with relationships and with work environments. So sometimes you find that many of us, are adults, have not dealt with the traumas we suffered as children, and that we're now parenting children. We don't know that we're traumatizing the children ignorantly. So it's very important that as parents, we go out of our way to identify our own heart wounds, grieve well and healthily, and get healing for them. This also models a healthy example for our children to imitate. If parents have not walked through their own heart wounds, it will be difficult for them to help their children. I think I should just end there for now, since we don't have much time. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chika. Thank you. Honestly, Dr. Chika, I think since we started our sessions, she's always been a speaker, and it's intentional. You can understand why it's intentional, because trauma is a big issue. Sometimes we see children display some things. We see them, maybe they are bedwetting a child that they used to bed, all of a sudden they start bed, and you start beating the child. You can see that that is not going to solve the issue. There could be something going on. You need to talk to your child. Maybe get a a specialist like Dr. Chika. Find out what is going on. We need to be patient. As somebody said, parenting is truly a patient art. You must be patient to find out what exactly is going on with your child. I remember a neighbor I had, someone went to visit that neighbor, and the boy started punching the woman. You're punching a visitor. and we found that there was abuse in that home. The child was just acting out what he had been seeing in the house. So Chika, thank you for a loaded session. I know it was a short time for you to get all that in, but you did your best, and I'm so happy that you joined us today. Thank you for everybody. Please like the button. We have a lot. We have like 10
Thank
more
you.
speakers. Click on the like
Thank
button,
you very much
subscribe,
for inviting
share the
me.
link to other people. Yes, because this is the information that is needed. And the reason I told people to register is because I want you to be able to get access to Dr. Chika's slide and all her other information if you want to interact with her or you need her sessions. So please, if you didn't register or send your email on the link I shared earlier, please go ahead and do that. That is why we need that information. Dr. Chika, thank you so much. I can just take one question, just one, because there are two other speakers waiting and they have other appointments. Can I take one question? One question. Okay, I have one already. So, Dr. Chika, please.
Yes.
How should a
How
parent
do
deal
parents deal
with their
with
own
their own
childhood trauma?
childhood wounds so as to become a better parent? Um, Honestly, it's to ideally, I would say see a therapist, but the truth is that therapists are so few and far between, and they are not cheap. But thankfully, there's the internet. If you go online, there's a lot of information that's available. So the idea is you need to find guidance on how to also check yourself to know where the traumas are. Like I have a flagship program where we do healing groups, trauma healing groups, where we lead people into how to be self-aware, how to go through your history, how to find out what happened, where and how, and if they are causing you trauma currently, and what steps to take to lead you to healing and resilience. So you can get in touch with me if you want to, but it doesn't have to be me. There are a lot of resources that are available. So just make use of whatever resources that you think you can reach and do that yourself.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Chika. And yes, if you registered, you will get the slide. If you didn't register, the registration link will be put in the comments somewhere so you can make sure you register. Dr. Chika, we're going to let you go, but please hang around because we might need you back. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much. Regards to my uncle. People
He
should
will
enjoy.
hear. Thank you very much for all you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. So I'm going to go straight ahead to our next speaker, Dr. Chineku Ore. She's also, there are a lot of doctors in the house. She is a pharmacist and she is the co-founder of the Healthy African Girl Foundation. And also she is also has an educational resource center. She's able to has reached so many children, youth people through her Give the Girl a Voice advocacy competition. And she believes that there's greatness in every child. Dr. Chineke, I need to see your video. Your video is not on. Please put your video on. She's the author of My Book of Period Stories and Other Books for Youths. She's an academic. She started with her lecturing, and now she's doing all sorts of amazing things. And she's a proud mother of three amazing children. I've met them. I know one very well. He's quite quite a remarkable young man. The day I heard him speak, I was like, oh my, I think I need to be coached by this young man. She's a remarkable person herself. And then she's here to talk about academic excellence and other things, excellence in a child particularly, because a lot of us, we want our children to do well. Like, let's not even kid ourselves. That's what we want. So she wants to talk a bit about that. So please listen. Like I said, click the like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. And then share it so people can come and join us and be part of this conversation. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Just let me know in the comments. First of all, I want to.
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Loud and
excellent.
clear.
Excellent. First of all, I want to thank you, Chioma, for the amazing work you're doing. I appreciate your consistency. This is what we really need, and we need a lot of people in this space speaking up about the things that matter. When it comes to parenting, I feel that it's critical because the world we want to see tomorrow, the changes we believe will happen in our world tomorrow, basically starts from the family system, which is the first agent of socialization. So kudos to you. And I want to also appreciate the speaker that just finished dealing on trauma. It was quite an insightful session, and I'm sure that every one of us picked something from it. And I want to thank you, Choma, for having me here. I don't take it for granted at all. So I'd want to go straight up to what I'm going to be talking about today. Like Choma has already said, I'm supposed to be talking about raising children with excellence. Raising children with excellence. So I hope you can see me now. You can see the screen, right? Okay.
We can't see
I
your
hope you
screen yet. Is
can.
your screen here? Please enable it. We are yet to see your screen. We can't see it. Oh, I can see it now. Sorry, my apologies. I
Okay.
can see it. It will
Okay.
come up in a
All
second.
right. Thank you very much. So we're going to be talking about raising children to excel. I think I want to rephrase that a bit. Raising children to excel. And I'm going to be narrowing it down to academic excellence. And I hope that before I go into the session, I just want to give a background about who I am. Trauma has already talked about me, but I just wanted to make it clear that I believe that I'm called to empower youth to impact their world and glorify God. If there's something that is burning in my heart, is to see youth become the best versions of themselves, because I believe that every youth has something to offer to their world, and there is a seed of greatness in every youth. So I wouldn't waste more time on this slide as I move on. So these are the things that we hope to get out of this session. First of all, yeah, of course, it's all about academic excellence. And I believe that one thing we need to do is to have something like a diagnostics, because before you're able to solve a problem, you need to identify what the issues are. So when you're saying my child is not doing well or my child could do better, you have first of all have to look at what could be the issues that have been hindering your child from excelling or being the best that the child can be. And then secondly, we'll be understanding some mistakes that we parents sometimes might make with regards to our children's performance. And most times these mistakes are made unconsciously. And then we'll now go into looking at who your child is, because every child is different, every child is wired differently, and your child's personality, who your child is, contributes to how your child would perform in life, in academics, and other aspects of life. And then finally, we are going to be looking at some study strategies that will help your child to excel. So before I go into dive in deep, I just want to read this version of scripture from the book of Daniel, chapter 1, verse 3 to 4. And it says, Then the king ordered Ashpenaz, chief of his court officials, to bring into the king's service some of the Israelites from the royal family and the nobility, young men without any physical defect, handsome, showing aptitude for every kind of learning, well informed, quick to understand, and qualified to serve in the king's palace. He was to teach them the language and literature of the Babylonians. I want to highlight showing aptitude for every kind of learning, well informed, quick to understand. And what I just want to draw out from this scripture is that the world is looking for excellence. The world is looking for excellence. Whether in the secular space, wherever you are, the world is looking for excellence. And for us to be able to make impact in our world, we need to, come with the from the place of excellence. So what then is academic excellence? I just say here that it's the quality of being outstanding or extremely good in academics. The quality of being outstanding or extremely good in academics. And I just put a question here for parents to introspect. Which one would you rather have? A child that does averagely well across all subject areas, or a child that performs outstandingly well in a particular area? Just think about it. What would you rather have, and why would you choose whatever of the two options that you will choose? This is just to help guide our thinking as we proceed into this session. So, like I said, academic excellence is about being outstanding or extremely good in academics. It could be in a particular subject area. And of course, we have all rounders who ultimately are more or less like polymaths. So I had said earlier that, first of all, before we delve into the matter of academic excellence, we need to be clear on what would hinder a child from excelling. From my research, I think these are four of the key reasons or hindrances, and there could be many more, but I feel that these are primary. The first one is no motivation or interest. there was a person I was having a discussion with sometime about a child that she was concerned about. The child wasn't really doing so well in school, and the child had said that he was interested in a particular skill that is not really academic. And she tried to get the child to start learning that skill. But ultimately, the child was still not doing well in that skill because apparently he wasn't motivated. So when one is not motivated, it shows in the person's attitude. And when the attitude is wrong, no matter how much you try to help the child, no matter how many lesson teachers, for example, you want to get, no matter how many times you change the school, if there is no motivation, if there's lack of interest, there are high chances that the child will be underperforming because he or she is not interested. I'm sure that you can connect with that. If for example you're doing a job that you don't really enjoy doing, yes, you report at work every day, but you might not be putting in your best effort because there is no interest, or you're working in an environment where the remuneration is very poor, where the people around you, the environment is toxic. I bet you will not be motivated to put in your best. Likewise with a child's performance in school, when there is no motivation, when there's no interest, high chances that the child will not excel. Another issue is low self-esteem, lack of self-worth. Some people, we are just listening to a session on trauma. There are some children, young people that are suffering from low self-esteem, and it could come from a lot of issues, trauma, what they have been listening to. And when they don't believe in themselves, they don't even want to try. They are afraid of failure. There are some people that you see them, they're in the examination hall, for example. Now the focus is more on academic excellence. That's why I'm going this route. They are in the examination hall, and they finish writing what they feel they know. And then they peep into their neighbor's script. And maybe the neighbor might even be wrong. But because the person does not have a belief in him or herself, they will cancel the right thing they wrote to copy the wrong thing that the person beside them had written. So this tells us that when there's poor self-esteem, when someone does not believe in him or herself, the person might not even want to try. The person is afraid to fail, and it will affect the person's output academically. And then another thing that is a hindrance in today's world to excellent performance would be too many distractions. When we were growing up, I tell my kids that TVD used to come up till 4 p.m. There weren't too many interesting shows on TV. Of course, there was no internet then. We didn't have devices and those gadgets and everything. So what was it that you really did after school? It's either you're out playing outdoors with your friends, or you're reading a novel or something, and then you're doing your schoolwork. But in today's world, there are so many distractions. There are so many distractions, and you find out that it's actually affecting a child's output because there are so many things that is dragging him this way and that way. And finally, another can be wrong study strategies. The Bible says that the labor of the foolish wearies him because he does not know the way to the city. And I've experienced it. There's some people I've seen right from when we were in the university, from the first day of school, they are going to class, studying and all that. But when the exams come up, they are not able to, perform. And I've had an instance with my children before I became more intentional about teaching them how to learn and teaching them how to study, to understand and to retain what they have learned. They'll say that they have studied that, but when you try to interact with them, you find out that they did not grasp the things that they had said they had studied, and that's because they had applied the wrong study strategy. So these are some of the things that could hinder a child's excellent performance. But if you have any other insights, you could also share in the comments. Let's engage, because learning is an ongoing process. So what do you think would be some hindrances to a child's excellent performance, maybe from your own experiences or the experience of people that are around you? So now we are going to be looking into the topic raising children that excel. And what I'm going to be talking about is understanding these children, keeping them motivated, creating a conducive environment to help them thrive, teaching them how to learn, and then providing constant support through the learning process. I always say that parents are the teachers that children have all through the cycle of their lives, from birth to adulthood. It's just that the teaching strategies evolve over time because the children require different things from the parents at different stages in their lives. But whether the parent is supposed to be there to provide support, yes, it is something that we must do. Like someone said previously, parenting is a patient art. The support is needed. From my life, I always say that one thing I know that contributed greatly to my success in life, and God has actually really helped me, is because I had the support of my parents, particularly my father. His support was unprecedented and it really gave me the wings to fly. So providing support to our children is very key in their journey to excel. So I'm going to dive deeper into these five key things that I've highlighted today. So, before, with regards to understanding your children, you need to understand your children's personality, you need to understand their intelligences, you need to understand how they learn. Every child is different. So, what works for child A is different from what works for child B. And one mistake that parents make sometimes is that they have a stereotypical approach to these things, or they believe that they are maybe because the first child behaved in a particular way, every other child will follow suit. But the truth is that every child is different. So we need to pay the price to understand our children. So the first assignment I'll give you, anyone that's listening to me, any parent that is on this on that is watching online, is that you be intentional about assessing your children. There are some children that want to be challenged, that they like challenges. There are others that need nudging and encouragement because there are different personalities. You know how you have the extroverted people, those ones that are willing to go out there and try. They want to ask questions. If they have issues in class, they feel they open up to their teachers. But you have the introverted ones, for example, that will lock themselves up and all that, and you need to dig deeper. So parents, every parent should have a bit of psychology, psychological training or something. But there's that place of learning and understanding who your children are, so you'll be able to know how to help them thrive. And then I'll move back to learning styles, and I feel that this is very key. Children learn in different ways. Children learn in different ways. I need to understand the way your children learn, because if you don't understand the way they learn, you will not know how to help them to learn better. And here I just highlighted three major learning styles. We have the auditory learners, we have the visual learners, and we have the kinesthetic learners. Auditory learners are the people that learn best by what they hear. And I don't know if you already know what your child's primary learning style is. Of course, there is a mix of auditory, visual, and kinesthetic in our learning, in our approach to learning. But for every child, one will be predominant. It's normally said that 65% of school-age children are visual learners, and that's why you find that in school we should be using a lot of visuals, which is not always the case, because visual learning is not just about writing stuff on the board. It's about what they watch, what they see. So in case you're not sure of what category your child falls into, I've highlighted a few things that can help you identify your child's predominant learning style. If for example, for the auditory learner, do you have that child at home that is always talking 10 to the dozen? He or she has an opinion about everything. That child is always speaking. Do you have the child that loves singing, making up their own songs, poems and all that, or loves listening to music? Do you have a child that is better able to remember instructions that are spoken over the ones that are written? Do you have that child that always wants to talk with you? Do you have that child that is also distracted when there's a lot of noise around him or her? That child is likely an auditory learner. So do that evaluation, because it affects how they learn. One thing I've observed about auditory learners, I just want to quickly go into that because I might not have time to come back to it again, is that they learn by what they hear mostly. So if you have an auditory learner, as much as possible, encourage that child to listen in school. Encourage that child to listen, because they might not have as much patience to study on their own, but what they listen to most likely might stick better. And some other, there are a lot of strategies that we cannot exhaust it today. You can get them to do stuff like podcast recordings where they speak, they talk about what they are learning, and then listen to those things over and again, because what they hear sticks more than what they read and what they see. And then you have children that are visual. They once they see something, it sticks. I know I wouldn't say I don't think I'm predominantly a visual learner because I know that I'm not good with faces. If you're good with faces, if you're that kind of person that will spot colors, you notice color combinations and all that easily, there are high chances that you're a visual learner. And for those people, what you show them sticks better than what you tell them. So for them, you show more than you tell. So if they watch maybe something on TV and all that, or some video about a particular topic, chances of them remembering will be higher. So what I'm saying is that evaluate your child, and there are resources we could be shared to help you do that assessment and know where your child falls in. And then some children are kinesthetic. These ones are always on the move. They can barely sit still. They want to jump from pillar to post. You can't get them. You'll be like, why are you so restless? Those children can maybe sit for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they are up again. If you identify your child is also maybe tends towards being sporty or enjoys physical activities, high chances that they are kinesthetic. And rather than getting frustrated with them, you try to adapt their way of learning. Focus more on things that are activity based than things that involve reading and sitting for long periods of time. Have short breaks in between studying sessions so they will not be distracted by sitting for such a long time. Get them things like fidget spinners that help them, or even get them to even chew gum, because that activity just helps them. Once they're on the move, it helps them with the learning process. So these are the three basic categories of learning styles. In my book, How to Excel, Help Your Child Excel in School, I go into more details about how you can help a child in each of these categories to maximize their learning experience. But because of time, I won't really be able to go into that this morning. So another thing that we need to look at is that their intelligences. I always say that it's not my saying, I picked it and I say it now, that if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, you will always see that fish as a failure. Like I said earlier, every child is wired differently. So a child that is, I had given an analogy before about a school that one of my children attended at some point, and they streamed their children by ability. So you have the high ability children in a different class and the low ability children in a different class. But the truth is that in a traditional school setting, people that tend towards being logically smart and verbally smart are seen to be the smart ones, because our school assesses children basically using numerical assessments and verbal based assessments, particularly in the lower classes. So you find out that when they stream children on by ability based on that criteria, they are strong people that might be strongly artistic and all that, that would have been classified as what do you call it, low ability, you know, because people are intelligent in different ways. And for me, the issue I have with that kind of streaming is that it might affect the child's psyche, it might affect the child's perception of him or herself, and it could affect the child's self-esteem, as I had mentioned in a slide before. But it's not in my place to, talk about what the school. There are also some theories that say that it's good to do that kind of streaming. But what I just want to bring out here for you as parents, even if the schools are making the mistakes, you as a parent should be careful to understand your child's type of intelligence. There's a Gardner theory that says that there are 8 types of intelligences, and a human being can express 3, 4, 5 of them, but there are some that are more dominant than the others. And when you see the ones that are more dominant, you see it by the way what the child excels in or what comes easily to the child. And I always say that the essence of going to school is to help a child to harness their talents, improve their talents so that they can impact their world. So if you are trying to push a child into a mold that wasn't made for the child cannot thrive. A parent was sharing with me sometime about her daughter that was insisting on being in a science class just because she had that notion that it's only the people that are in the science class that are smart. And this was just like 2 years back. It's not as if it was in the 90s when our parents didn't know better. And this girl insisted, and she was struggling with the core sciences up until year 12, that is SS3, when she was about to take her exit examinations. That was when she now told herself the truth and moved to the humanities class, and she was able to, soar and do better. Like I was saying about my children's school where they stream by ability, one of those days my son said something to me. He said, "Mommy, some of the things my friends in those classes can do, I cannot do those things. But my son cannot draw to save his life, because he doesn't have that artistic bent. But because the science, the logical people, and all that natural smart people are more suited to the mold of our classroom learning, we might have the make the mistake of thinking that our children are not excelling. So yes, we're looking at academic excellence, but if you look at the intelligence, you see that your child can be a visual smart child. Those are people that they're good with colors, they are good with designs, they are good with symmetry, they make good artists, architects, interior designers, and so fashion designers, and all that. You have the music smart people. They're the ones they have an ear for music. They are excellent with instruments and all. You have the body kinesthetic. These are the body smart. They are the very flexible ones. They are good in sports. And for example, if you have a soccer star in your home, encourage the child according to their bent. And I always say something, for any intelligence, there is a spectrum of professions that fits into it. For example, if your child is a body smart person that is good with soccer, even if you don't want the child to play soccer, or you feel that after playing soccer for a while and he retires early, he won't have any other thing to do with his life. There are other aspects of soccer. Maybe the child might be bodily smart and also good with also verbal smart, and in that way the child can go into for example, being a soccer commentator or something. So there are allied professions that go with these different types of intelligences. You have the interpersonal intelligence, people that they interact well with people, they do well as counselors, pastors, psychologists, and all that. You have the word smart people, they do well as public speakers, PR executives. You have the logical smart people that do well in science, IT, and all that. You have the nature smart people that are good with animals, works of nature. They can do very well as scientists and researchers. I have the self smart people that are very good with understanding how the mind works. They introspect a lot. But like I said, because of time, I cannot run through, give through you these details. But I want to encourage every parent, try to understand your children's intelligence. So when you're guiding them, you don't just push them to be like who every other person is, but help them to become the best versions of themselves. That is when they will thrive. And that's when they will like that. So even when they are getting older, into older classes, it helps them to choose the right classes, to choose the right career, to see them soar. My mother-in-law will say, even if it's Igbo linguistics you read, whatever it is, just be the best in that field. And you can only be the best if it's aligned to your natural bent. I hope someone here is connecting with what I'm saying. So now, I've talked about understanding them, their learning styles, their intelligences, their personality, because it helps you to guide them. And another thing we need to do is to help them to become self-motivated. If a child is not self-motivated in with academics, they will not be motivated tomorrow when they are working. It will show in their attitude across different things. So there is something we need to do, help our children to become self-motivated such that even when there's no push, when there's no drive, they are on their own, but they are giving the best of themselves. And self-motivated people grow to be gritty. They have grit. They are tenacious. They don't give up easily. When things are not working, they are still pushing. I listened to a TED talk some years back, and the woman said that from her research, that's Angela, the author of the book Grit. She had said that from her research over the years, that one thing that helped, that she saw that made people that were outstanding to stand out was that they had grit, the ability to be tenacious, to see things through. So now, how do you help a child to become self-motivated? When a child is struggling in a particular area, sometimes they might want to give up. So first of all, to help them come up to the place where they see that they can soar, and then try other things that are not as easy for them, Get them to start with the things that they enjoy, the things that come easily to them. And with that, they continue to build capacity, they become more consistent, they become more resilient, they begin to believe more in themselves, they become more self-motivated and all that. And when they now have that push, it's able to, they can now apply it across other aspects of their lives. I don't know if anybody believes, gets what I'm saying. So to help your child become self-motivated, you can, for example, let's say your child loves maybe soccer or something, and then you cut off all those things that the child enjoys doing and insist that the child should only focus on their academics. Trust me, it will make them to lose interest. But there could always be that place of negotiation. Yes, you enjoy doing this, so I'll support you to do this, but understand that as you're doing that, you also need to pay attention to the other aspects of your life that is as important. So that's how you play to their strengths. You encourage their interests and always feel their love chance. Let them know that they matter. It motivates them. I told you one of the things that I promised myself that I will make my father proud, because I was so certain and confident of his love for me and his concern, or will I say care about me becoming the best of me. That made me push because I wanted to make my daddy proud. Another thing that can help a child to be self-motivated is if you allow them to take responsibility. If you allow them to take responsibility, if you are that parent that you are the helicopter parent that is always because my child must do well, the child cannot fail, let me help him, help me cover up and all that. There is no sense of accomplishment because everything is achieved because mommy pushed or daddy pushed. But when they begin to take responsibility, there is a sense of achievement when they're able to do things on their own. Give them age appropriate responsibility. You don't have to spoon feed them. That will help them in their journey towards being excellent. And always affirm them. Where they've done well, encourage them, applaud them, affirm them. Don't be tempted to focus only on the negatives. Celebrate their successes. Be excited when they do well. Just let them know that you're over the moon. Yeah, you made. I'm so proud of you, and all those things. Those things spur them to want to do more. And one thing that is very important is having them have a clear picture of where they are going to, because I realize that some children do not even understand why they are going to school. Even people that are in secondary school, for them they just want to go to school so they can pass examinations because they need to pass examinations. Is that why we are going to school? We are there to acquire knowledge that will help improve our world tomorrow. So for us to be able to do that, you have to help them begin to see a picture of that preferred future. I heard someone saying something like he took his son to, the son loves drawing, took his son to Disney and all that and all that. I'm not saying it has to be an expensive experience for it to work, but ultimately the child began to see who he wanted to become in future, an illustrator or an animator and all that. And the father now said, for you to get here, these are the steps you need to take. And because there was a picture of a future that was driving the child became even more serious with his academics. So when there are future goals in place, it will help your child to become self-motivated. And I always say that it's important to celebrate effort more than output. If for example, let's say that your child has put in a lot of effort, even if the output is not as you had expected, encourage that child. The child will still want to try again. But if all you are after is the result, that instant result, the child might even want to cut corners to be able to give you that result without building capacity as a person to be that self-motivated person that has a right attitude and approach to whatever he or she is doing. And then I wanted to ask you a question. As a parent, do you think that it's proper to offer rewards? Like you tell your child, if you do well in school, if you come between first and fifth, I'm going to buy you iPhone 14 Pro Max or something. Because these are some discussions like what motivates the child to want to learn? Is it because of those gifts? Are they the right things that you should use to motivate a child? Or should the future success, the gratification of being able to achieve something for themselves, be the driver of their motivation? Because I feel that sometimes when we try to I won't use the word patronize, but you're telling your children every time, when you do well, I'll buy you this. The child might begin to think that they are doing well for you. For me, the major motivation should be because they want to become better for their own good first. That doesn't mean, like I've already said, you should celebrate their success and all that, but let it not be that there's a negotiation. I am doing, if you do well for me, I'll now pay you by giving you a phone. This is what I believe. There should be some kind of internally generated motivation that will drive them to want to become the best, and you'll see them, excelling. And then I'm running. Choma, please, if you don't mind, could you let me know how many minutes I have more, or have I exhausted my time so I'll know how I'm proceeding? So another thing is to create the environment that helps them thrive. I talked about distractions. Distractions is a thing. We can't even deny it. For us as adults, we are so distracted. These devices have been wired to rewire our minds. And it's even worse for children because as their brains are developing and they're always looking into the screens, we find out that they are not able to concentrate for long anymore because their cerebral cortex is actually affected. So you find out that if the environment does not encourage focus, they will easily get distracted and they will not be able to put in their very best so that they can soar. So how do we create an environment that helps them to thrive? We have to learn to eliminate distractions. I'm not saying that we should not expose our children to having fun and all that. There has to be a place of balance. There has to be balance. So to eliminate distractions, we have to be sure that they have, for example, where they are studying, it should be a distraction-free environment. They can't be studying where the TV is on or where people are gisting and they can't sit properly. The environment does not support that, getting their brain into that headspace of, okay, this is time to study. So as much as possible, help them to eliminate distractions by creating a distraction-free environment for them where they study. And because I've already said that on excessive exposure to screens has a damaging effect on their brains, we should minimize screen time. You can have a media plan, a media guide for your home. It's normally said that children that are less than 2 years old should not even be exposed to screens at all. Then between above 2 to about 5, 6 years, they shouldn't even look at the screens for more than 1 to 2 hours a day. It looks like it's a top deal, but it is doable because if you realize the import of being exposed to screens for such a long time, you would want to do better by your children by helping them to do other things. And why one reason it's difficult for parents to minimize screen time is because they don't have alternative activities to keep their children engaged with. I normally say that screens and gadgets have become inadvertent babysitters because you want your child to be doing something and not disturb you, you give them the screen. So we have curated a lot of activities. You can ask yourself, what were those things I used to keep myself busy when I was younger? It could be that they are knitting, crocheting, reading books, playing board games, having nature walks, playing tag. There are a lot of other activities that help them, you know, and reduce help that takes away that focus on screens. When you remove screens, because nature abhors vacuum, you must provide alternatives that will help them. Then another thing that will help them with focus is to get them to play focus games like card games like matching cards, trading beads, sorting seeds or grains of different sizes. Those things, them doing crossword puzzles, Sudoku, even jigsaw puzzles, Lego. Those things that make them need to think while they are doing them, and even reading. These are focus games and activities that will help them overcome the hyperactivity that comes with excess exposure to screens. If your child is able to focus better, you will see that it will affect their output positively. And then there's a place of structure. Structure is so important. Please, I need to know how many minutes I have more. So, oh, my time is up now. Okay. So there's a place for
Time is
structure.
up.
Yes, I need to wrap up now. 2 minutes. There's a place of structure. If your child is not organized, I give this analogy. Your child is maybe say is in boarding school or is in school away from home, and the child doesn't know how to structure himself. They give him an assignment on Monday that is due on Friday. He feels that he has 5 days to do the assignment and wait till the last minute, not remembering that Another teacher will come in on Tuesday and give another assignment that might be also be due on Friday. And then on that Friday, he might have some series of tests. And then on the Thursday, the child is under so much pressure, trying to meet up with the deadlines for the assignments and preparing for the tests and all that. And you find out that his or her output is less than optimal. Why? Because there's no structure. So if you can help your children get schedules with reminders and checklists to help them become organized and manage their time better, they will have better outputs. And then the schools that they go to, of course, they matter. And feeding them healthy meals is so important. Food that are rich in vegetables, fish, proteins, and stuff that give omega-3 helps to improve the brain function. Now, I can't talk so much about this, but you need to show them how to study. I've talked about their learning styles. If you know their learning styles, you show them how to study. They need to understand what they are studying towards, what their objectives are, so it will help guide them. They also need to know how to review past resources, know how to repeat the things that they have not mastered, how to practice, and how to maximize their learning style. I'm so sorry, Chioma, I have to wrap up now. But there are some pitfalls to avoid. I have mentioned one or two before. When you don't understand what success is supposed to be, when it's about competition or comparison, it does not help your child. But for me, success for a child to become the best version of him or herself, they need to understand that life is an infinite game and they're in a journey of becoming the better version of who they were before. And then you must make sure that there are some reasonable expectations in a house where parents don't care. The children will not, unless they are very highly motivated, they might not want to put in the effort. But at the same time, don't have unreasonably high expectations. And then for the other things, like managing your child's time, I've talked about it a bit. Not being involved at all is a problem. That's why I talked about being there to support them. And then, another thing is when you project your children's school or children's teacher in a negative light before your children, it will affect how they view the school, how they view their teachers. And parents make that mistake sometimes. They'll talk down on their children's teacher, complain about the school's failings and all that. And the children will feel that maybe I'm better than these teachers, or why are they teaching me? And we will play out in how they approach learning. So and another thing is that we should not focus on their weaknesses, focus on their strengths. So I might not be able to say that, but I want to mention here that the involvement of the father in a child's life goes a long way in improving their outputs. If the mother does everything, it doesn't have as much input as when the father is involved. And research is there to back it up. And then, of course, practice, practice, practice. Keep affirming them. Mind the people that they move with. If they have people that are unserious, that not care and all those things, will affect them. And then most of all, commit them to God in the place of prayer. I hope that um, these few points have been, helpful. I need to stop here for now. And I don't know whether I have any time to take one or two questions, but I want to thank you for listening and thank you, Choma, for giving me the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Dr. Oren. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry that I have to rush you guys because and I purposely pack a lot of people in here because I want people to have the opportunity to get something from every single speaker and then engage with you one-on-one later if necessary. So please, I know it was a tight one for you and I can just take one question because the next speaker needs to do school runs. He spoke about fatherhood. He's a father. So I can just take one. If you have one question, I can quickly take it before I bring him on. Any questions for Dr. Ore before she goes? Because I need someone. He needs to really get in here quickly. Any question? Anyway, the good thing is that her slide will be available, hopefully, and then I'll give you more information. Those of you that register, that is why I said you should register. Please like that's why it's on YouTube. I was thinking, should we do Zoom? Should we do YouTube? YouTube, you can like this video, people can see it, they can join in. Subscribe, let people share it with other people so they can see and join the conversation. So Dr. Ore is available to you. I like to talk from experiential things. Ore, yeah, you know, Chineku's son is someone who I know, he's my friend, and I see how they encourage each other, their association, you know, how they drive, how they are so driven to succeed. I can see those things practically, what she has done and how it has helped all the children. Their learning skills, how they are so key. You know, how do they think? Have you thought to study how your child thinks? Because somebody can label your child they don't, when it's just that they don't understand how your child even learns. And you need to help them be self-motivated so that they can, on their own, they want to succeed for themselves. Do they write goals every year, academic goals, what they want to achieve in class or in their studies? It's very important. Very, very important. So thank you so much, Dr. Ore, for your time with us.
All right. Thank you so much, Joma. It's my pleasure. All right then.
Very interesting. Very, very, we use it to, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right
Next
then. Till
speaker
next
come
time.
up. Thank you. All right, darling. Thank you. So without further, I'm going to call our next speaker. His name is Mr. Ophiogen, but like I said, experiential. When I know people, when I've hung around people, I kind of have a feeling for them. He's somebody who I met in church. Sadly, he had to move, but I now got close to his sister. Interestingly, I could see the kind of something between them. Like, oh, these people they were raised well. They have an involved. I see how she talks about her dad. I said, this they have involved. They had an involved father, and I know he's an involved father. I said, no, Ofi, you have to join this conversation. Talk to us about fatherhood. He is, in fact, the reason I had to rush her off that he has to go and do school runs and drop off his daughter in school. So you can see that it's we are walking the walk, we are talking the talk. Okay, we are walking the talk. We're doing it all. So Ofi, over to you. I won't waste time. I won't do the intro. He's a broadcaster. We all know him. I'll send his CV. He's amazing. He's amazing. He's a leadership coach. He does all sorts of things. Please, Ofi, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moma. Choma is one of my favorite people in the world. It's been a blessing knowing you for about 15 years. Met first of all in church. Her sons, I had the opportunity of being able to speak into their life chapel, the church we both attended at the time. And I think she and her husband, you guys have done a phenomenal job with your sons. Um, I definitely love this opportunity because it's something that speaks to my heart. And just like she said in the her preamble, as bringing me up, I was raised by wonderful parents. In fact, yesterday we had a family meeting. And we're speaking to our parents. Like, thank you for the things that you've done for us. My parents are not perfect. In fact, one of the things we said yesterday was that the older we get, the more we see of their imperfections. And when we speak about parenting, when we speak about the importance of speaking into our children's lives and building them up, we're not saying that parents will be perfect. Nobody is perfect. Well, one of the important things about parenting is that you are also growing. One of the greatest character development crucibles you can ever pass through is parenting. My wife and I joke about it and say, well, maybe we should have had these people when we were when we were younger. And sometimes we're like, who sent us this message? Why did we even take this upon ourselves? But it's actually a wonderful opportunity. So I'm going to um, try to put up my slides in just a moment, and I'm going to try to be very well, not. I'm going to try to keep to time, really. For some reason, my thing is not working here. Um, let's see. Oh boy. I don't know if my shoot.
Have you checked? It should be under
Let's
settings.
see.
Have you checked? Is it working?
It's no. I apologize for this. Uh, it's not uploading.
It's not uploading.
But
Can we do without the slides? Is it possible?
yeah, yeah,
While I
I
try
can
and
I can
edit.
I can go without the slides. So first of all, by introduction, my degree is in sociology, and that's why one of the things I'm really interested in is the family unit. The family is this epicenter of society, and so that's why it is important that we have this discussion. So thank you once again for Choma for having this. She said in her preamble, I'm a broadcast journalist. I work in broadcast journalism for a little over a decade. And I am also a John Maxwell certified leadership trainer, speaker, and coach. certified by the John Maxwell Organization. I am a pastor. Even though I've been in active Christian ministry since 1996, I was officially ordained as a pastor in April of 2012. A lot of my work has been with youth ministry, evangelism and discipleship, and then also small groups. I'm also a very firm believer that faith must impact society. Um, and yeah, so I'll put that. I am married to Joy Ni Osifo. She's I don't just love my wife, I like my wife. And to all the Bini people from Edo State, Wawe Se Kakabo, for giving me the most wonderful bride. I'm also father to two children, a 7-year-old daughter, Oyari, and our 3-year-old son, Nathan. And just in a couple of minutes, I'm supposed to take them to school. But that's just by way of introduction, and it's going to impact on a couple of things I'm going to say as a sociologist, as a pastor, as 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 a father, as a leadership trainer. So the very first thing about fatherhood that we need to realize is that fatherhood is leadership. Fatherhood is leadership. It speaks very, very centrally to the aspect of leadership. My mentor, John Maxwell, says everything rises and falls on leadership. And so when we realize that leadership is not just a position, there's an aspect of leadership that is position, but leadership is actually influence. Leadership is influence. And so if you realize that by siring children, you have become a father position, you realize also that you must have influence, which might come with position or not. So there are lots of people who do not have the position of father, but are playing that role in children's lives. And then there are people who have the position, unfortunately, for many reasons or varied reasons, are not playing that role of influencing. And so the role of the father is the most critical. And I like how Dr. Ore ended her presentation, and it was actually a thread going through a lot of things that she said, is that fathers need to be very much involved. Now, I'm going to take some time to try to speak as to why we see a lot of people, lots of fathers not involved as many people would like to think. And I think it boils down to two reasons. Number one, by nature, most men are loners. And I don't think that enough women understand it, because women tend to be, and I know that there are exceptions to every rule, women tend to be more communal, more social, more community-based. And it's also because of, typically, the exceptions to every rule, the more emotional bent that women have. Men tend to be more logical. And so, both by the way we are wired, you see that it's even difficult to get men to come together. Yeah, so thank you very much. So yes, my presentation is called Daddy Shark, the importance of active fatherhood. If you have children by now, I'm sure you know about Daddy Shark, the song that has taken the universe by storm. So I also like to use humor in my presentations as well, and also stuff that I think resonates with people. So this is an appeal for every father to become a daddy shark and to lead his pack. So men tend to be loners. Even to get men to come together typically is an issue. We tend to want to fly alone. Unfortunately, your strength is also your weakness. Your strength is also your weakness. And so there's that tendency for men in that bent of trying to beat a path, to go into purpose and to achievement, to go from being alone to isolation. And so it's one of the things that lots of wives complain about. He's not communicating. He seems distant. It's not just because anything else is going on. That is also, It is also that that's how men typically are wired. Once again, there are exceptions to every rule. And also, the second reason is the socialization process. Now, we'll see this, I'm sure you've seen this in many cases where from infancy, ladies, girls, especially in African culture, are already being told that you have to be there for your husband, you have to be there for your children, you have to be there for your in-laws, you have to be there for your family. Unfortunately, on top of the lone wolf syndrome that men tend to operate by, the socialization it. You don't need to emotionally be there for anybody. You don't need to influence your children. You don't need to cover your wife. You don't need to do any of these things as long as you beat your own path. And so that's why I said I'm going to be speaking with many hats as a pastor, as a sociologist. And right now is the socialization process. And so even with the next generation of men, with your sons, with your nephews, with your cousins, whoever it is, children that are in your direct area of influence. Once again, leadership is influence. We need to begin to socialize boys to realize that you have to be there for the woman in your life. You have to be there for your children once they come. That yes, your strength is beating a path, going right into the bushes and beating a new trajectory that has never been before. But you also have to take people along. You're not just beating the path for yourself, you're doing it for the next generation. Unfortunately, for many people, fatherhood means ruler, it means boss, it means Oga at the top, it means the big bad wolf, right? And it also speaks to another problem that we have in African communities is that our leadership paradigm is not based on service. It doesn't matter if it's PTA chairman, governor, doesn't matter if it's the policeman at the intersection or whatever it is. Look at any leadership position. Most of the time, people want to become vice chancellor, want to become president, not so that they can serve, but so that they can have access to resources and to power. And so, unfortunately, lots of men are socialized to say, yo, become a father so that you can stop cooking, so that you can have people to lead, you can have people to boss around. And so these are some of the things that a lot of men are having to deal with. Now, there's a definition of leadership by Donald McCannon that says leadership is a series of actions and not a position. I'll say that again. Leadership is a series of actions, not a position. Now, granted, by siring children, you have the position as a father. Now, begin to enroll and actively be involved in the actions that the position necessitates you must take. And we're going to look at two specific ones that I think cover every other action that you need to take. Or rather, let's first of all look at the benefits of active fatherhood. We'll get to the two pillars that I believe that every father needs to be involved with. So the benefits of active fatherhood. Active fatherhood has numerous benefits for children, including increased cognitive development. I think Dr. Ore talked about that. Improved social skills and higher self-esteem. Look, being a child nowadays is one of the most, it is a high impact sport. The distractions, the hurdles, the agendas that are coming against children nowadays are what we went through as children growing up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s is nothing compared to what they are going through now. And so fathers have to be there to help them to develop in their cognition, to develop in their identity, to develop in their social skills. Studies have proven and have shown over time, over cultures, it doesn't even depend on the geography, that when fathers are not involved, all indices for crime, for deviance, for depression, for psychosomatic and actual physical diseases go through the roof. There is a need for fathers to come back to carrying out the actions, not just enjoying the position, and actually being their fathers, being fathers to these children. So the first thing, the first leg that I believe that fatherhood stands on, and things that we need to do and make sure that we provide for our children, is vision. Vision. Every father needs to provide a vision of the future. Where is your family going? And I do know that there are lots of scenarios where maybe the father and mother are no longer together. Maybe you're also a widower. And so while I will speak also in the context of marriage, I believe a lot of what I say can also apply to a man as a father, even if he and the mother are no longer together for whatever reasons, right? So every father needs to craft, communicate, and live a vision for his family. You need to craft a vision. That is the reason why you are a father. You see that path that you're trying to beat and trying to achieve on your own, you need to craft it and realize that your children need to fit in it. Now, whether that means that they carry on your legacy as in a business or even continuing your career is a totally different thing. But if you realize that the path you are beating is supposed to provide a foundation for your children to be able to follow, the easier it is for you to actually achieve that. Now, my father is a professor. He's a professor of agricultural economics and extension. I'm not a lecturer. Even though I think I did inherit his knack to teach, for teaching. I do it in a totally different setting and not in academia as he did. And he never forced me to do that. My father never forced any of us to choose the area of study, the schools we are going to go to. But what he told us was that this is the benchmark. This is what you need to do with your life. You need to fulfill God's purpose for you. You have a purpose. From as little as I was, my earliest memories of discussions with my father and even with my mother is to say, you have a purpose. They were painting a picture, not of what was at the time, but of what could be. Fathers, we need to let our children know what can be. To realize that the sky is not the limit, but actually the foundation. We need to be able to give them a worldview that says that they matter in the world. To say that they are not just on this planet as another statistic, but they are here for an actual purpose. That God sent them here to do something with their lives. Now, you need to craft that vision, but you also need to communicate it. And that's why also, jumping off again what the good doctor was saying earlier, is that you need to know how to communicate it to each child. The good book says, and due respect to those who are not Christian, train up a child in the way he should go. Each child has a different way that they are to go. As a father, you should be able to know your children well enough and good enough to know which way that particular child should go. The way Oyare is supposed to go is not the same way that Nathan is supposed to go. There are going to be similarities in my children's paths. I'm going to teach them the same principles, but I'm also going to domicile it and communicate it in different ways to each of them. It's not one size fits all. And then thirdly, you need to be able to live that vision. Daddy, are you saying one thing and living another? Are you telling them to have a great work ethic, but you are always dropping the ball? You're procrastinating. And I do know, like I said in my preamble, is that, hey, Daddy Shark, you're not perfect. You're not perfect. I remember times that my father would apologize to me. And I mean, as even in my childhood, before I even hit my teens, my father says, sorry, I made a mistake. And he let me know that, hey, I could make mistakes too, that I didn't have to end my life or end my aspirations simply because I made a mistake, right? So we need to be able to craft, communicate, and live a vision for our family. I like this quote from Reed Markham that says, the quality of a father can be seen in the goals, dreams, and aspirations he sets, not only for himself, but for his family. We need to set goals for our family. The second thing, apart from vision, that every father needs to provide is identity. Now, there's a reason we talk about paternity tests. And I believe that everybody has to have a paternity test. And no, I'm not talking about the one you go and take cells. That's a different discussion for a different day. And I'm not going to go down that road. But every father needs to provide his children with an identity. I remember one time I told my father, well, I think I wanted a pair of shoes. And I told my father, well, everybody has them. My father looked at me and said, Ofi, you are not everybody. You are not everybody. I remember also one night, we lived in the United States back then. We returned to Nigeria before I came back. And I had a Kenyan friend named Cornell. Cornell's parents, and he was a little older. Cornell's parents used to let him stay out. And if you know, of course, in the summertime, the sun sets much later. And so Cornell's parents would let him stay out till it was actually dark. I remember one day my father said, okay, time to come in. We came inside the house and I was complaining. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old. Told my father, I was like, yo, Cornell's parents let him stay out. My father just looked at me, grabbed me by my upper arm, opened the door, put me out the door, said, go and meet Cornell, go and meet his parents. Of course, I was screaming and shouting, banging on the door. It was dark. I was scared. I was like, no, I want to come back inside. My father said, you are not Cornell's parents' child. You are my child. There are certain things I expect of you. Every father needs to give his children a sense of identity. We cannot allow children simply to wake up in the morning, run around like free-range chickens, and come back at night to roost and then repeat it the next day. No. There are certain things that in your family must be acceptable. There are certain things that they must enjoy. There are certain things that they need to be and to live out. One of my favorite series is the Game of Thrones. And you see how every family had something they stood for. The Starks, the Lannisters, Baratheon. Everybody, each family had something that they stood for. Even after the patriarch had left, they still stood by those things. The North never forgets. A Lannister always pays his debts. There's a sense of identity that every person, every father needs to communicate to his children. Give them that sense of identity, because it will be that true northern star that keeps them in the mix. This quote by Don French says, it was my father who taught me to value myself. Fathers, let's teach our children to value themselves. Well, as I begin to round up, here are a couple of actions that I think that every father needs to push for his children. The first one is ask critical questions. My father would always ask me questions, and I used to ask him a lot of questions, and he would throw them back at me. Very rarely would my father just give me a straight answer. Say, okay, Ofi, use your brain. Use your brain. Ask me questions. You see, we need to a certain degree, not just spoon feed our children. If you ask questions, then you get answers. That way you begin to see how your child is thinking. So the first thing a father needs to do is ask critical questions. As you're playing ball, as you're sitting down on the couch, as you're watching a show, ask them, why don't we talk about Bruno? How come we no longer talk about Bruno? Begin to ask questions, probing questions to see where they're at. How was your day? The other day I was talking to my son, 3 years old. I said, Nathan, how was school today? He said it was horrible. I said, oh, what made it horrible? I didn't just tell him sorry. What made it horrible? And he said, somebody wouldn't give him a toy. I said, okay. What else happened? Did you play games? Did you have lunch? Did you take a nap? Did you do this? Did you do that? He said, yes. I said, so the only bad thing was that person didn't share a toy. He said, yes. Now he's 3 years old. But I was also at some point told him, say, yo, that's just one thing that happened. one thing that happened. But there are all these other great things that happen. So would you say it's a bad day or a good day? Say a good day. So how was school? It was a good day. So we need to ask critical questions. The second thing that leads to when we ask questions is that we begin to hold critical conversations. We need to have conversations with our children. Somebody else should not be teaching your children. They should only augment what you've already taught them. Teachers, spiritual leaders, the TV, celebrities should only add to what you have already laid. Thirdly, hold them accountable. Hold your children accountable to the values, to the vision, to the identity you have provided them. We cannot let you just any way goes. Kesara, no. No. One thing that I have discovered in the almost 24 years I've been in active youth ministry is that children actually want structure. When there's no structure, children get confused. There's a dissonance. They are trying to understand what the world is. If they don't have a true north, they become inebriated. They don't know how to function. So if you hold them accountable, yeah, they might scream and shout and spit, throw a tantrum, but at the end of the day, really, they appreciate it. Then you also need to reflect reality. Daddy, you to do what you are saying. A lot of the things that I got from my father were not taught, they were caught. They were caught. Even when he made mistakes, he owned his mistakes. So we need to be able to reflect reality. And then the last thing we need to do is challenge them to action. They say, hey, you can do it. This is what I expect of you. Do this in school. Do this in the community. Do this. Do right by your mother. Do right by your siblings if you have any. Do right by people. We need to challenge them to action. So one of the things I've even working on, we're talking with my 7-year-old daughter, is that we're going to start something, and we're going to start a recording and we'll share this very soon. And so I'm challenging her into action because she's been talking about some things, and I feel it's going to reflect some of the things I've been teaching her, some of the things that she has seen of me. We're going to act it out. All right. So these are the things that we need to do as fathers. Well, my time is up. Thank you so much for joining us in exploring the importance of fatherhood. We'll continue to support one another. If anybody wants to reach me or contact me, you can hit me up on social media. Ofi Speaks. My name is OFI. Ofi Speaks. Twitter, Instagram. Look me up on Facebook. And thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Chioma, for this wonderful conference. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Ofi. Thanks for being with us. Thank you for sharing a powerful session. And I love all the nuggets you put in there. Things were caught, not taught. So not everything is about what you tell them, even what you do. You have to be accountable. You have to have a vision. You have to affirm your child. They need to see that you are doing what you say and not just saying it for the sake of it. Give them identity. And I like one of the comments. Someone said, I don't have, one of those comments. But my son is going to be a great. I can't find the comments. And yes, even when the father is not practically in the child's life or
look
whatever,
look for a father figure.
God will, you can look for a father figure, and God will sort it out. You can still raise a responsible, wonderful, well-rounded child. I see that. I see many single parents doing that. But where the father, I'm talking to, where the father is there, Dad, you need to get off your lazy horse. Or if you're being lazy, and do the needful, you need to. If you're there, please do what you need to do. It's called parenting for a reason, not mothering alone.
Exactly.
And mothers who are doing it alone, you're doing an amazing job. Fathers who are doing it alone, you're doing an amazing job. Yeah. So I have to ask you a question quickly before you go, because our next speaker is ready. And that question is, we're talking about, it was asked by somebody in the previous session, this whole gender thing we're dealing with, because you are in diaspora, whereas now I say no, it's not a he or she, it's a we or them. How you raising your child, how are you able to deal with with all those kind of issues, with this whole non-gendering, non-binary?
Well, one of the first thing is that we communicate what we believe. We let them know that God is the final arbiter of any argument. and we're raising them to believe what God says, right? Also, we're trying to combat a lot of negative messaging that is sent them. My daughter had a very favorite celebrity on YouTube who used to do children's songs and dancing and all that. The moment we realized that she was already going down that path, we told her, "You can't listen to this girl anymore." She said, "Why?" I said, "Because she made some bad choices." And right now, because they're pretty young, we can insulate them, as it were. And now that we insulate them, we are feeding them with a true north: God, His Scripture, and even nature. This is how it is. And if so, it says, "Train up a child in the way he should go. When he's old, he won't depart from it." Right. So that's what we're doing. We're training them in the way they should go, filling them with the knowledge, with the truth. And if you know anything about bankers, they don't spend their time so much with counterfeit. They spend more time with the original. Anything that is not like the original, they know to reject it, because scammers are coming up with different things per second. Just know the original, everything else will fall in place. I hope that that does help.
Does help. Thank you so much. It helps a lot. One more question from Doctor. Please don't forget to like.
I can't hear you, Choma. Hello? I can't hear you. I can't hear you anymore. Is it me?
I don't know what's going
Okay,
on.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened. So I'm just saying, thanks for that. Thank you so much. So I know you need to go. One more question quickly, please. Yeah, and someone I think is something you can just address quickly. I don't understand the question. Can we look quickly at ladies who act the father? I guess it's still going back to single
Yeah.
moms. Maybe that's what he's
Well,
talking about. I'm
yeah,
not
if
sure.
you're a single mom, yeah, it's a little piled up for you, but also begin to actively look for faithful and trustful men that can fill that role. Could be your uncle, could be your father, could be a pastor, it could be somebody. Actively look for it, for a person, and God will help. I know lots of single mothers. I have cousins, I have friends that were raised by single mothers. They turned out fine, but you have to look for something as a substitute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ofi. Thank you. And now
Thank
I'm
you.
let you go and do your school runs. Let me allow you
Thank
get
you
off.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Maybe I'll be back a little later also before
Yeah,
the
that
end.
would be lovely. Please, my love to Joy, Yaya, and
I
everybody.
will.
Please give them my
Thank you.
love, and we'll be
I
glad to
will.
see you back.
All right. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. So I'm not gonna waste time. We're moving. I'm moving, and we have Ebuka, the boys' coach, in the house. And this is a guy that once I started following him, I couldn't stop because I have three sons. I have a daughter. I have three sons. There's been so much focus on the girls, and at times I'm forgetting the boys. As like someone said, you're dealing with the girls, bringing up all these princess, and then you're dealing with boys who are almost like vagabonds because there's no attention being paid. They can do whatever. I remember growing up, one thing I cannot forget was when my mom said I should go and clean my brother's room. Error. I said I will not clean that room. What's wrong with them? Why can't they clean their room? Because they were doing nothing at that time. And it's something that, oh, you're a boy, don't enter the kitchen, you're a boy. So I won't talk too much. Ebuka, please go ahead. Let me allow you to talk about the boy child. Ebuka, you're still muted. You can unmute yourself. Can Ebuka hear me? Please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, very clear,
All
loud and
right,
clear.
thank
Thank you.
you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you are joining us from. And thank you so much, so much, so much for connecting and for being part of this. So, at any point you can't hear me, please let me know. I want to be sure my network is very stable and fine. But if you can hear me, please let me know. And also, if you can hear me, please let me know. having any issue, just let me know. So let me know. Is there any challenge? Is this fine? All right, because it's lagging at my end. All right, so this afternoon, rather, or morning, wherever you're joining us from, I'll be speaking about raising boys, and I'm going to be sharing some very, very key points on raising boys. And I know I have a lot of mommy and daddy boys here, or those who are raising boys. Even if you don't have a male child, there's a boy somewhere, just beyond your biological children. We are raising at this time, and we must be intentional about it. So the act of raising boys is a lot of work. I was sharing with some parents last week, and I told them about a scripture I love that said that the labor of the foolish weary them because they don't know the way to the city. And that's what I've seen with so many parents raising boys, where we lack understanding of what to do, in this season or in this phase, what to do, how to go about it, how to connect with them, how to deal with certain issues, So there's a lot of concerns a lot of people are raising without knowledge. And so because of that, there are frictions, there are issues. Some people just feel, oh, having boys is having trouble. When you have boys, they say, madam, you have boys. You will die before your time. Oh, you want to kill yourself. How are you coping? Boys are this and boys. So people just think having boys is having troubles. And because we lack understanding and knowledge, a lot of parents are struggling raising boys, struggling big time. And so we're seeing a lot of boys have issues with their identity, deep issues with fathers, with mothers. Some of them are close to mothers, but they get to some certain point and it's as if, what has changed? What has happened? And so the first thing I'm talking about is that there is a way, there is a pattern, there is an art, there are strategies to doing this. And I keep telling parents, we are not in 1922. You can't keep using 1922 method in raising boys in the 21st century. You can't keep using that. Yes, I have my slides to share. Admin, please let me know if that can go up now. All right? You can't keep using the same method in 1922. So that is how my father raised us. When my father raised us, he used to break our head. He used to yell and shout and scream and open his eyes. And if I don't do that to you, you will not turn well. We're in 2023. And it's unfortunate we're losing a lot of our male seeds to the streets. We see them in juvenile home. We see them in drug rehabilitation, in cultism, in fraud. A lot of them are even saying school and scam. And they are not losing interest. Where is a big damage. And I'm afraid because of the future. It was Jonathan Edwards that said that if our boys are not equipped to lead families, then the families of the next generation will have no leaders. So when we don't raise our boys, who will be the leaders of tomorrow? Look at the crisis in our homes today. We can't deny the fact that, the women may have their own issues, but a lot of them are coming out from men who are not developed, who are not equipped to lead families. Crisis everywhere. In leadership, in family, in institution, crisis. It just shows the fact that we must do more. And I keep telling people, is it until the society becomes, turns upside down, becomes a mess, that we wake up to the reality of what we are saying? It's becoming difficult. Women are even afraid of getting married. And I tell people, every boy is a product of their upbringing. None of them fell from the sky. Whatever we are seeing in a man today is a product of how they were raised. Because boys become what they behold. Whatever you see in a man today is what he has been taught and equipped from childhood to become. Who are we raising? Do we understand that when we are raising the male seed is generational? And that's why when you raise a male who I keep telling parents, an unskilled boy will frustrate you. They will say, let them be 18 and leave my house. Even if they are married and have children, if it's unskilled and irresponsible, your daughter-in-laws, everybody will keep feeling the impact of that responsibility. So you can't dodge it. And it's unfortunate that so many families, so many children are dying and in the pains of men who lack understanding of what it really means to be a man. Who are you raising? So do we understand what it means to raise boys in the 21st century? That we are not talking about 1952 or 1922. We are talking about 2023 that we have. Is there any
Sorry,
challenge?
Obuka, small interruption. Your slide, you didn't give us your slide. You have the slide. But if you want to
Yeah.
go ahead without the slide, that's fine. You can enable it yourself. But if you want to go on without it, that's fine. I thought it was
Okay.
with us.
Yeah. I think I can share my slide, right?
Yes, you go.
Okay.
Just go to present and share your slides.
All right, that's fine. All right. So I will share that now as we go on. All right. And you it will just come up soon. Just a minute. All right.
But we need your face, so Ebuka.
Okay, yeah.
Don't
Think
don't turn your camera off.
okay. That is fine. The camera is turned off. Okay. All right, yeah, it's coming up now.
Okay.
Present slides. Yeah, share screen. Okay. Is it going? Okay, that is it. Okay, that is fine. I believe you can. And I need to turn on my camera. So can you see my slide now? Is my slide up now?
Your slide is showing well.
Okay. So I can, yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. All right. Thank you. And I'm saying we must be intentional. And I'm keep telling parents, they are raising children and boys as Gen Zs. And it's not 1946. Some of us are baby boomers, from the millennials. Most of us are digital migrants. They're not digital natives. And we're raising children and boys who their thinking, their thought pattern, their energy level is pro max. I see a lot of parents say, Chinedu, you will not kill me. The way you're jumping from everywhere, from one place to the other, where did you get this energy from? I tell parents, it's inbuilt. If you lack understanding or knowledge of what they are going through at this time, you will have a lot of friction. And I tell parents, unnecessary friction. Unnecessary friction. And so I keep telling you, do you understand what it means to raise boys in the 21st century? Because there's something understanding does for you. There's something understanding makes you to have that helps you to build, capacity to thrive in raising that child. We must build understanding. We must, if we must raise kings in the 21st century. And that is what I'm really advocating and begging parents to do in this our time. Because for them at this phase, it's as if, fun. Flex, so let us flex. Some of them, if you even ask them to leave school, it's okay. All that is in their mind at this time, flexing. The world system, the internet, and what is happening has just made it, every boy just wants fun. Let's go to this, let's have fun, let's be on our phone, let's be on our internet, let's be on gaming, let's be on animation. And it's unfortunate that, I keep telling people that the pandemic among boys now, since I've been working with boys, I think the last 6 months for me is gaming, the impact of gaming, not even pornography. Most of the porn issues I'm handling are boys who got it through pornography, through gaming, through animations. I'm even handling cases of boys who are dropping out of school now because of addiction to game. Boys are wired to, to be moved by what they see. And what these people have done is to create content that will keep them glued to the screen. And so you see boys who are not even interested in school. They just want to be on their phones, play games. I see boys who tell me they play games for 24 hours. They are not hungry. How do we deal with such people, with such set of people in this century? It takes a lot of skill. All right, so whenever I'm teaching, I show parents this picture and I say, some of boys are just like the picture, on my slide, where what is in your mind is different from what is in theirs. You can see these two old men. They are just thinking about this hair they have on the side because the front hair is gone. All right, they are just preserved. But I see the boys in our generation, they don't care about that one. That one, they remove it. That front is what matters. Just show you a pictorial analysis of what they feel, what is in their mind at this time. So what you're thinking, what is your thought pattern is totally different from what they feel. So we're in a difficult time where if you lack knowledge, if you lack understanding of how to get to the city, he said the labor of the foolish will weary them. And I see a lot of parents wearied. I see mothers and fathers having high blood pressure because they are raising a boy. You can't sleep, you are thinking, you are worried, you are going to different therapies. I was speaking in a program one day and the parent told me, coach, this thing you're saying is what I've seen in my boy. I didn't even know he was going through puberty. I've taken him to a psychologist, a therapist to know why he's acting the way. I'm just seeing that it's puberty. And I've taken him to different places and the boy is even tired. I almost damaged his self-esteem. I didn't know he was going through a phase in puberty. If you lack understanding, he will have serious issues. And the issues around the world are not even helping matters. There's a lot of discussion on sexuality, on gender, on issues that concern boys, and people are worried. I just wanted to show this out of many. You know, when Superman came out last year and said it's coming out as bisexual, and so many things happening with boys in our time. Sexual distortion, gender distortion, from cartoons to game to comedy. You hardly see a comedy of a man just acting as a man. They must dress like a woman. When you keep showing this distortion and abnormalism, it's creating a disorder in the mind of our boys. We see a lot of trends on social media that makes it look as if a responsible life is not necessary anymore. People that are godless, irresponsible, are making trends and making money, and a lot of our boys are confused. They want to be like them. Some of them have asked me questions. Is it that the society celebrates mediocrity? You know, several questions are concerned. And then you are faced with raising such a generation of boys. What should we do? If I share that, I want to share some of the issues the boys are having in this time. And for me, in my working with boys, is the lack of positive male role model. I've always said, boys are wired to become what they see. What they behold is what they become. So several times, even see single mothers or some parents who want their sons to become what they've not shown them. I've seen women that, he should not be like my husband, though. He must not be like his father. That one that's always fighting like tiger, shouting. He must be a good boy. I've told him that his father's people are this. He must be good. And I say, who will model that thing you're telling him now? When there's nothing to model, they see things outside, and that's what they want to copy. Sometimes I wonder why boys are copying celebrities. It's because they've not seen a model that they can accept in the home as a boy. It takes a man to raise another boy. I tell women, you can do a lot for your son, but there's a limit to which you can go. I ask some mothers, do you have penis? Do you experience nocturnal emission or wet dreams? Do you have some certain things boys have? So there's some things they can't even talk to you about, no matter how they love you. They want to hear from a man who is skilled, who is connected, who understands, and who is ready to connect. So a lot of time, our boys are lacking another man they can look up to and say, I want to learn from you. There's a lack of positive male role model they can look up to. Even at homes, we keep seeing a vicious circle of broken men. They hit me as a man. When I have my children, I must hit, I must yell, I must shout, I must scream. Some of our fathers have become tigers that when they come in, everybody is going to their hiding because tigers are alive. Lion has arrived. When the lion is back, everybody goes to their hiding. When the man is back, everybody is cringing because fire is back. How do we raise boys in such an environment? When our homes are not atmospheres of love, when our homes are not conducive for even the emotions of the boys. And so when boys are lacking that, there's an identity crisis, and they're looking for who can model masculinity. Most of the boys that are in cultism, it's just identity crisis. You know what? There's a vacuum that has been created that the man is supposed to feel. So when he's not feeling it, they're looking for another hard man somewhere who is going to feel that same thing for them. Do you understand what boys are going through in our generation? We must up our games in providing positive role models for boys, because a boy can only become what he has seen. Most girls are auditory learners. As you keep talking and talking and talking, they are learning and they are hearing. But most boys, they are visuals or kinesthetic. They want to see. They want to see. What they behold is what they become. So we're in a crisis of sexuality. I don't even want to dwell on this. And a lot of boys are confused on sexuality. Which gender is this? Which gender is that? What some people say, is this enlargement that is? I was talking with a group of boys not too long, and I was shocked to know that one major issue boys are even having is penis size. I've seen boys who are addicted to pornography, sexual perversion, because they feel, oh, if my penis size is not this big, I'm not going to enjoy my future as a man. Several distortion, sexuality disorder, gender disorder promoted everywhere, and a lot of us are asking, what should we actually become? So why am I raising this? To help you understand the peculiarity of our time and to know that we must up our game. The times have changed. Parenting has become war. And if you are not skilled, if you are not equipped, I keep telling parents, the competitors against your children are working all up front. They are busy working day, night, midnight, daytime. At the dawn, they are working. What are we doing? Creating new strategies every day. I was talking to parents, I say, one of the shocking things I've seen in recent times is to cancel boys 6 years old addicted to pornography. 9, 10. In fact, since the pandemic, over 80% of the kids have handled on pornography and masturbation and issues with boys on sexuality are boys between the ages of 8 and 11. Deep issues. Game porn has become a major leading addiction to pornography. Game porn, animation pornography, cartoon pornography, all manner. I was doing a research on gaming and animation, and I was getting so many major games that boys play, how this content has been infused. But most of us lack understanding of the trends, of the all manner of things happening in our time. Why am I raising this? To help you understand the severity of the battle that we are facing. I can keep telling parents, you cannot fight a battle you are not aware of. So many parents are still relaxed. It's like that. And nothing they happen. It's just like, you cannot fight a battle you are not aware of. I say it again. You can't fight a battle you are not aware of. And you can't win a battle you are not prepared for. You can't fight a battle you are not aware of, and you can't win a battle you are not prepared for. Are you aware of the battle? Are you aware of what is happening in our time? Are you aware of the damage that is going on emotionally for many boys? I go to prisons and juvenile homes. I keep asking most of the boys in drug rehabilitation, what are you doing here? You see, over 80% of people there are young men who should be at the peak of their career, wasting. You look at the academic performance of boys, even globally, is dropping drastically. All they are looking for is to flex. In fact, some of them just take education out of it. They are okay. Energy level is massive. And the media have not done good for a lot of them. How do we handle these challenges? If I talk about how, I'm talking about the last thing. The intrigues of puberty. I keep telling parents, you can't be raising boys and not understand puberty. That from 8, a lot of boys are going through puberty. There's a rush of testosterone. Energy level is massive. They will have crushes, erection, feeling, urges. They will have all manner of, they want to take all manner of risk. In fact, their energy level is like fireworks. Jumping from here to there. They can play football from morning till night. Some of you will beat your sons and beat, and the next day, they will just forget about the consequences and go for the football again. Energy. But most parents don't even know how to positively channel the energy. At that time, their learning styles are beginning to come out, and most of them are visual and kinesthetic learners. But we begin to still compare them with our daughters. Can't you see the way your sister is sitting down and is reading? Why can't you read like that? Is something wrong with you? And they're following you? Nobody's following them. Puberty. Understand that, this is their learning style. This is how they should go about it. And this is what we need to do. That's why I say knowledge is key. Because if you don't have knowledge, you just break a boy. Some of us are just still healing from the trauma of the way we were parented. And you know what we are doing? We are bleeding on our sons that did not cut us. Some of us, we are cut by our parents and grandparents from the societal way of which you were groomed by the mindset that the society has placed on you about the men, and you are bleeding on boys who know nothing about the court. Stop bleeding on people that didn't cut you. If you lack knowledge of what they are going through in this time, you will just be shouting and yelling and hitting people who know nothing about how you got to this place. Who are you raising? What are you doing to raise that boy? So I'm dealing on knowledge. Knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. Knowledge is key if we must raise the 21st century boy. So go for knowledge, understand puberty. Not that from age to this thing, there are 5 stages of puberty. At this time to this time, this is what they'll be going through. I see boys who are 15 years and they say nobody have talked to them about sex education, on erection, on puberty, what they will go through, how they will feel, like nobody. I see our boys as people who are going through life in the wilderness without a roadmap. And I hear fathers who say, oh, I'm shy. Some others even say, my husband is shy of talking to my son about puberty. Oh, he's shy. He's shy about that. He doesn't know what to do, how to talk to my son about puberty. And I tell some fathers, please, what is difficult to say? Is it to call penis, or to call erection, or to call sperm, or to call wet dreams, or to call crushes? Sometimes I will shout, okay, penis, 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 penis. I've said this 5 times. Did I faint? How do we allow our sons to go through life without direction, without a roadmap? It's so unfair for a boy to go through the journey of puberty and there's no man holding your hands to even tell you what will happen ahead. The power of first mention. The power of first mention. So they are learning on the internet, they are learning on the internet, they are learning on media, and they are telling them lies. Do you understand? As I try to round up, what are the impact of these challenges on boys? Identity crisis, depression and suicide. Some of our boys are at home, but they are lost. Quiet, but lost. And I keep telling parents, don't tell me, my son is quiet, and he doesn't talk to people. He's always on his own, in his room. I keep telling parents, quietness is not a fruit of the spirit. It's not a proof of morality. That your son is quiet, he's not even talking to girls, so praise God. It's not a proof of morality. There's nothing to celebrate about that. If you're not skillful in parenting, you're not skillful. And you have seen quiet boys that are deep, terrible on the inside, but yet quiet. So let's stop living in denial. You must understand that we're in a difficult time, and we must take the bull by the horn. It's war. We must build skills. We can't watch our seeds, our boy lost. Who will lead families tomorrow? The crisis in the families today, are they not enough? Families cannot stay together again. What is breaking many homes? Unfaithfulness. Boys who lack self-control over their sexual desires, losing homes, losing families, and it's an attack on the nation when we attack the family. The kind of leaders we are having today, keep asking, who raised those men? Somebody raised them, to let you know that if you don't raise that seed well, the impact, the effect is transgenerational. Generation after generation will feel the effect of an untrained boy. An unskilled boy will frustrate life out of you. I keep telling parents, if you think the pain of investment is much, right? Wait and see the pain of regret. The regret of raising an irresponsible boy is generational, is unquantifiable. We must sow the seed now in raising them. And we're having mental health issues with boys. Low academic performance, they are losing interest in school. They are filled in juvenile home, rehabilitation home, and addictions, all manner of addiction. Why? Because we think we can raise boys in the 21st century that in 1952. It can't work. There's a template for this time. And that takes me to what we must now do. Information and relevant conversation. You can't be raising a boy at this time. You don't know his favorite music artist. You don't know his likes and dislikes. You don't know his hobbies. You're not following up. You're not helping him achieve that dream and goal. Helping him to build structure. Okay, you want football. I'm not locking you and saying you're not playing. What time to what time? What club can you go to? What is the time you should play it? Okay, you love games. What time to what time? What kind of games? I did a research on games to see different types of games and the impact. Knowledge. information on trends, and you're having conversation as a parent who is current. I some parents say, in our time, boys used to stocking and wear tie. In our time, that is your time. A lot of our boys have grown that knowledge bank. You are teaching with 1920 curriculum, then 2023. A lot of our boys have grown the knowledge bank of our homes. We are teaching what they will tell you, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. But they know the life they are living on the internet. No conversation. You are not even knowledgeable. If we must raise the kings in this time, we must build knowledge. You must go to know what is trading in the world of boys. What does boys want to know now? What do they, how are you connecting with? How are your emotions going? You know, there's a funny question I ask some my boys at some time. I ask some of my boys that are even going to wet dream. When was the last time you had a wet dream? Do you know what to do? Well, how do you have erection? Some parents don't even know when to start changing the boxers of their sons as they grow in puberty and keep having constant erections. Like, a lot of boys are just moving without direction. And so when a boy knows that you are not knowledgeable, they know they can't connect with you. They know they can't pour themselves to you because you will give them an archaic answer that doesn't suit their generation. And you know what they're doing? They are asking the internet, and they are filled with lies on the internet. When you are not knowledgeable, you lose your seed. When you are not knowledgeable, you lose your seed to liars, to darkness, gross darkness that's covered the earth. We are not knowledgeable. You push them into drugs and all manner because you are not answering the questions, and because of the vacuum they are feeling, they are finding answers elsewhere. Build knowledge. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Evolve in your learning. Some people say, I know Instagram is for those bad people and Instagram. And none of those things they are saying, none of that. Okay, I'm seeing some questions and I will answer them. I'm not on this TikTok. It's this. Oh, you're not there. You don't know what is happening. You can't connect. You can't connect. Somebody, I'm only on. How many boys are even on Facebook? That is not even their word. You don't need to be there because you are there to get knowledge, to build a knowledge bank for conversation. Because no boy will connect with a parent who is not knowledgeable. If they are asking you a question and you're giving a 1950 answer, it doesn't make sense. They will tell you yes, sir, but they are gone. Knowledge. Go and learn. I have so many books on raising boys. Get resources. Get material. Expose yourself. And I'm talking especially to fathers. A father told me one day, this people are saying it doesn't work. See my head. My father broke my head. You see all these scars on my head because my father broke my head. That's why I'm a good person. For my boy to learn, I must break his head. If his head does not break, then he can't. I say, sir, if you have to break your head, somebody's head, you have to break somebody's head for the person to learn, then something is actually wrong with you. If another person's head needs to be broken and scattered with scars for that person to learn, then something is wrong with that mindset. It's a perverted mindset. So many are suffering from trauma, but they are living in denial. So many are claiming that we are raised well, but they are living in denial. Who are we raising? And I want to tell parents, is it that belief? Boys are bad. Boys. Some people will say, you have 3 boys. Like Madam Chairman, I have 3 boys. Some people can tell you, you have 3 boys. Hey, prepare for war. They will start beating you at 14, though. At 15, they used to open their eyes with their muscle. They will tell you wise only. You have to be wise. When they are opening their eye, you got to check out your own eyes too before they come and show them with your red eye. You're a single mother raising boys. Hey, they will tell you as a single mother, open your eyes. Not allow them to ride on you because there are times they will come violent to hit you. You must show them back. Don't even make them kill all those rubbish. The gift of the Lord make it rich, it doesn't add sorrow. So they say at 15 they used to smoke. Whenever you see their eye red, hey, that means they started smoking. Hey, anytime they come back tired, that means they went to see something, do something bad. Shine your eye so that you will scatter them. Kill all those limiting beliefs. And so when the boy has not even done anything because of what the society have told you, he's 15. John, where are you coming from? Let me see your eyes. Let me see. Open your mouth. Let me smell it. Let me perceive it. What happened? Some mothers have become monitoring spirits. Monitoring spirits. I know what? Your sons are irritated by that. They're irritated, monitoring. How many minutes are you in the bathroom? Come out. Where are you? Oh, don't okay, open it. Let me see. You're under the duvet. Come out. Monitoring spirits. They're exhausted. They're irritated. They can't connect to you because if they tell you their issues, you will collapse. I tell some parents, if I share some of the issues of your boys are going through, we'll find you ICU. You're parenting the 21st century child. You don't have strength. You must be strong to expect anything and have the heart to hold it and move on. Because sometimes some of them may wander. But I tell parents, not all wanderers are lost. Some can wander, but they should be able to come back. Like the prodigal son who said, I know my father will receive me, I will go back to him. Can your son say like that prodigal son, I know my father will receive me, I know my mother, I know my home is an environment of love that no matter how far I've gone on this road, I can go back. Some boys will wander, but they will never return because they will meet worse than what they met. What is happening to our boys all around the world? We created it as parents in our home. Because they are looking for where to fill the vacuum. When we keep raising boys at 10, at 8, say, oh, mom, it's my first seed. David, you don't want to work today. You don't want to wash the, you're going to lie down. Mommy is cooking. I'm going to sit down now. My mother in the kitchen cooking. The boys are in the parlor watching TV. Or you watch, okay? And you can't lay your bed. I'll lay it for you. Okay, you're tired to wash your clothes. I'll wash it for you. Oh, my boy, my baby. You know, you're my small husband. My small husband. Your son is not your husband. Mommy, your son is not your husband in any way. Like, he never wedded you. He didn't pay your bride price. Rather, did you pay his bride price? He's not your husband. He's your son. Stop calling him what is not. When we keep raising children, at 8, can't bathe themselves. At 10, can't brush their teeth. At 10, they can't iron their clothes. They can't lay their bed. You're cooking, they will fold their legs and be playing game for hours. The house is dirty. Everywhere is messed up. No structure, no routine. And then at 15, you are wondering why that boy is lazy and irresponsible. You raised him that way. When there's no structure, when there's no discipline, when there's no responsibility, you have a lot of fathers not present and have a lot of mothers over-parenting boys, feminizing boys, turning them to women. No strength, no responsibility, no discipline. And if you remove responsibility from the life of a boy, you have finished that boy for life. Because you know what you have? A baby man at 26, but he's still a baby, irresponsible, cannot meet deadline, cannot keep a job. They are all products of what we raise. So dismantle those beliefs and build structure in raising your sons. Some of us have made mistakes already and will have to suffer from the ripple effect of that. But I'm talking to those who still have younger boys. Begin, like in our academy or in our boot camp. You come, you do everything from washing up plates to cooking to laying your bed to everything, to washing toilets. We make you do it. To ironing, to changing tires. We must begin to raise men. We can't continue.
Our time is limited. Just help us.
Okay, I'm closing now. You know, families like this, we are all suffering from the ripple effect of that. And the last thing I want to talk about is having strategies and skills in raising boys. I've said it time without number. Go for knowledge. Build skills and strategies in grooming, in raising, in building, and equipping them for the future. And as I close, I say to parents, you can't fight a battle you're not aware of. And you can't win a battle you are not prepared for. And so the time to arise and preserve our seed is now. And I want everyone to really, really grow up and begin to do the work in building skills and strategies, in being an example, in modeling, in learning and relearning and understanding what it means to raise kings in the 21st century. I'll stop here because I know there are a lot of questions that people may want to ask me. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
I'm sure we all had fun. It was a good session, insightful and honest. And then there are a few questions, like you said. I will help you moderate the questions. The first one I want to talk about is the one before giving our views in the comments. How about the property talk? You've said, oh yes.
I can't hear. No, I'm not hearing you, ma. Is it from my end? I didn't hear that question. Is it from my end?
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear now. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So I was just saying that, thank you. I enjoyed the session, and I will moderate the questions for you. So
Okay.
the first one I want you to answer is the one about puberty talk. You have said that you prefer the father brings it up because he has experienced it. In some cases, there is no father for whatever
Yeah.
reason, and in some cases, some will say, "Oh, the father and the mother." Some will say, in fact, some cases the father is there, he's not willing.
He's
He's
not
not
willing.
willing. He doesn't want to talk. The mother has to do it. That's my belief. The mother, you learn and take it. So, what is your own answer to that question?
Very good. And I've seen a lot of mothers doing that work. What I'm saying is that there's a limit to which a woman can do. I have a boy who told me the mother, okay, he had a single mother. The mother shaved him, he first shaved it. Till today, he's still suffering from the trauma of that. He feels so weird and irritated each time he remembers the mother shaved him. So I'm saying that yes, there's a lot the father can do, but if it's not available, the woman cannot come and kill herself. She has to step into that shoes. But there's a limit because that boy gets a certain age, no matter how he loves you as a mother, there's some things he can't tell you. Like somebody say, coach, I always have erections. My dad is not there. I can't even tell my mom about it. I have a crush. Some boys can tell their mom. Some boys get to a point they don't want to talk about it. All right, they may have. So what I'm saying is that yes, the woman to feel it, but the place of a male mentor, a father figure, is very key. And that's one of the things we do at the academy. We have a lot of single parents, women who have their sons at the academy. We teach, we model whatever that woman can do to the extent to which she can. We pick it up from there. Teach her how to do this, erection, everything that they need. And boys get to a certain extent, no matter how loving, they don't want to discuss certain things with you. They want to tell you, I'm having so much erection. Can you see what is happening? There's some things they just cannot because they don't love you, but because they want to talk to a man. So I tell the single mothers, well done. Mothers that their fathers are there but absent, well done. But at some point, you need the help of a male mentor who is genuine, he is skillful to guide your son through that process.
Thank you so much, Ebuka, for that. And he has a camp coming. He's always having boot camps. I've enrolled my last one's going to be enrolled in one of them. Honestly, it's important. The place of a male mentor is really important. Another question which was asked in the last, well, which I believe you can answer: why do we have so many men in prison? If you do the ratio, the calculation, you have more men in prison than women.
It's a vicious circle of broken men. And like I told you, men are wired to be moved by what they see. So they are trained, they are raised, they are equipped by what they see. More women, even without modeling, by hearing advice, they can really take bearing. But for men, you must show them. So what is happening now? We are having a lot of broken men who are modeling toxic masculinity to other men. So as our boys are growing, they are lacking male model who will show them what it means to be a man. What they are seeing at home is a man who is always hitting, beating, yelling, shouting, and so they grow up thinking that is what a man is. What they are seeing on the media is toxic men who are hooligans, who are hoodlums. They are the ones trending, making millions. So they want to be like them. The men that are available, I tell people, the cultists, drug addicts, they are very, very good and strong communities that always doing well in grooming. And I tell so many fathers to even learn the tactics they use in grooming, to use it for your sons. They are very strategic. And so we're having them doing the work, and we're having few other men trying to raise. So more boys are becoming more of what more men are modeling. So if you're seeing more men in prison, I'll keep seeing it until men begin to arise. It's because those that are modeling masculinity to our boys are toxic. And when they learn that, they become also toxic and they find themselves in prisons and in jails. So we just have to work. The men have to rise up because the future of the family is bleak. The generation is bleak. We'll get to a point where people are no longer interested in marriage. Families are shattering because they're not finding men. Men are being modeled by toxic people and they are finding themselves where toxic people find themselves. We must break that circle. And the earlier we start, the better. And that's what we are trying to do at the Boys Leadership Academy.
While listening, we understand that there is a difference between the boy child and the girl child. Not everybody. Even between all girls, there's a difference. Okay.
Yeah.
And the last question, because because we have to go. Please, what do we tell boys who are aware of their penis size? You mentioned it's a big issue for teenagers. Now, what do we do?
Oh my God. Sincerely, that penis size is a big issue. I'm telling you, I've seen boys who are addicted to pornography, masturbation, almost sexual issue because there's a promotion of penis enlargement, just as the way there's enlargement for body, some organs for women. Men is penis enlargement. You go to everywhere, you can see penis enlargement, this, because the society has created and pornography has created a distortion, a lie that by being mighty. I've handled that case as low as an 11 years old boy who feel that's what they tell him in school. I know the case of a boy who say in his hostel they do what they call masturbation competition. This boy is just 11 in JS. Two, in a very top school here in Abuja, very top Christian powerful school. All manner of dirty issues. You know what they're telling them? If it's not big, you can't be a man. I've seen a boy who was going through puberty and they were telling him, oh, your penis is small, oh, when it's even erect, it's not big. You can't be a big boy. Let's teach you. And that's how they taught him all manner until he started having wounds on his penis. It's a big issue. So I tell parents the power of first mention. Now, it's not difficult to distort or to rewire that boy because why? They didn't teach him early. At the academy, I start teaching them from 6 years. Your penis size is perfect. It's okay. You will hear these lies. It's a big lie from the pit of hell. I teach them and keep teaching and teaching until they settle that whatever God gives me is okay. So when they hear it, they laugh because coach has told me, I've been equipped. You're a liar. So what happens is that most of our boys hear it first from outside and they believe. And because there's no connection with the father, they are not asking the man. And so they believe the lie and they are engrossed in it. Even when they find out the truth, they're already addicted to all manner of perversions. What do I tell parents? The earlier we start teaching, that's why I say relevant conversation. Somebody just teaching 10 commandments, you're not streamlining to what is relevant for your son at this age. Teach them penis size. Teach on sexuality, gender distortion. Teach on erection. Teach on wet dreams. Teach on sperm. Get to a point you teach on that, what it means, what it's for, and begin. The earlier we teach and equip, the better for us. So and the skillful parents who understand how to connect that with son. The power of first mention, please, parents, let's use that. So many other questions, but we don't have time, all right? My handles are on the screen. You can reach me. We have academy and so many programs that boys and parents can learn and be equipped for this journey. Thank you so much for having me. God bless
you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I know you're all. Please, if you are learning, don't learn alone. Let us all do this thing together. Like it. Share this thing. Share the video. The video is that's why I came to YouTube, to make it easier for people to share with their friends and family. That's why it's a free conference. So you won't say, it's expensive. Oh, it is free. We have the paid ones, but this one is free. Come and learn, get knowledge. Let us improve. Let us share. And if the more we learn, the better the world is. We can help our children. Our children help their friends. We need to get this information out. So let's just continue. Ebuka, thank you so much for your time. All his details will be sent to all those who register. If you didn't register, please go to my handle on Instagram, Choma Mama, and go and register. Every info will be sent to you. All the slides he shared, all his info, the boot camp. He has a boot camp. He has a virtual one. So wherever you are in Nigeria, he has the one he holds in town. He goes all over. He just came back from Lagos last week. He's all over the place spreading the gospel. These boys need to be taught and tutored. And I love the way this session is flowing because buy a book. Let me allow you to go. Maybe excuse me. I love the way this is flowing because from the boy coach, we're talking to mama coach, mama boys, the woman that has 4 whole boys, about 4 plus. So I love the way the sessions are flowing. The way God, does things. This woman is raising 4 men in America, girl.
So oh my goodness.
She's an educator. She's doing all sorts of amazing things, and she's a mom of men, and and she's raising them in the US. So there are all sorts of things right there.
Oh, you're mute again. Uchoma, you're mute again.
You can't hear me.
Okay, I can hear
you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering what's going on. So I'll say that I've been chatting with her son. Her first son was my guest on the show. I did finances with children. I was just like, as a see correct guy, fine boy, polite, everything, smart. There's something you're doing. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You are raising responsible adults. You're doing something right, Soma. as a mom, an educator, a woman living in diaspora, we want to know, share some things with us. We don't have it all figured out. We're not perfect. Nobody's saying, I think there's no perfection in parenting. But when you know something, share. Ebuka has taught us some things that we did not know today.
Oh
Two of
Lord.
So please, I want to say hi to Mrs. Adeyemi. Thank you for joining. My auntie joined earlier, my mama, Mrs. Jato. She's also a proprietor of an amazing school. I have people in the house from schools, proprietresses, proprietors, school leaders who are here listening or are all learning. Please share the video so we can all learn. Share the video, like it so other people can see. Thank you so much. Take it away, Soma.
All right. Good morning, everyone. To be honest, I'm sure Mr. Ibuka blew us all away. I'm just trying to get myself back to back together again. Yeah, there's a lot he dropped, and as a mom of four boys, you know, it's not, it's scary, but I really don't want parents to be afraid, right? We got this. So just give me a second. Let me get my slides together. This is my first time on this platform. So 1 second. Present slides. It's coming up. Okay.
Awesome. You're doing great, Soma. Let me see. Where are your slides?
They're coming up right
Okay.
now. They're loading. So while the slides are loading, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to this amazing conference. I've been listening all morning. Can you see my okay, you can see my slides now. I've been listening all morning and it's been amazing. Chioma, you're doing an excellent job. Thank you for having me here. And thank you for having the other people. I'm actually missing being on the other side of the conference and learning from the comments as well. So it's time for my session. And if you saw my intro on social media, I'm not as serious as the other people. So, I'm just here to hang out, right? I'm just here to hang out with everyone else. And we're going to just learn together and have fun. And I'm actually upset I can't see the comments on YouTube, but I guess Chama will highlight or share them with me. So this morning, well, it's morning my time. I'm talking about parenting your adult children from control to collaboration, right? Because, when we have little kids, we kind of tell them what to do. And then they get to preteens and they start having their own personalities. And they become teenagers and young adults and, they go off to college. And what do? We have to collaborate, right? You can't really control someone who's not in the house anymore, except you're one of those moms that will leave what you're doing and go and stay with them in the college or university. And no, because I'm an advocate of living our best lives as mothers and having our own lives. So we're not moving to anybody's university, are we? So a little about myself. My name is Somachi Kachiku, and I'm a single parent. So shout out to all the single parents in the comments. I saw some of your comments earlier. We can do this. Like, we're doing it. Like, these are my four boys. The oldest, CJ, is 21. He's going to be 22 this year. Chibi is 20. Dalu is going to be 17 in a couple of weeks. Oh, I actually, I put 15. He's 16 now. He's going to be 17 in a couple of weeks. And my baby, Ebube, is going to be 14. Mr. Ebuka said, don't call them small husband. I call my baby chairman. I don't know if that's right or wrong. Mr. Ebuka, let me know if I'm doing something wrong. I'm an educator, curriculum designer. I host a book club. I know some of our book club members are here. Shout out Books and Dessert Book Club. I'm also a children's book author, and Chioma was my mentor through the process. I'm an edupreneur. I have a couple of consultancies that work with teachers and students. I'm also a doctoral student. I'm in school right now, and I'm wrapping up my doctorate. I'm Catholic. I'm Nigerian. I'm Igbo. And sorry. Chioma, your comments actually block my slides. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me remove the comments.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And my core values, and I'll let you know why I share this slide. My core values are faith. I'm a strong believer of faith, resilience, hard work, family, community, education, happiness, positivity, and empathy. Now, the point of sharing this slide is not to be like, hey, this is all about me. Is I really want the audience to look at different ways they connect. A lot of times when we listen to people, there's something inside us telling us if only we had this or did this, we'll be able to, do what's on the slides. So I want you to see how diverse I am as a person and see my limitations, maybe as a single parent or having all boys and no girls, or being a student and working. So all those things we tell ourselves, or maybe even just being Catholic and you feel like you're not in those, a gym church, or you're Igbo and you're held by cultural beliefs. I share who I am because I want you to know that there's a part of you that I connect with, and there's a part of you that connects with me. So when I speak, don't feel like, oh, she's coming from here or there. I get you, right? At least to some extent. So this is who I am, and that's me and my boys. So I thought I could see the comments, and I was going to, make it a little bit interactive, but I can't see the comments.
I can
Can
help
I?
you with the comments, Soma. I can help with
Yes.
it.
So I just wanted to know how many kids you guys have, how old are your kids, how is parenting going? Is it a choke or a no choke? Are you getting it? Is it easy?
Okay, let
So,
me start. Me, I have 4 children.
yes. Oh, Choma, Choma, wait, just stop till I can hear you again because you've gone off. I can't hear you. Oh man, I'm so nervous about time because I've seen what's happened to other speakers. So, well, if Choma comes back again, we'll hear her. But I was hoping I would know like how many kids everyone has and how parenting is going. But since that's not possible, we're gonna move
Can
to the
you
next.
hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, you answer the
Okay, so
question.
let me just answer quickly. So I have
Yes,
4 children. And how old are they? I have a 19-year-old, I have an 18-year-old, I have a 15-year-old, I have an 8-year-old. And and my 8-year-old just came and just said, yes, that's me. I'm the 8-year-old. And how is parenting going? It's okay. It's a bit of both. I said he will ask me, is parenting hard? I'm like, yeah, sometimes we do have some tough time, but okay, you could have done this better. When okay, I tried. When like, okay, I don't know what's going on. When you're like, okay, great.
yeah. Okay, you've gone off again. So the truth is that I don't think, well, if you're like the no choke all the time, you need to be on the show and we need to be listening to you. So there are choke moments, and there's some moments where it's really just beautiful vibes and we're getting a hang of it. I don't think for any parent they can really pick one extreme. And just in case you can pick the no choke, please send Choma a message so that you're on the next conference. We need to be listening to you. So before I get into this, and I'm so glad I put this slide, I want every parent here to please give yourself credit. Because a lot of times when we attend these parenting conferences, we just start panicking. We're like, oh my God, what are we doing wrong? We're not getting something right. Right. But the fact that you're logged in, and because I'm an educator, the fact that you're logged in and learning, honestly, you're doing all that you need to do. You're learning. Because, like Choma said earlier, there is no perfection with parenting, it's an ongoing process. Right. So please, before I get in and before I start, whatever you've heard that's making you panic, whatever you feel you're not doing well, for the fact that you logged into this conference, you're doing great, right? 10 over 10 for you. So, what's the big deal about parenting young adults? Like, why is that a thing? Like, why can't we, the parents we were when our babies were born, why can't we be that same parent when our child is 14? Why can't we be that same parent when they're 21? When we go for a mugo after the wedding, why can't we be the same parent? We really can't be the same parent because of a couple of things. One, parenting young adults is very critical. It's like you're wrapping up a stage of parenting and moving into a new stage, because this is a transition point and this is where they're going to be independent, right? So you're almost like, okay guys, I'm passing on the baton, you're moving on, you're going on by yourself and you're going into the real world, and the skills and tools we give them are very crucial, because even the worst behaved child is listening, right? A lot of times we feel like our children are not listening. They're listening. They may not be acting out what they're hearing, but trust me, they are listening. So what we say and what we do is so important at this point, because this is the version of the child that you're sending out into the world. This is the version that you're going to see on CNN. This is the version you're going to read about, right? This is the version people are going to tell you, "Oh, I met your child when I went to New York." So this is the version that you're showcasing, because you're not going to be there. When they're young and you go out with them, you're able to give them that eye, and they get themselves together. No, this is the version that you're not able to give that eye, because they're not with you physically all the time anymore. Also, when parenting young adults, this is when we have to learn how to let go without letting go. It's a skill. This is a skill. This is why you attended these conferences, because it's not something that just happens. You have to learn how to step back, but you're right there, right? So you're not nosy. Ms. Debuka said you're not, opening their doors without knocking, but you're inside that room. You understand? This is where you have to learn how to be there, but with style. And we'll talk about that as we progress. Then, research has said that positive parent child relationship really impacts the confidence, the self esteem, the mental health of children as they go out there. Because again, this is the version of your child that's going to be working. It's going to be dealing with professors, not teachers. Teachers are curated differently from professors. Teachers are trained to deal with emotions and habits. Professors could literally just be a 9 to 5 lawyer that just takes out time to teach. So they don't really have time to pamper our kids like teachers do. So this is a version that's going out there to interact with people. So when the professor gives them raw information, the truth, and tells them, I don't like your work, how is this child going to cope? When they do their first assessment at work and their boss is like, you're performing below standards, how is that child going to cope? So this is the version of your child that is interacting with other people who are not trained with all the skills, to work with all their different learning styles. Like Dr. Oret talked to us about learning styles. Where they're going to, some people there don't know learning styles. They don't even know how to talk to people. So this is the version of your child that's going out there. And that is why it's important that we really make them whole and confident and stable people. And most importantly, this is the stage that friendship is very important. It's an ongoing conversation. And, I know there are people in the comments I've had this conversation with, and I've had this on my page as well. Are your children your friends? And some people will say yes, some people say no, some people say maybe. But guess what? When they become young adults, it has to be a maybe or it has to be a yes. The no is no longer acceptable. They're getting to a stage where, parents are always invaluable. You always need your parents, but they need friends. And I love that they talked about, the power of first mention. You want to be that friend, right? Because the truth is, we have friends. And let's be honest with ourselves, right? When certain things happen, do we go to our parents or do we go to our friends? And that's also big, mature. So why don't you be that friend? Being a friend doesn't stop you from being a parent. I think what we settled on last time we had the conversation is that we'll be friendly parents. But you want to be a friend to your child. You want to be able to be like, hey, what's up? What's going on? And not them feeling that they have to perform to you as your child all the time. All right, so let's dig in. Again, I'm learning. My oldest is 21, going to be 22. I'm sure there are people in the audience who have kids who are 30s, there are grandparents in the audience. So these are my 5 lessons that I want to share with you. And again, Chama, if you can share the comments so I can know what people think. Lesson 1, patience. Patience is key. Sometimes seeing young adults make mistakes or not take advice can be very frustrating. However, it's very important to be patient with them and let them learn from their experiences. We have to learn, and this is why I talk about stepping back, but kind of being there. You kind of want to be on the side. Children will make mistakes. They will do extremely silly things at this age, starting from that, final year of secondary school, going into college. I have boys, they will date, they'll have girlfriends, and I keep it real. Again, I'm not a very conservative parent, but I don't consider myself liberal. So yes, my kids in high school, they would date, they'll go on dates, and we have regulations and what they can do and what they can't do, right? So you have to be patient. You don't want to be that mom. Hey, this girl that's doing like this girl that's when you just kind of be on the side, and look for creative ways to share your opinion, but not be judgmental of everything they do, right? Even with their regular friends, even friends like when they come over with boys, maybe you'll notice that one of their friends, maybe you've heard in another person's house that that friend doesn't do well in school. You now want to be the curator of friendship for your child and be like, oh, you can be friends with. No, no, no. You kind of have to step back and let them see how they navigate it, right? Because sometimes our children are actually the ones, they're actually the leaders in their friendship circles. They're actually the ones that actually make other people's children better. And they're not always the ones that are influenced by peer pressure, right? And even when they're acting up with school or whatever, let's always not be so quick to be so judgmental or start yelling. Let's learn to be patient and see how this situation comes out. They talked about gaming. If your child is a gamer and you take away that PlayStation, and this is their young adult age, you take it away, and then they're focused on their study. Guess what happens when they go to college when you're not there? They will play till they can play no more. And in America here, you actually have to go through a certain process to see your children's grades. So isn't it better that you watch how they're able to navigate gaming and academics and teach them time management, organizational skills, so that when you're not there, they're able to navigate, right? So we have to be patient. We have to be able to monitor our kids, right? But if we just cut off everything, no TV, no game, no this, no that, no this, no that, we'll never be able to have an opportunity to actually see how children manage and how they deal with these issues. So we always have to be patient. 2, setting boundaries. So while like I said, we want to give our young adults space and freedom, we also have to set boundaries. And this is where it gets tricky. Every human being needs boundaries. Even us adults, we need boundaries, because the human mind without boundaries goes wild. We have parents, we have church, some of us have coaches who kind of tell us, do this, do that, don't stop there, don't stop that, keep moving, stop, hold. We need to set boundaries for our young adults, because these boundaries will help them. Something like curfews. There's no age in my house you can come back. There's no age you can come back when you want. If you like, go be 40, but there's no age you can just walk into my house. I have boundaries. So a lot of people, if you're in America, they say 18. I always tell my kids, 18 is American adult. It's not really in Nigeria. We don't really do that kind of adult in Nigeria. In fact, 21 is not really adult in Nigeria. So I don't even know what is adult, because even our parents are still parenting us. So my kids, like, for their 18th birthday, they get so excited. I'm like, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. We don't really do like that in this house. 21 again, they'll get all excited. I'm like, just keep calming down. You understand? We really never really get to that point where you do what you want to do. I'll always have boundaries for you, and those boundaries would help. So like even with curfew boundaries, when a child knows that they have a curfew in your home, guess what? When they're in college, they have curfews too. Your child will be that one that will be like, almost it's 2 a.m. I gotta go. It's 1 a.m. I can't stay out till morning. Right. And I'm using 1 and 2 a.m. And I know some parents are like, hey, but yes, 2 a.m. is not a big deal in college. And don't play yourself, because when you were in college, it wasn't a big deal. So calm down. But we have to set boundaries. We have to set boundaries with respect, how they talk to people, right? It's never okay to talk to anyone anyhow, right? Even when they're adults, even when you feel like I've arrived, you calm down, humble yourself, and be respectful. And sometimes, kids they'll challenge these boundaries. And that's what, especially with boys, I'm a boy mom. Boys push boundaries. They'll push it. Like if you say like, let's say you give a curfew for midnight, they'll come back 12:10. And best believe that they were on that street at 12 a.m. But let me just see how this woman will react. And surely when they open my door at 12:10, I bring down the whole roof, scatter everywhere, because I gave you 12 o'clock. So don't push my boundaries, right? And the kids themselves, if you notice, our kids have boundaries. They have this, oh, mommy, give me space. Mommy, I'm like, oh, you want me to respect your boundaries, but you don't want to respect mine. So it's very important that we establish very strict boundaries with our children, even with the friendship. And even with expectations, everybody has expectations. And it's never like you're never too big, you're never too big for someone to have an expectation of you. If you have parents that are alive now, they have expectations of you, right? So why is it that the ones we gave birth, we don't have expectations of them? So you have to communicate with your child. What are the expectations? You have to do well in school. I kind of like it that I'm a student alongside my kids. So I'm like, these are my grades. Bring your grades. Let's discuss. I have expectations of you to have good grades. I have expectations of you to check in with family. I have an expectation of you to call me every other day. We talk on the phone. We have WhatsApp groups and all that. So it's very, very important that we establish these things as they grow. And if your child hasn't left for college now, I really, really, really encourage you to try and get all these things in. Because honestly, the day you drop them in the dorms or in the hostels, your whole life will flash you by. And you really wish that you established some of these things before they left for university. So, and I hope that, even if you have kids that you're six, there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, nowhere near going to college, like what's he say, shine your eye, chaka your eye, open it up, because you start early to establish these things, right? You start early to establish these boundaries and expectations so that it's much easier. You don't start when they're 16 and they've been living la vida loca. Then all of a sudden at 16, you want to have boundaries. No, it doesn't work that way. Communication is key. It is so important. Like, you honestly need to be able to vibe with your children. And one key thing with communication is vulnerability. It's a two-way stream, right? You have to listen. And another key component of communication is active listening. A lot of parents, your child is trying to gist you. They're only giving like line 2 of the gist. Your face has changed. So by the time, like, mommy, you can't believe it. This boy walked in. Then he was smoking. By the time he had smoking, you're like this. Or like you've started reacting, right? Like my son told me a story of, someone in his college, she got into some kind of situation. And by the time this day, I was like, where was her mother? And he was just like, bruh, like I haven't even started the story. And you're already asking me where the girl's mother was, and I had to train myself to learn to just listen. Because once you've established that friendship, they're going to come to you and they're going to tell you stories. And some of them are going to be mind-blowing stories. But guess what? You're going to have to listen. You're going to have to discipline yourself. You're going to have to manage your facial expressions. And you're just going to have to vibe with them. Because if you don't, they'll just take the story to somewhere else. And stories are one of the greatest ways we can actually get to know what's in our children's minds. Not because they are actors in the stories, but because of how they will analyze it after. So after my kids give me the gist, I'm like, oh, so what happened? What did you say? How did you react? And I don't judge at all. Because what I'm trying to do is trying to see if they're in that same situation, how would they react? And that's why storytelling is so important. But if you're the parent that they're telling you story, you're already shouting, you're already saying blood of Jesus, ain't nobody going to tell you no stories no more, okay? Because you're overreacting. So you have to try and calm down, listen, and be like, sometimes I'm so calm. As I finish, I just pick up my phone and I just like, either I go to like a group I feel comfortable with, or I call my cousin. I'm like, this children will not kill me, But when I'm vibing with my kids, I really, really try. And that's one thing I like. Mr. Ibuka said, you really have to come down to their level, right? You really, really have to be mature enough to listen without judging. Don't judge them, and please don't judge the people in the story. Don't judge them and be like, you won't believe it. So my son did that, The next thing is like, hey, that Soma was even somehow. I'm not surprised the son is like that. All those things we do, we won't hear from the children anymore, Or if they hear you, they've given you a gist, then they now hear you on the phone giving it to somebody else. I won't lie, I share their gist, but I will enter my closet. They won't hear me. And God, please, I hope my kids didn't log in for this program. They won't hear me. But some stories are so overwhelming that I really have to share with someone else to help me dissect it. But communication is key. And what are your children's love languages? What is that thing that makes them feel comfortable to talk? Go out for lunch, go out for dinner, meal, games, movie. But you have to make sure that you have a really open communication stream so that they're able to listen. And then, at your own time, not then, you're able to share. And please, one other thing, our parents did this and we cannot do this. When they now do something stupid, we're like, yeah, that's how you told me about this. It's a no. I used to do that, but I've repented and I don't do it anymore. If they come and confide in you with something, or they will tell you, Mom, I have a friend that got pregnant. They are now giving you, maybe they now wear crop top. That's how your friend got pregnant the other day. You have to be mature. You have to watch the words you say because they're getting older. And when kids get older, fact, they don't need you as much. They can actually go out there, get a job, be independent, and call you once in 3 months. So you don't want to be that parent that is on a clock. They're like, oh, it's only a matter of time, and I'm not going to have to deal with this parent anymore. Right? Okay. 4, be vulnerable. Let's keep it real with our children, our adult children. With our younger children, we can tell them, yeah, we got straight A's. I was a prefect. I was this, that. Those ones can't discern. When you're 5, everything your mother says is true. But when the kids start getting to 15, 16, and you're telling that you're a straight A student, meanwhile, you don't know that you don't understand key concepts in science, right? Or they ask you something, you don't know the history of something. In their mind, they're like, yeah, A my foot. I thought you said you got straight A's. Meanwhile, you don't know this or you don't know that. So if you're not a straight A student, why do you want to say that, right? What's important is that you were not a straight A student, but guess what? You're successful today. And in that, there's more power in that vulnerability than there is in made-up stories we tell our children. Vulnerability is actually one of the key components of leadership. When you're vulnerable, you connect with more people, right? Like I always tell people, I'm a single parent, I'm divorced, because it kind of makes more people connect with me. They're like, oh, she doesn't have everything going for her, right? But she's still able to achieve certain things. But when we put ourselves on a high horse with our older children, it makes it really, really hard. Like recently, there was a conversation on a group and it had to do with fatherhood and, all that stuff. And I, told my kids, because my kid's father lives in Nigeria and we live here in America, and they maintain a relationship with him, but not always in person. So I was now telling them, I was like, we had this conversation and then people were talking about how they dealt with their fathers not being there. And then growing up, my parents were together, but my dad was a businessman and traveled a lot. So when I put it on the group, my kids were like, okay. And then I now said, having a dad who was a businessman traveling a lot, it affected me in some ways. And I shared with them how it affected me. And when I was able to bring myself down to that level, they now opened up and talked about how having their dad somewhere else affected them. Then we could have a conversation. But then if I was like, oh, well, my childhood is perfect, they're not going to feel comfortable being the imperfect one, even with me, their friend and mother, right? So the same thing in college. What are some of the things challenges we had in university? Like I tell my kids all the time, I'm like, oh, I remember one time like this. I had these 2 friends who used to make their own weed. Like they didn't even buy it. They would make their own weed. And I was like, my goodness. So, being adventurous, me and my friend, we went to visit them and, everything. And they were like, and what happened? And I now remembered I had asthma and I came and I'm like, Mommy, you mean you were around weed smokers? I'm like, yeah. And when you say it, they'll be like, the other thing happened to me. But if we're like that person in university that went from one fellowship to another fellowship, from another fellowship, we now went to church. How is a child going to be able to communicate with you? If anything, they're only going to want to live up to your standards, right? And then feel like they're less all the time. But we know that that wasn't the case. If you dated in college, tell them that you dated. Like, it's not a bad thing, right? Daddy wasn't my only boyfriend. That's okay to be able to say that. If it's man, like mommy wasn't my first girlfriend. Because if we're not vulnerable or not real with children, guess what? They're constantly trying to live up to that standard. And that's one of the things that affects children's mental health. Trying to be like their parents and always falling short of it. Because parents have put forward this perfect, born again, religious deaconess in church. Don't miss church. Don't do anything wrong. I know all the verses in the Bible. but we were not always this way. We weren't. We were on the streets. We're having fun. And if you were always that way, that's fine, right? But if you are not always, whatever it is the real you. Give your older children an insight to that. So they don't keep feeling like mommy and daddy is a doctor, mommy is a lawyer, and I don't know what I want to do. Meanwhile, you know that before you became that doctor, it was really the grace of God that got you to that place. The lawyer, you know what role your parents played before you actually were called to bar. So we have to learn to be vulnerable because it lets our children know that they're not doing bad. They're on a path. And as they're going out into the world, they're looking for their first jobs. They're trying to graduate, knowing that mommy and daddy who are taking care of me went through some of these things will give them the confidence to be like, okay, I'm not doing so bad. If you ever failed a class in college, please tell your child you did that. It's okay to fail a class in college and then redo it again. I told them one time I took some crazy class, traditional China history or whatever, and I got an F, like a hot F. Like the F was so hot. And they were like, oh, mom, you could get an F. I'm like, yes, because I just couldn't get it. Right. And that helped them know. I said, please pick classes that you connect with. Don't be adventurous with me like me and just take random classes, So that vulnerability will make them even listen to you because they know they know that you know what you're talking about. But if you're perfect and you're giving advice, they're like, mommy doesn't know what it is to fail. Right? Or daddy doesn't know what it is to fail. And finally, lead by example. We can talk all we want, but what children see is what they see. And talking about mental health, one of the reasons that kids have mental health challenges is the hypocrisy of parents. I'm just going to keep quiet so we can think about it. Hypocrisy of parents trigger mental health challenges. And you're wondering why? Because they're conflicted. You're preaching something, but you're something else. And this generation, they're literally allergic to hypocrisy. Like it's a trigger for them when you're telling them, oh, be this person, or they tell, oh, be respectful. But even you go to maybe you have a nanny and you're cursing out this nanny day in, day out, but you're telling the same child to be respectful. Excuse me. And they're like, well, if you're not respectful, why do I have to be? So all the things we want to see in our children, we have to model it. Right? Read your book. But mommy, you're hooked on Korean drama. Right? Is that okay? If reading was so important, why are you not reading? You must learn how to cook, but we have 2 chefs and we order food every weekend. Right? So if it's not important to you, why should it be important to them? A lot of people say, when I was your age. Nah, it's not working. They'll only be like, okay, no problem. We'll just slide that part till we get to where we are, where you are. So anything that's important, whether it's prayer, whether it's household work and cooking, whatever it is that is important to you, please, 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 please model it. Don't preach what you're not ready to practice. And as I round up, because I know Chioma is about to call me out, as I round up, the one thing I do that has worked, and I can put it out there, I'm not going to say, I don't know, try it may work, it may not work, is prayer. Praying without ceasing. That's the one that I can put out there and I'll be like, try this one, try this one first. The other ones I put, it has to be in context of your home, how you were socialized, where you live, how old your kids are. There are a lot of dynamics in homes that have to be considered. But regardless of your dynamic, and I'll share some of the prayer points I use. And Choma, don't worry, this is my last slide. Pray for guidance and direction in life. And another secret is when you're praying your children, just be praying what you want them to do. So at least you're not telling them directly. It's like you're telling God, but they're hearing it. So that's another thing I do. So when I pray, I will pray exactly what I don't feel like telling them to cause problem. Then it's as if I'm talking to God. So after prayer, they're like, were you talking to me? I'm like, no, just praying to my God. And then they'll start laughing. So these are some prayer points I use. Pray for guidance and direction in life. Pray for wisdom and discernment. Pray for strength and courage to face challenges. Because honestly, this generation, they're not as resilient as we are. And so they really get knocked down when challenges come. Pray for protection from temptations and evil. There's so much evil out there in the world. Pray for good friends, including boyfriends and girlfriends, and of course, spouses. Pray for commitment to family and family values, including your culture, hometown, and faith. You don't want children that we go far, they will never come back. It's not going to be, I want a Ghana. No, no, no. We're from Imo State, Emekuku, Delta, Onichubo. That's where we're from. You understand? Don't get it twisted. So pray that they always remember you and home and where they come from and family. Pray for opportunities and favor, because that's actually very disillusioning for children. They're applying to jobs and internships, they're not getting it, they get tired. So pray that someone gives them a chance, right? And they get opportunities and favor in whatever they're doing. And then finally, pray for their mental and physical health so they have the stamina to go through it all. So thank you so much for listening to me. And it's been a pleasure. And yeah, Choma, over to you.
So, Ma, thank you. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, praise God. Thank
We can't hear you. 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 Let's give Choma some time. It kind of goes in and out.
you. Hear me now?
Yes, can't hear you.
Okay, thank God. Stay, please. Do not stop hearing me, everybody. Thanks for that session. Thanks for keeping it real. Thank you. And if you see what we've done in this, in this conference, that not everybody is a parenting coach. I purposely mixed it up because I want us to have real situations. So not everybody has actually learned it as per they've studied it. We learn on the job. And it's a job that we're thankful for. It's an honor we're thankful for. I thank you so much. Me, I wasn't on the streets, but I feel you. I feel you. You must keep it real. You must be honest with them. I have a story about it. My friend told me I share it everywhere. Because with his permission, he told his mother how he liked a girl. He was 15, and his mother said, "Okay, no problem." And she went and told the father. Baba brought Bulala, Cain, flogged him. At 15, you're liking girl. He said he never told anything to his mom ever again. Did he stop liking girls? No.
No.
Did he date a few? Yes. Did he do all sorts of things that he shouldn't have been doing?
Yep.
Because I was saying don't do. Yes. But if that was a teachable moment that she missed to say, you know what, you need to respect ladies. This is not the time. No to sex, no to premarital sex. All those things. Give him her own examples. Be a friend to these girls. Teachable moment, and she missed it. They said, this one, he likes a girl, SS1. Before you go and bring Bella here. She missed a teachable moment because of her reaction.
And Choma, can I say that even for me, when my son bring them home. Like the other day, my son's girlfriend and I were cooking stew via Zoom. I was teaching her how to cook stew. Because when you're close to them, in fact, the boys, it actually demystifies and you're able to see how, they interact and the kind of person the girl is. So you know how to, if the prayer is, let this girl last, or please, Father Lord, wherever this girl came from, let her be going. But if you don't bring your friends, your children's friends, boy, girl, whatever, home, then how will you, if they don't feel comfortable bringing them around you, then how do you know how to manage the situation?
Know what to do. Very true. How will you know what to do? This one is a prayer point. She must go.
She must fire by force.
Oh my Lord. Thank you so much, Soma. Thank you, my darling sister and friend. Thank you for joining us. I have enjoyed this session immensely. Love to the boys.
Can't hear you. I can't hear you, Choma. What I'll do is that if it goes off, I'll just go into the comments. So if you have questions, and I'll just answer them. Because the thing with YouTube, I can still see the comments. So if there are questions, I can go into the comments and answer them there.
Okay. All right. Any questions, you can send her comment. And her details will also be available. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
This will also be available. So I'm going to let her go. She has to go to work. She's a hardworking woman. And we have someone else from the diaspora coming to join. And you see the sessions are flowing greatly. Love you so much. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Yeah, the sessions are moving beautifully because we are back in now. We're in Canada. We've left North America. We've left America to Canada. We're still in North America, and we're talking to Wemimo, who is someone I've mentored and I've gotten very close to. And she's raising young children. She's working in Canada. She is a career professional, and she's doing a whole lot of stuff. And I told you earlier I have this mentoring program I'm starting, and she is one of the first people who has benefited from that relationship, and we continue to have that relationship. And I want her to talk more because at a particular everybody's issue
We've lost you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so please just go ahead because I don't know what keeps on going. Just start off and I'll put stuff in the comments. See you all later.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm wondering if my slides are showing because I have my slides up. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Wemimo Oniko, and I will be sharing with you today from my personal experiences, as well as just from my knowledge and the things I've gained so far. And a bit about myself, right? So I am a communication specialist. I'm a mother of two. I am a children and teens educator of about 10 years. And my education experience with children and teens has spanned 2 continents. So Africa, specifically Nigeria, and then North America, specifically Canada. So usually I have my regular 9 to 5, and I have a lot going on as well. Mrs. Moma spoke about the mentorship relationship I've had with her, and a lot of the things that I've learned while juggling my 9 to 5 and working and managing motherhood and with my husband and everything. And then maybe just to give you a heads up, a lot of the things I'll be sharing are from my, like I said, my personal experiences, is also a bit tinted with my faith and what I believe. And I hope you glean a couple of things from the things I'll be sharing with you today. All right. So typically when we say, what do we mean by we talk about parenting abroad, and what do you mean by parenting abroad? I remember, before I go into the things I have on the slides, I remember when I was in Nigeria and we were considering moving to Canada. One of the biggest fears that I had was, I've heard that when children are abroad, you take your children abroad and they become spoiled. And the society there does not encourage you to raise your children properly. And if a lot of the things that you learn, society is so bad there, and all of the things you've taught your child will just disappear. And I had all those different ideologies and fears and thoughts. We'll go into a slide where we'll talk about fears and the realities really when it comes to parenting abroad. Peradventure, you are currently parenting abroad, or you are considering moving, like you're considering Japan as we typically call it in Nigeria, and you're thinking, I want to go abroad, how do I deal with this? Welcome to the club. I can share my experiences and I hope that it helps you, and to know that it's not all gloomy and bad. Initially I thought it was, but now that orientation is a little different. So when we say you're parenting abroad, first of all, the assumption I'm making in this presentation is that you're of African descent, possibly from Nigeria or any other African country at all on the call. I imagine, so for parenting abroad, you're raising your children in a country or a culture that is different from your own, and that's what this is about. That's what you should be prepared for if you're considering parenting abroad. It involves different parenting styles. Speakers have spoken so glowingly, from Dr. Ore to all of the speakers, the boy coach, and all of the fantastic speakers who have spoken. They've talked about different parenting styles, talked about the importance of leadership and the things that you need to do. The context here is so different. The social norms, the language sometimes is a challenge, educational systems, among other things. And to be honest, is it easy? No, it's not, but it can be rewarding as well. All right, so let's talk about some common myths about parenting abroad. I would have loved to see the chat. It would be interesting to sort of hear some of the ideas that you've had in the past. When you say parenting abroad, what are the fears? I mean, for me, my thought was, oh, the child will become spoiled. Oh, children abroad are this or that. But I'd love to know what you think and, what are the concerns and fears that you've had. I'll share a couple, but if there are other thoughts, please feel free to use the chat and let me hear from the audience as well. All right, so there are different things. So there's the fear, for example, of cultural roots. So sometimes there's the fear that, when people go abroad, they forget home and they forget, for example, they forget their language, their culture. They will lose touch of their cultural heritage if they go abroad. Their fears like, when you raise children abroad, they'll become disrespectful. They will not even be able to greet anybody again. I'm from the Yoruba, I'm Yoruba from the western part of Nigeria, and for us as Yoruba people, we believe that you should be able to kneel down when you see an elderly person, prostrate if you're a boy, all of those things. And there's that fear of, when my children go abroad, would they be able to do all of these things anymore? And things like that. Sometimes people think that parenting abroad is easier, that this Nigeria self, the wild is plenty. There's every time there's no power, there's no this, there's no that. It's the way Buhari is even doing stuff, and we have all of these ideas and we feel that maybe if I just jackpot now, carry my bag and go, everything will be easy. This children will not stress me. I'll have more money. I'll do this and all of that. Sometimes people have those ideologies. There's also thoughts around, parenting styles. For me to succeed abroad, I need to adopt the Western parenting style. I need to adopt the way they do things there. And we'll talk about that in a bit. Sometimes people have this idea that you cannot discipline your children abroad. In fact, that's like one of the biggest fears. People feel that, abroad you can't, how do you discipline children? Yeah, there are ways to do things, there are ways not to do things. We'll be talking about that in a bit. Sometimes people fear that parenting abroad, if they raise children abroad, they will struggle with relating to the African peers, that when they see other African people, they won't be able to engage with them and all that. Sometimes people fear that they'll become too individualistic. These abroad people, all of a sudden they become, they start feeling like they are the only ones that know things or whatever. Not necessarily. Again, we'll come to those and how to deal with those. Sometimes there's a struggle with identity issues. I know one of the speakers spoke about things around identity issues and the importance of giving an identity. I think it was Ofi who spoke about that, and I totally agree. Like the place of fatherhood in helping children to have an identity and know who they are, and then they can eventually be the best that they can be. But the children abroad struggle with identity issues. We'll come to that. Things like values. Sometimes you come with your own values from where you're coming from, and then this new Okay, I don't know what happened there, but I'm wondering at what point I lost touch with what's going on. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but I'm wondering at what point if you can hear me. Okay, you're there. I can see you now. What point did you stop hearing me?
I think it was I think that was your second point.
On this slide, was that when you stopped hearing me?
What do you mean by bad? Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So you're good. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I was just talking about some of the realities and the challenges. But I talked about some of the myths, and I feel like I was here probably. So there are different challenges and myths and ideologies that people have about parenting abroad and the things that happen there. Okay, so typically common places that people move to, talked about North America. So it's you're moving to the US, you're moving to Canada, or in Europe, you're moving to Germany, UK, Ireland, you're moving to Australia, different countries that people typically move to. The contexts differ, but to a large extent, many things are similar. And we'll talk about that in a bit. So why do people move abroad? Again, I would love you to use the chat and let me know what you think. Why exactly do people move abroad? What's the rationale? Like, if you have you ever considered Japan, to use the local parlance? And why would you consider? Why do people move? Why do people?
Can you see
move
the comments?
I'm trying to. I have my phone by the
Okay.
corner.
So a few of the fears are losing touch with, because you asked that question earlier, losing touch with family
Right.
and adopting crazy Oyibo ideas, losing faith in God.
Right.
That's some of the fears people have.
Someone said for the soft life. Okay. Yeah. I want to move abroad for the soft life. Like, things are too hard, you're always having to think
Asking why do people move abroad? Some of the responses are for soft life.
Yes, I see that, and just overall getting a lot easier. Yeah, to be honest, there is the soft life. I agree. But there's also, it's not exactly as soft as sometimes people think. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So some of the reasons, for example, is better career opportunities, at least for myself and my family. That was why we decided to move, because it's an opportunity to go somewhere. Oh, I see that having a better education and future for your kids. Yes, there are people who, like, even if okay, I can't go back to school again, or I can't attain the full potential that I wanted to. I want to make sure that my kids are able to attain it. And if it means moving away from Nigeria and the stress associated with it, let me move somewhere else, and I can get a better life for my children. Yes, and it's a valid concern. For some, yeah, I see, for greener pastures, for some people, it's I want to make more money. There are opportunities in my particular career, and going abroad is better because I'm able to, make more money there versus in my country. So there are different reasons, really. We talked about greener pastures. For some people, I've seen people that moved abroad for healthcare. Okay, people who, for example, have children with special needs, and are doing everything they can just to make sure that they leave Nigeria so that they can access better healthcare for their children with disabilities, because the system supports you better in many of the countries abroad than Nigeria. In Nigeria, unfortunately, children with disabilities, the potentials are quite limited. Sometimes people end up on the streets. Sometimes, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of advocacy being done to involve persons with disabilities better into the system. But we still have a long way to go, unlike in many countries outside of Nigeria, particularly in the Western world, where they've gone past all of that and they've built structures and made sure that children with disabilities are more included. Now that's just one of the things, right? We've talked about better lives for the children and things like that. Okay, so it's important to consider all of these things. And now I'm going to talk to you a bit about the reality. Okay, so let's spill some tea and talk about the reality, because many times we're back in Nigeria, and like I talked about before I moved, what I knew of abroad, in quote, whether it's Canada or US or Australia or wherever, is like some of the things you're sharing. Oh, this Oyinbo ideologies. Hey, if your children should go there, we don't even know what will happen. They'll turn into something else. We have to be careful these days and things like that. But not necessarily so. All right. So to start with, it's a very different terrain. Okay. So I feel like I'm gisting you all right now, and I want you to just see that. And feel free to use the chat if there's something I'm saying that you have a question about, something that resonates with you. By all means, I'm looking at the chat at the corner, so I'll be able to respond to as many as I can. It's a very different terrain. African parenting is different from the reality that you have abroad, and you need to be ready and mentally prepared for that. We can't afford to deal with things the way we typically deal with things in Nigeria. So let's take it one at a time. So let's talk about social system, for example. The social system, the social system in Canada is very supportive of your children. The system has been created to support children, to protect them, to nurture them, to make sure that they have an enabling environment for growth. So for example, every house, like between houses, there's always a park. or something. There's always somewhere where the children, you're expected that you can take your children out to play outdoors and engage. There are lots of community programs, and they are free of charge, that you can access as a parent for your child. There are lots of, there's financial support. I think that was one of the things I found interesting, that they would give you money to support every child you have less than 18, depending on your income, by the way. So if you are earning higher, the amount of money that you get from government for child support is less. But if you're earning less, they're able to add some more money for you, to support your children, to support their feeding. You have a baby, you have to buy diapers, you have to, you want to pay for summer camp, you want to buy, whatever it is that is important for the nurturing and growth of that child, you can use your child benefits for it. And I know other countries as well do similar things. It's not unusual to see things like that in Germany, for example. They also do that for Nigerians who are in Germany. I know, that is something that they also enjoy. I think in the US as well, depending on the state or something, but in different countries, typically you get this kind of support there. There's also support where the system encourages you to ensure that you're insuring your children, so primary, and I'll talk about the education. So like primary and nursery school is not free, okay? So like what we call nursery school. So preschool, what we call nursery school in Nigeria. So preschool is not free. Typically, people pay a lot of money for that. But from like primary, secondary, it's free of charge if you're going to a public school or a Catholic school, for example. And then, but for private schools, that's where people get to pay. But most people typically, you can go to a public school and you're fine. You can go to a Catholic school and you're fine. And the standard of education is relatively the same across board, regardless of the province that you move to, regardless of the community or city that you move to. Okay. There's a lot of support for child. I talked about children with special needs. There's support for children with special needs. If you lose your job, there's support for you where you can get financial support from government, and even opportunities for retraining. If you were considering taking another field, moving to a different field of study, there's all of that support created. One of the things I found fascinating is maternity leave. Back in Nigeria, maternity leave was like tops 3 months, tops 6 months at most. In Canada, you can take maternity leave for as long as 1 year or even 18 months. And spend as much time with your child. The idea is that you spend as much time with your child, and the government will support you during that period. So I thought that was really interesting. The healthcare here is, quite supported. Many things to a large extent are covered by the government. If you were to take your health card, if you have your health card, for example, if you were here as a permanent resident or have become a citizen or something, you have access to healthcare, which is great. Sometimes the challenge can be that getting a family doctor can be a problem, but you can typically just use your health card and walk into a health facility and get, you can walk into we typically call them the walk-in clinic. You can go into a walk-in clinic and get access to health facilities. And you can be referred if it's a complicated case and things like that. But at least there's that support there, unlike back in Nigeria where many things you pay out of pocket. There's NHIS, but NHIS you pay like a percentage of the fee. But when things get super expensive, you may need to pay out of pocket for things. So the education I thought was interesting here when we moved here. So for example, you are in Nigeria, you can push your child and say, the school says, your child is doing very well, congratulations, you give your child double promotion. And you move up. Here, I thought, my child is very good. You should be able to push my child for that. But here, it doesn't work that way. It has to be by age. So even if your child was far off beyond the age, your child is brought back to that age bracket. Sometimes it has its good sides, it has its bad sides, but to a large extent, it helps to make sure that the child is growing at par with his or her age group. And there's the challenge sometimes with the educational system where people feel like, there can be racism. I've heard of reports of racism, but I don't think I've had experiences like that, but I've heard people who say things like reports of racism. In the US, there is racism and it's real, and people even get shots just because they are black, or things like that, sadly. And some other countries too, like in Germany, there is racism across board generally, but it's something that is this you have to continue to work on. And I'll be talking about how do you deal with that, with the reality of parenting if you were considering living outside of Nigeria. I talked about, and I'll talk a bit about parenting style. So back in Nigeria, there's a lot of authoritarian style, like a child does something, you bring out the cane, and all of the speakers have spoken about that as well. You have to break a child's head to get the reality into the child's head and things like that, but not necessarily so. There's a lot that changes when you move abroad, and there's a lot of unlearning and relearning that has to happen if you're going to succeed and raise children properly abroad. And the honest truth is that it's possible to raise godly children. It's possible to raise children who are responsible. It's possible to raise children who do the right things abroad if you just know the right things to do. All right, now I'll be talking about that in a bit. You cannot flog your children. There are examples of people who have, the child does something, the child gets flogged, or shouted at constantly. The interesting thing is that in schools here, the teachers are observing the children very closely. Okay, and if they find any scars or the child is timid, the child is afraid, they start to gently probe. Are you okay? What's happening? Or the child comes to school and is acting a funny way. They are probing further to ask questions. And once they start to get a hint that as a mom, as a dad, you are the type who you want to break the child's head, if I do, I wish, and you do all of those things for a child, the child is growing up afraid and timid and scared, and the teachers pick that, they can actually send child services to come investigate and can take the child away from you. And so I've had people who had those experiences where the children were actually taken away from them. Unfortunately, it's not such a good thing. So as much as possible, moving abroad means that you have to have a reorientation about how you discipline children. I think it was Ebuka who was saying that, Ebuka, the boy coach, that if you have to shout at your child, if you have to break the head of your child to get a point home to your child, there's a problem with you as a parent. Back in Nigeria, we didn't think it was a problem, but moving outside Nigeria and seeing how other people parent their children, you realize that it is possible to raise children. And they don't all have to be bad. They don't all have to pick up bad behaviors and things. And you don't have to scream and shout and flog and, the way we would do and leave scars on children's bodies to prove a point. So that's very different here. One big part that people, you watch YouTube videos and people say, I moved to Canada. Why I left Canada? I packed my bag and left because, for example, there's no community. Unlike back in Africa, in Nigeria specifically, for example, children are raised with the community, like everybody, raise children together. But you can't. It doesn't happen, abroad. You need to take responsibility for your child, and you need to get ready to do the work. If you're ever considering moving abroad, or peradventure you're even already moving abroad, or if you live abroad rather. And I know that a number of people on the call who currently live in the US, wherever else, can relate to this. It's a lot of hard work, and you cannot outsource that responsibility to other people, unlike back in Nigeria, where you can have house helps, you can have like cooks and everybody else doing things for you. And then you're like, I'm very busy, I go out, and things like that. So that's talking about some of the pros and cons. Some of it I've already started to touch on here. Abroad, you have better healthcare, better education system, there's better career opportunities for yourself as a parent, for the children. There's better environment overall. The atmosphere is clean, you're breathing in clean air. Even if that's all, you just move away and just know that I'm breathing in clean air. It's a beautiful thing, for sure. But there are other challenges too, and it's a lot of work. So there's language barriers. Like in Canada, for example, for people who live in the French-speaking areas, it's compulsory, like everything is in French. And so sometimes it can be a barrier. I see people who say, I can't live in that Montreal, in Quebec. Quebec is the French-speaking. I can't live there. They pack their things and move off eventually because of the pressure of having to deal with a foreign language. People in Germany, people in countries where a foreign language is such a thing, they struggle with that. Or they are teaching, the concern of teaching your children in a language that you don't understand. And what do I even know that they're teaching them? So that's such a sort of concern. There's issues of racism There's issues of detachment from home, there's societal pressure, and those things are very, very real. So what are some of the things that you consider when moving abroad? If you were ever, and here is my sincere feedback to anyone who is considering moving abroad or is currently moving abroad now. If there are things that you're not already doing, I think that is important to do them if you want to successfully raise children that in the future you'll be proud of. All right. One of the things is get ready to do the work. Number one, like if you don't remember any other thing I said today, even if that's all you can remember, that if you're considering moving abroad, get ready to do the work. It's not, there's nobody coming to baby your child for you. There's nobody coming to do the work for you. There's nobody you're handing over anything to. You know, while we watch all of the YouTube videos and we see people that say, that abroad, you see, no, it just means that you need to get ready to get your hands dirty and do the work. I know that many times we talked about some of the reasons that people move abroad. Oh, for greener pastures, you know, we want the soft life, we want all of that. So, but while we are pursuing the greener pastures, because it's a lot of work too. People do like 2 jobs, 3 jobs. People do shifts just to make ends meet and make money. While you're doing all of that, you want to make sure that your children are not left out in the process. Like I said, nobody can do that work for you. There's a lot of influence here. In Nigeria, we're already complaining about the influences and the games and all that. Here, it's real. Like it's such a thing. I remember when there was sometime we were watching TV. I put cartoon for the children to watch, and in between it was YouTube, and in between there was an ad, and it was two girls kissing on the ad. I was glad I was there. I had the control in my hand. I quickly skipped the ad and moved back to the cartoon. But it got me really bothered because I'm like, okay, now this is not just, you know, you're spending time to teach your children the right things in the house. This is not just, you know, what this is real. Like they're bringing it to your child right in their faces. It's all incorporated into their cartoons and things like that. So you want to be super careful. You want to spend time the same way you will spend time, you know, the same way that coaches have encouraged us to spend time with our children in Nigeria. It's not very different. You need to spend that time to actually engage with your child while you're juggling career and all that. Make the time. The good thing is that, you know, in a place like Canada and many other countries, it's not like the pressure of, you know, in the morning you're dealing with traffic, you're stuck in traffic, you rush out of home in the morning. By the time you come back in the evening, you're exhausted. You don't even have time to do anything else, and it's a lot. But here you can close from work and in a couple of minutes you're back home. In fact, you're probably working remotely and you're working in your house. You can sit back and do that. And it gives you the time to spend with your child. Unlike back home, where back in Nigeria or in any other part of Africa, where there's just a lot going on from work. You know, you have to go and do this, you have to do that, and you know, by the time you get home, you're exhausted. The children they come back home with plenty of homework, and you don't even have time to deal with yourself. Talk less of look for somebody's homework, or you just tell the house help to please make sure the children have done their homework and things. You cannot do that here. And the good thing is that the system allows you to have time in your hands. People here get very busy with juggling jobs, but you need to decide on what is important to you and what is important in your family. You need to decide on your family values. I think it was Ofi who mentioned the importance of values, and drive home that point to your family, to your children, so that, like, we're in a different country. It doesn't mean that you're like them. You're very different. And so when they come home with, oh, my friend is doing this, or my friend is doing that, you need to sit your child down and help them know this is who you are, this is who we are, this is what we believe. In my case, I'm a Christian. I sit down with my children, like, this is what we believe, you know, and it needs to be clear so they understand that, much more than even telling them what we believe. Help them to have a personal identity by themselves. Because abroad, outside Nigeria, Canada, US, like all of these countries, people's identities are fading away real quick. You know, in schools, they can easily tell them things like, you can be anything, you can be whatever. You know, I can be a cat, I can be a dog, I can be, you know, I remember one time I met a child and, you know, we're like, oh, all the boys stand up, and the boy obviously physically is a boy. All the boys stand up and the boy is not standing. And I walk up to the boy and I'm like, why are you not standing? And he goes, I'm not a boy. I remember I was at church. He says, I'm not a boy. And I looked up, I looked at him like, you are a boy. I called this teacher. I said, please talk to this child, observe this child. You are a boy. And that became a thing that we needed to deal with, especially and because the schools change the ideas of the children. And if you're not careful, if you're not taking the time to teach your child at home, somebody else is doing that for you outside. And so you want to be super careful here. Many things in Nigeria you can overlook. You can trust that in school they will teach them Christian religious studies. They will teach them CRK and all of that, Christian religious knowledge. They'll teach them all of those things, but not necessarily so here. You assume that, oh, my children will go to children's church, they'll be fine. Or if you're a Muslim, they'll go to Quranic school, whatever, they'll be all right. Here, you need to sit down and teach your child. Get ready. If you're not the type who spends time to develop yourself, spends time in just even having a personal relationship with God, knowing God for yourself, you need to do that because you need to teach your child. No children's church teacher will teach your child for you. They can teach your child, but a lot of the work you need to be ready to do by yourself. The ideologies in schools are not helping. You need to be ready. Another point I want to mention is that you need to be ready to unlearn and relearn. If there was one thing that changed for me moving outside of Nigeria, was the fact that many of the ideologies I had to change. Many things had to drop. Many things, the idea of, like I said, an example is you have to shout at a child or spank a child or something. Here, you now realize that, oh, are there other ways I can discipline my child rather than shout at my child or rather than spank my child? The good thing is it forces you to then sit back and reflect. That work you do not want to do in Nigeria, where, and somehow it's actually a level of low emotional intelligence, where a child does something wrong and the first thing we do is shout and spank and, where's my slippers? Where's my koboko? Where's my belt? Where's my... Here, you are because the system, they'll come get you if you flog your child, right? It forces you to sit down and think. This child, and then you start to realize this child is a human being too. Can I have a conversation with this child? Can I, what you did was wrong. You should not have done that, and things like that. And have those conversations. How do you discipline your children? Deny them of things, and it just helps you to then sit back and, oh, the other things I can do to discipline my child, or will still achieve the same result of changing the child. But you don't have to shout. You don't have to bring out a cane or create a mark or scar on the child's body to make that point clear. So it forces you, definitely, at least for me, there was a lot of unlearning, relearning in that area. But for some people, it's something totally different. Some people are already getting it right and they're already managing their children without necessarily, shouting or spanking, even in Nigeria or across Africa, which is great. But here that needs to be further strengthened. Another point here is don't lose touch of your friends back home. I know that sometimes there's that thing of, once you have jackpot, please do, I'm now abroad, and you, first of all, you can't change your phone number. And, people cannot reach you again. And, my level has now changed. You can't do that here because you don't want your children to lose touch with the reality of their lives. You don't want them to lose touch with their you don't want them to lose touch with what's happening back home, and or even you losing touch with your family or cultures and things like that. So it's very important to keep in touch with family back home, keep in touch with friends, help your children to keep in touch with their friends, and just build that base there. So as I wrap up now, I just want to emphasize the fact that you need to take the time to do the work. I wonder if there are questions in chat already about the realities here. You need to take your time to do the work, all right? Teach your child the things that they need to do. But first of all, model it, okay? If you want your child to grow up in a certain way, you need to model that behavior. You need to model what exactly you want them to be. If you want them to grow in the way of God, you need to be growing in the way of God yourself. And they need to see that there's a lot of fake life out there, and children can smell through the fake life, and you don't want that to happen. I'm just going to stop here. And I would just ask if you have any questions. I'm happy to take any questions on the realities living abroad. Thank you, Mrs. Moma, for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Wemimo. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that insightful session. Keeping it real. This is what is the reality. if you are considering, you want to move abroad, this is the reality. That's why I wanted her to speak. And then if you have any questions, she's still here. You can answer the question. She can answer the questions. Is there something you want to know, something you want to learn, something you think, oh no, I don't need this, or she has made it real. She has explained to you her own experience based on what she has experienced, the reality of living abroad. Do you understand? You cannot, in fact, some people, the kind of culture shock that they go to, it's interesting. It can be a very lonely place, but if you're well prepared, you will thrive, just like Memo is doing by the grace of God. So thank you so much, Memo. I don't think I can't see any questions in the comments.
Yeah, I
Any
can't
questions
see
for
any
her?
as well.
I can't say any. So thank you so much. I think some people have been here since morning are getting a bit tired, but hopefully they'll come back in. Please don't stop sharing. Let me allow you go, Wemimo. You'll be around close by just in case. Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you
man. Thank
so,
you,
so much.
everyone. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. So Wemimo, I'll allow her to get on her day. And we have our two last speakers for the day that are here. Before I bring them on, I want to just a quick prayer. This is something that it's not clear, but I'll send it to people who are on. Lord, help me each day to guide my children the right way, to guide them into purpose and their God-given destiny. Lord, protect and lift me when I fall or fail. Help me heal and carry on, because we too have our own healing and things we need to deal with. Lord, grant me wisdom for each day and every stage. Every stage of parenting is different. We need wisdom from God for every stage. Lord, give me the right parenting community and support to hold my hand along the way. That's why you have coaches, you have people. I'm here. So many people are here, available. Friends, your family friends, cousins who are there to help you, who are the right community that can help you as you go along the way. You don't have to do it alone. Lord, grant me understanding that these precious ones you have planted in my care, help me to understand them, Lord. Lord, teach me when to hold back, when to give, and when to let go. There's a time for everything. There's a time to be there right in front, there's a time to be there at the back, there's a time to just be looking and watching them do their thing, and the time to retreat completely. Lord, give me the right tools and systems to parent purposely along life's way. Lord, bless my children. Amen. So that's the parenting prayer that I wrote. I will share with everybody. We need to continue to pray for these children and ask God to help us in this parenting game. And I'm going to add, talking about prayer, someone who has been a mentor to me, who has parented me, who has, mentored me as I have mentored Wemimo is, Pastor Apostle Obi Pax Harry. She's here. She's been waiting to join the session, and she has a lot to speak on. But before I join her, I want you to still ask, can we please continue to like the comments, share to other people who have not joined your WhatsApp group, the same way you share all our early morning prayers. Please, you guys should share this one for me. Share, because it's not, people need to hear what has been spoken about. People need to learn, and they have to be blessed. And now she's going to speak on something that is very, very insightful, very easy, but very important. Practical steps to intentional parenting. She's going to focus on parenting in the digital age, the age that we are in now. It's not the same as it was before. Things are different. Apostle, but can you put on your camera? I think your camera is off. Can you put your camera on? Yes. So I want to add her to the stream with how much I do. She's an apostolic leader. She's a reformer, mother to many, mother of nations, to be honest. She encourages, she teaches, she holds, she supports, she nurtures. She does so much for others. She's a world-renowned speaker, author, and so many things to so many people. And I want to just thank God for the gift that she has been, not just to me, but to so many of us, who she mentors, who she guides, who she supports at every stage of the way. Mama, God bless you, ma. Apostle Obi Paxari. Thank you, Mama. God bless you. So she's going to speak. I'm going to just go back to the back room so she can continue with her session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for I want to call this a timely intervention. Thank you so much. I love it when issues of family are discussed. I greet everyone that's been here and all the incredibly gifted speakers. But I particularly want to thank you, Chioma, just for what you do and that currency of consistency, which is so important, and how really you work from the place of your experience. Really, you are a picture of some of the things that I want to highlight in your work, in your communication. it is obvious that your parenting, right, the parenting experience that you had was not one of those that was emailed away. It wasn't a product of YouTube and all of that. So I want to come from this position because everything that God does and everything that God is behind and backs up is really related to purpose. So purpose is very important. And in thinking about purpose or in breaking what purpose is all about, we have to do that, in three concepts, with three concepts at the back of our mind. So we have to understand the concept of time, what is time given for. We have to understand the concept of space. Where are we fulfilling this purpose? Like the speaker previous was talking about Canada and the experience from Canada. So time, space, and context. So the experiences that we are going to be sharing, we have to understand that those experiences, have to, be in context. You have to contextualize this so that anybody listening here will understand that this is like experiences that is common to a particular location, right? The only constant here is purpose that is from God, but everything else has to be put into the time box, the space box, and a context box. So what are we saying here? We can't afford to be dumb about things that are very important. The family is so important. Every dysfunction comes out of family. Everybody you see that is living, a life that you're complaining about or a life that you're happy about came out of a family. So it's so important. And we're talking about children, and I want to focus on ages 0 to 7. That has always been my interest. And I'm going to talk from a place of experience, personal experience, so that there might be some sort of impartation, all right, transference of knowledge, because I'm a grandmother and I'm a mother. So I'm in two phases of parenting, if you would put it that way. So here's what, Psalm 127 verse 3, because this is a platform that reaches out to every human created, but the initiator, the founder of this initiative, Choma Mama, is a Christian. So Psalm 127 verse 3 makes us understand that children are a heritage from the Lord. The fruit of the womb is our reward. So we talk about children like they were ours, okay, solely ours. But if we go back to really where they came from, and we understand that they are God's inheritance, okay, that really changes the dynamic of how you're going to look after that child. Remember, I said there is a time box and a space box and context box. So parenting is not a one size fits all. There is no perfect family. There is no perfect, child. But we have to be conscious of the time, the age that we're living in. So, what my parents experienced was not my experience. My experience is not my child's experience. So all the time we want to import experiences, right? We want to migrate knowledge from here to there. And sometimes it's not working at all. Even within a country, if you're migrating from one culture to another, these children are living two cultures, within their mental state. I mean, look how old I am. I left Nigeria just over age 16, and I still sort of have culture clashes within me. All right. So I want you to note that we have to look at the time. So we're living in the digital age. We're living in an age of information, so the digital age, information age, and so knowledge, information is moving at the speed of light. And there is so much access, so many things that, children are exposed to. So parenting in this age, and even in this era, so I'm talking about 2020 to 2010, even in this 10-year era, because this is how time is calculated. If you think about it, you're still working as a parent. There is greater pressure, on parents to look after these children. But how many of us, have come into some of the concepts that we need to come into to be able to bring up wholesome children. I mean, there is an aggression, against the family that is unprecedented. And I do not think that parenting can be subjected to a formula. I think that parents will need to, and parents are going to have to need to be more creative in parenting and more intentional. Hence, I'm talking about intentional parenting in a digital age. That's a whole different ballgame altogether. No matter where you live on the surface of this world, you're facing one common danger, and that danger is the digital space, the open space. So it will require creative and intentional, innovative, ways to become a parent, that can parent children that come up wholesome. Okay, so I'm looking at some of these things. If you look at the Bible, God has always been very, very particular about children, and involvement of parents. I'm really big on that, So we grew up, where my kids grew up, we live in a part of England that had the highest two-parent family in England. So even where you live, okay, let me backtrack a little bit. Okay, so you see, God has always been interested in children. If you look at Moses, you see the role that the mother and the sister played. So I want to say to us, creativity, innovation in parenting children in this age is going to be very important. It's not something you can outsource. So you look at the crisis and the time in Egypt in the time of Moses' birth. So we're looking at children. Remember the heritage of the Lord. Heritage means inheritance. And it says the fruit of the womb is your reward. So every parent, is really a custodian of God's inheritance. So when we look at this way, we go back, about 20 years ago, maybe, 30 even, when I was starting to have children. I mean, the message from the church, for instance, remember, the church is a family of God. So the message coming out of church at that time was about supernatural birth, and it was about receiving a framework. And the word framework wasn't then. Remember, every time, every season has language to unlock what that season holds. Okay, so at that time it was really about falling back to God for strategy to bring up your children. It was really the highlight, bring up a child in the way of the Lord, and when he goes, he's not going to depart from that. But that's just not necessarily so. That what is the way of the Lord? So even as a parent, you have to discover the way of the Lord for that particular child, because no two children are the same. And the Bible says that children, that God places the solitary in families. So you can have a family of 3, even 10, but each person is distinct. Each child is unique. We think that they are all the same. I have 2 grandchildren. My 3-year granddaughter is totally different from my 5-month-old, grandson. I have loads of spiritual grandchildren. They're all different. So interesting. So you're talking about a tapestry of God's beauty coming out of these children. So there is a framework. Now we are in a time we can use that word framework. There's a framework. There is a pattern that heaven downloads to you, and it comes by inspiration of how a child should be brought up. I come from the Igbo tribe, and this is how the Igbos function. Then they named a child, the name followed the destiny of the child. The child is almost literally brought up according to that naming of the child, very similar to the Hebrews. Okay, so you look at Moses, the role that Moses' mother and sister played in his life, very, very important. And you can even assume and presume that they could see purpose in that guy. His name Moses means drawn out, and you see how he was put in a basket to be saved. So drawn out, and he was brought out of the water to the king's palace to be prepared as someone that is going to be a deliverer. So literally, as a parent, bringing up children or grandparent in the digital age, you have to work even harder to see the destiny that that child carries, and then you design. So the word now is design. You have to have a design deck for this from get-go. What school should this child go to, even the friends that they would have, even their diet, everything about a child. You start from the get-go to start to design. So you look at Josiah. Josiah was the greatest reformer in the Old Testament, and his work of reformation of an entire nation began at age 18. At age 8, he became a king. So there has to be, in intentional parenting. You can't come into that without understanding of what this child that you have, the destiny that they carry, and then be committed to it. I don't think that it's a YouTube thing. It's not a social media thing. You can't even compare your children with your friends' children. These are the mistakes that we made. So I want to speak a little bit about it, because I believe parenting is a personal thing. My experience when I was having my first child, I had a vision of the kind of life I wanted a child. So I began to imagine a nursery, and in imagining a nursery, I just come from England to Nigeria law school. So I had the entire mother care catalog. I had mother care in culture to another. Can you see how our children can bring that? Intentional parenting is that the creative nature of God in you finds expression because of the love of that child and the desire that that child fulfills purpose, that you begin to design right from the womb. Even I believe that even this child is introduced to you, the destiny of the child from the womb. So by the time my child was I'd become an interior decorator, an interior designer. I reproduced mother care. I reproduced a nursery in Port Harcourt that could be compared to a nursery in England. You know what I'm saying? So this is intentional parenting. So when the child's eyes opens, believe it or not, you'll be so surprised at how early children begin to recognize things. So the child is surrounded by colors. We're talking about when they're the age where we're shouting, we're hitting, and all these cultural things. But I'm saying that if you start early enough, you don't even have to do all of that, because now you're dealing with somebody who has a mind, and that mind is sound. Someone who understands from the pictures that you have created around them. And this can only come from intentionality, because from the get-go, you have designed that life with the help of the Holy Spirit. And remember, I'm looking at age 0 to age 7, because by age 7 years, it is said that a person like myself right now, that age 7, the person is already formed. That's really quite interesting. I wanted to say alarming, and I really want to say alarming. So parents have to be very, very particular in those ages. You think that by age 2, language is beginning to form, and so any form of trauma can actually affect, the speech aspect of the development of that child. So there is such a lot that we need to understand intrinsically, intuitively, right? And put this into our design deck for our children. Then you're not going to get this in books. If you're a child of God, you get his mind for the heritage. Remember, they are God's inheritance. So if they are God's inheritance, they come down to earth. You came down with a plan from God. So your parents ought to have caught it. Your naming and the schools you go to, everything about you, follows the plan of God that's been downloaded into the mind of parents. So parenting is not, something that, especially age 0 to 7, that can be outsourced. It is not something that can be emailed away. There is no perfect family, no perfect child. So we can't say, oh, this is just crazy. But if we do not appreciate the fact that we're custodians of God's inheritance, then we're not going to treat that life with the importance that it should be treated. We're going to be wanting to be parents, who want to please the child rather than bring up the child. Those are two different ways. So like I said, the creativity of God in me, the creative abilities in me began to come out with the child, because now, I have a design, that of the life that I want the child to live. And now I know that that life can be lived anywhere. I don't have to, be in the Western world to be able to create a nursery. Now I know that the colors, what my child, the ecosystem I create is going to be very, very important to the child. And then I went on to begin to try language. So I would speak to my baby as though I was speaking to an adult. So by the time my child was like maybe about 3 months or whatever, we said, make a funny face. And the child was able to make the faces that I was making. So children are so intelligent, babies, that they're able to mimic at those ages. So, like the last speaker said, so what you model, but you don't wait to model late. Sometimes we wait till they're in their teens so they can, but you start from the get-go, right? So she could make funny faces, and then we took it further. So every time I saw what, I was trying by the inspiration of God work, I'm taking it to the, next level, to the next thing. And so, like I said, I'd converse with the child like, I was speaking to an adult, because I believed with all of my heart that, a child's life can be designed early, right? Because I was growing up in a time when there wasn't the internet access that we have now. It was in the digital age, the wide world web had not opened or had it. So I was growing up in a different era from now. So the pressure of parenting now, we didn't have it then. So that's what I mean by, parenting tips, parenting, nuggets, parenting experiences, right? Our experiences that, we have to, keep adjusting according to the time and season that we are living in, the dispensations of time and the strongholds, the aggressions, what society is evolving, what society has come to become. So, but no matter what, the principles are the same, that you're a custodian of something very important, somebody very important, an inheritance of God, and that this is your reward. So when you know that that's your reward, then you can feel accountable to a higher authority, a higher office. So once you get that accountability, emotion, that's going to keep you on your toes, that you're going to seek. I know all parents seek the best for their children, but sometimes there can be carelessness. So in the digital age, I see a lot of parents, I'm speaking as a grandparent now, I see a lot of parents giving, we give the children phones, tablets, we want to occupy them because we're all occupied on our own tablets, we're all occupied on our own stuff. But I'm saying to us that it is very important that we recognize that we are growing in a time of the greatest aggression against the family. There are all kinds of ideologies, philosophies, belief systems, world systems that are coming at us, strange attitudes that are strange. Families are being, forced, especially the ones that are in the Western world, being forced to accept things that, are contrary to your culture. So your family home has to be an ecosystem, of peace and of love and friendship. So my husband and I, for instance, had, a plan, an agreement, like almost a contract, that we were going to create, oh my God, that we're going to create a happy environment to the best of our ability for our children. We agreed that we would not speak about adults before our children. We agreed that we will not allow our children we will not speak about extended family problems. If you're from, if you're from communities like the Asian community, African community, these communities that are close knit, there's always family drama. And sometimes we forget that, our children that in these formative times, that if you can leave their minds pure, they're going to grow up into adults who have minds, that minds that can create, minds that can be applied to important things. All right. So I'm saying that we can be deliberate, intentional in parenting by having a design deck and the things that are important. So you look at, for instance, education. So I want to talk, in the next few minutes that I have, I'm speaking from the place of experience, how I practiced intentionality in the time that my children were young, all right, 0 to 7. Now, that it's my grandchildren's time, and society is the way it is. I'm involved, albeit from the background. So I'm not in their face, but I'm involved in giving counsel even to my daughter's son-in-law in a way, respectful, humble way, that they can accept my experience, but we all have a common, vision that we're going to be intentional in bringing up these children, not to be subjected to what's out there in society, but to become wholesome individuals. So you have to be involved. In a way, I'm thankful to God that we live where we lived in England, and that in England there has to be school and parenting partnership. So that's part of the intentionality. No matter where you live, you have to be able to get involved in what's happening in the school. All right. So I've been talking about the social formation of the child's character and all of that by the home ecosystem piece and agreements that have to be made by those that will be involved in bringing up these children. Okay, and now I want to talk about education very, very quickly, because the child that grows up has to be in an education system, and a lot of what they learn is from that education system. So if there's not involved, if there's no partnership from home and to the education system, then that disconnect is going to create a lot of problems in this child age 0 to 7. Okay, sometimes people like Africans like to overcompensate. So even though I myself grew up in England, and my kids, where we were living in a place of affluent, it had the highest per capita per income in England, where Range Rover is made, Jaguar is made, very affluent place, but we maintained that our children had to know about the culture they were coming from. But there were other Nigerians who felt that their children shouldn't even, understand the language, shouldn't even, just really did. It really used to bother me, because these are people that came in as adults, as grown adults, married people, and all of that. But, I kind of went from, boarding school and all of that, had really experiences of gentry. But it's very important, because my father was an educationist, and we were brought up in a particular way. Storytelling. My father was intentional about, parenting, and had his own non-negotiables. Okay, so our non-negotiables in our own family was to make sure that we didn't speak, set in a certain way before our children. We didn't have arguments before our children. We made our home as happy as we could make it, and we taught them certain values, to welcome other people, to share space with them. That is a very, very key thing, to share space with them, to be able early enough to give up and give it for others. Okay, and trusting that God will give you back. So these things are taught at home, and so by the time they are older, they become people that are accommodating of all others. Okay, they become people that are not self-centered, self-absorbed, and all that. Even the vanity, the things that people chase after, become unimportant to anybody who grew up having to share, having to give away. So they had enough to give away. So there has to be intentionality. There's a lot to say. I don't want to go over my time. Education is very important. So I used to wheel my children in the push here to the library. It was very important to me, because, like I said, my father was an educationist, my mother was an entrepreneur. So I'd wheel them to the library. I wanted them to get a picture of books. My daughter, by the time was about age 2, she had like 104 books. Right, so I needed her to be a reader. So we started early. I'd buy books. I'd take her to the library. That's part of my design for my children. Okay, go to the library, and the library was colorful, it was quiet, it was peaceful, and there would be activities like play acting and all of that. So it didn't matter whether they were old, they understood or not. You amazed children understand, so we'll take them out there. But look at the digital age. You have to be aware of the fact that in this age we don't even have those. Everything is online. So what do you do as a parent? Well, you're going to have to take courses. You're going to have to be able to operate every system that your children can operate, no matter how old you are. As a grandparent, you're going to have to learn as well, because you're a support system for your family. So everyone has to get into personal development, right? You have to get into personal, you have to invest, learning. You have to invest. So when we say we're learning, we have to be very clear of what we're doing. We have to master, the apps, the platforms. We have to be there in the background, right, watching what our children are involved in, because it's very important that we do that. There's a lot of pressure, and like some of the speakers have said, you watch the reactions of your children, especially when they've come back from outside interaction. Don't create such a divide of cultures. Okay, these children, you have to be very compassionate, understanding. If you're abroad, for instance, but now we are all abroad because online space is abroad. The digital, you have to come into the reality of parenting in a digital age, information age. There are more hazards out there, so you have to be on top of what a parent should know, and you have to be your children's friends. So my husband and I also had an agreement, which is timeless, whether it be digital age or analog age, is timeless, that you become friends with your children. So we had an agreement that our children, because I don't like that shut up and all of that stuff. So we didn't have it in my family. We didn't have it. My dad was a creative parent, and I mean, nearly 50 years after he's gone, with so many children, everyone's connecting point is this one man. So you have to find that connector in the family. So we decided we're going to be friends with our children, so they would be able to tell us anything, and I thank God that we achieved that. So in terms of education, I'd take them to the library, but you don't have the library, you can just befriend them, and you have some platforms that engage in conversation, and they think that you're doing together. Okay, they're very, very clever early, so they can become your technical assistants and all that. So in that you learn, what they're what they're into and the skills that they have. So when you learn the skills that they have that they're using in their personal, so you understand how those skills also can be perverted in one way or the other. So here's me, the library, but now it's got to be the digital space, because it's a totally different era. You see what I'm saying? And so I used to go to the library to study Montessori. That was what I wished for my child. So whatever you wish that you have in design suite, you have to get involved in learning. Okay, so I used to study the entire Montessori and imagine in my mind as I imagined a nursery and put it there. So I allow God, the mind of God, right, to be expressed through me. I receive it. So I imagine and I bring my imagination to reality, right, in guiding my children in parenting, and now as a grandparent as well. So I began to study Montessori, and as my children grew older, I began to study the education systems, and I found I got very interested in Finland. So you can do that, all right? So in doing that, you are activating something in you, the creativity of God that you have as a parent. You're designing the life of this child. The world is talking about design thinking now, so you have to practice that, in intentional parenting in a digital age. You have to come into design thinking, design the life of this child as led by God. If you want a child in Harvard, you start early and you begin to get involved in the subject matter, the kind of tutoring they would have. You just befriend them so that they are also able to agree with, partner with you in their life. So early enough, I believe that the ecosystem you create is what your child is going to thrive in. It's not rocket science because there's no perfect family. I think there's too much effort in trying to make your child the best, the this, the that. So don't teach those values of competition. Just let the child discover self and then be happy, because a happy person is a person that, can be channeled this way or not. That's a happy child. But often the culture, Africa, you want them to be doctor, you want them to be this, you want them to be that. So, we didn't do that. We wanted our children to be whatever they wanted to be, but, gently guiding them, right? A lot of extracurricular activities. I love that. So early enough, they learn that, currency of, not being the best thing since sliced bread. All right. Others can do better than me. And you learn to also esteem others. The Bible says you should esteem others better than yourself. So that competitive nature, is really completely put into a right context, through extracurricular activities. So even though they're competitive, but there's going to be a winner, and it's not always going to be that child that wins. So that's early enough. So in education, the education system that you really, really like, you can, even if you're in a country that's not practicing that, you can study Finland. What is so distinct about Finland? Why has Finland had the best, recognized as having the best education system from year 2000 to 2018, maybe even now 80 years being the world's number one? First of all, the kids don't even go to formal school until they're age 16. So I'm rounding this off. It's all about, what happens in the home, right? In the country that has been recognized to have the best education system. I mean, can you imagine, what sets it apart is that the children are at home at age till they're age 6, and even when they go to school, they have shorter days in school. 190 days is what they spend in school in a year. So that is something to look at, right? So you may be living in a country because you haven't written the law, the education policies. It can be that they're in school for 190 times 2 years, but it means that you're going to be involved in the schools, be involved, try to be a governor on the board, try to, befriend the teachers, understand the curriculum. I was sad my child was in school in Nigeria. People just put kids in schools. How can you be in a country and the curriculum of that your child is studying is of a totally different country? So nothing about the country that you live in, that the child comes from. So the child doesn't have any knowledge of the history of the country. But so you're in Nigeria and your child's curriculum is a British curriculum, not even the history of Nigeria, right? So I can't realize that. I think parents have to be very intentional in how they parent in this age. You got to understand the curriculum, and then where there are gaps, you can bring in through extracurricular activities. Please have your design deck, how that child should be brought up. Don't compare that child with any other child. Be happy with your own model. Have your framework. All right. You're on social media and people are posting pictures and they're happy families, not necessarily so. Be happy with what you're doing. Give yourself some pat on the back. Make sure that you have your core values, right? Repetition is very important for children, like between 0 to 7 years, and those are very, very key years. I hope I've been able to help someone from a parenting and a grandma point of view. So when you become a grandparent, you begin in another cycle of parenting, but this time you're parenting right in the digital age. So your child that you brought up is a Google parent. I don't care if you're a Google parent. So whatever you say to your kids, they're gonna Google it. So you're up against Google if you're a grandparent like myself now. Okay, so the only way you can, have your value respected is that you have to also, be very, very vibrant and knowledgeable about the digital space. Otherwise, you're going to be an outdated grandparent. Can you see? So, parenting, being a grandparent, look after in any kid, in this time, even post-COVID crisis time, they've been locked in and locked up and all of that. You're going to be focused on the things that matter the most at this time, their mental state. What are they watching? What are their friends telling them? And you're just going to come in really creative, innovative ways. But friendship and love is always, just the best way to come. Let your children be your friends. Okay. So I hope I've been able to help someone out here. There is no perfect family, no perfect child. We just keep evolving. Yeah. Thank you very much for the
Thank you so
opportunity.
much, Mama. I don't know if you can all hear me. Thank you, Mama. God bless you. I thank you. I'm happy with the way you tied everything in on how fundamental, how family is so key and so fundamental, and how intentional you are, the way you want to raise your children, the kind of parents you'd had those discussions about how do we want to raise our children, what do we need to do, what kind of learning system do we want. You spoke about community, what kind of place do you live in. I'm sure you purposely chose the kind of place you wanted to raise them. Look at things like safety, how safe is there, but there's data. I remember when I was going back to school, one reason I chose University of Exeter was because it was a very family friendly town and it was very safe and they had very good schools. They had high Ofsted ratings, and also I was going with my children. So these are all things that we think. I'm happy to know that this is what you do, and I can see the fruits when I look at that's I see how she's so intentional. All the amazing things she's doing, it came from somewhere. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The tree soaked in some stuff and it is showing. The fruits is it is the fruits the fruit of that seed, they are speaking for us. I'm so grateful for all we've learned in this session. Thank you for all your encouragement over the time. The first time I ever spoke on parenting, it was Apostle that actually told me, Choma, I'm organizing this conference, you must speak. It was the Purposeful Parenting Conference. That's why I met a few of the people here, and it was insightful. And since then, she has always encouraged me and said, Choma, continue doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, Apostle. God bless you.
Oh, thank you so much, Shoma. You're a star. I'm one of your fans. Thank you, everybody, for supporting. She's just great. I love consistency. Consistency is very important in whatever we do. So thank you very much for staying consistent, Shoma. And like I said, I'm one of your fans. Thank you, everybody. So I'll be off your face.
Thank you, Mom. God bless you, Ma. Thank you so much. So I'll allow Apostle go. She has a busy day. She too is she's around. And the last speaker, I've enjoyed how the sessions have gone. I'm sure for those of you who have stayed from the beginning, you see a thread that has run through in everything. Everything connects, and that's like I said at a point, just before Soma spoke, there's no perfection in parenting. We're all learning and trying to do the best we can. We have people here. We have grandmother here. Three of my mom's sisters, they logged in at a point. These are grandmas, and we're all learning. We're all adding to the conversation. My sisters have been here, friends from church, from school, colleagues. We all want to learn how to do our best at it, and to all parent purposefully. And that really is what is key. Can we parent purposefully? Please, before we forget, Kesiana, hi, good to see that. My assistant who abandoned me. Good to see you, Kes. Please, before I forget, if you're watching, you're still here, please take pictures of yourself learning and send to me at chioma@gmail.com. If you're still here, we have one more fire speaker. You better get your friends back in. People that have left and people that are busy, come back in. Let's finish strong. Let's get more people in. Let's continue liking. Hi, Uncle Zay. Hi, Margaret. Let's continue liking. Let's continue commenting. The last speaker, because the truth is that there's so much, everything. Like I said from the beginning, we spoke about trauma, childhood trauma, all the issues with that and how it affects the adult. Like I always say, the child is the parent of the adults. So those things are important. You need to look at childhood trauma and make sure that you are healing from that. You're not even allowing your child to go through trauma as well. There's so many things you can do. Look out for signs. Dr. Chika spoke about that effect. Look out for signs in your child. Your child just starts bedwetting or showing some, interesting behavior. Instead of just lashing out, find out there could be something wrong. There might be something, in Canada, they'll even check in school. But not in Canada, so you have to do that work and check. Okay? So you have to just find out all those things. And then we also spoke about excellence in your children. How do you bring in excellent outcomes? How do you want your children to do in school? What are you doing? Are you giving them an enabling environment? Do you understand how they learn? Do you understand the kind of thing that they excel at? Are you helping them become self-motivated as children, or are you just using gifts to bribe them? I think that it's okay to at times to say, you know what, if you do this, I'll give you this, but it should not be that should not be the norm by any chance. Are you bribing them? They should have a sense of pride and look, I have accomplished something. I have gone through this process and I have done well. So it's very important that they are self-motivated. So even when you're not there, they want to learn. They have goals. What are the goals that they set for their academic excellence? Daniel speaks about that a lot. When you look at the book of Daniel, how excellent he was. And prayer. I like that almost everybody here that spoke about prayer. We spoke to Ofi, Ace broadcaster, and he spoke about fatherhood. The need to give your child a sense of identity, to give your child values, to be a present father, to be able to even apologize when you need to. I'm not saying, no, I'm too big, I don't make mistakes. Fatherhood is so important. All those basics, ask them questions, talk to them, have teachable moments with your children. I hope you can all still hear me. I'm going to call the last speaker. Let me put him up while I'm still talking. Because I don't know what's wrong with my internet these days. It goes up and on. So please invite more people on. He's going to end this because he's going to talk about purposeful parents. I'm just going to talk about what we've all spoken about throughout, and we'll end with him. So, now I'm going to introduce FLS. FLS is a father. He's a father in every way. He's someone who I've watched closely as he fathers his children. Very I don't know what's going on. It keeps on going in and out. But I believe you can all still hear me. Okay, I'm going to try and change my power source. Please give me a minute. I'm going to change my power source, my internet source. I think it is acting up. Okay, no, actually, I will not change it. This one seems to be. Let me see. I'll change it. So it might go off. If it goes off, please just stay right there. I'll be back in a second. Let me switch to the other internet, which I think is stronger. Okay. Are we good? Can you all hear me? Maria, thank you you've been here from the beginning. You've been the most amazing guest. You have stayed, you have contributed, you've been amazing. God bless you. Can we can all hear? All right. So before I bring him on, we spoke about someone raising boys, we spoke about the boy child, the all important boy child. And I know FLS will talk briefly on that. Spoke about the boy child, spoke about raising boys, spoke about raising from transition from teens to adults. What can we do? How do we raise them? What do we need to do? We spoke about all those different things. We spoke about intentionality in parenting. Apostle Bob is a mentor to me and a mother. She spoke about that, how you have to be so intentional. And now I want us to tie it up. I want my brother to come in and tie it up. How we can parent purposefully. It's so important. Please, I want you guys to continue to connect. After his session, I'll just say goodbye to us. But I want you to remember to still call people who are not here. Let them come and join us. Let them come and be part of the conversation. And please continue to share the slide, continue to like it. There's someone connected with me on Instagram. You'll get mails and messages after this. If you're not already connected to us, please do and continue to support what we do. Thank you so much. FLS, let me excuse you.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can anyone see my slides?
Yes, they can.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. It's a privilege. I would try go straight to the point because I think there's really not much left to say. A lot of people have spoken, and when Apostle Paxari was speaking, my heart skipped a beat because she touched on the starting point of my presentation, and I had to scream. Okay, so once again, good day, everyone. It's actually a very important journey. I'll use the word journey practically all through this presentation because that is exactly what it is, a journey. What that means is that there is a beginning, and then there is an in-between, and you keep going till it ends. The beauty of life is that it ends when we go home. So we have a long way to go. And at every point in time, we see, we learn, we adjust, we get better. Tragedy occurs only when we choose not to see, or when we see, we choose not to adjust or realign. But I believe for you to be here today, you want to see, if you have not seen already. I believe we've seen already some of the things today. We move into the adjustment and realignment so that we can get better on this journey. So I just try to tie as many of the things I've heard today together. If you look at the screen, you would see that. Can you still see my screen, please? Can anyone still see my screen, please?
Yes, yes, we can. Do
Okay.
you have okay, your slide? Sorry.
Yeah, my slide, yes. All right. Thank you. So in the introduction, I'd like to focus on four things very quickly. This has been said by different people, that the child is the father of the man, or the child is the mother of the woman. Simply put, the mother you are today came from from the combination of all you went through as a child. In fact, my belief, or what I've noticed, is that after a while, we may be growing in body, in structure, and all that, but our mind still feels like we are children, or we are teenagers, or we are young adults. Hardly would you find anyone whose mind is the same age as the body. That's why you find some people who still want to jump when they are 50, and then you see that they have a broken bone here and there, because the mind still feels much younger. There is a child inside everyone. So that child that is now within the bigger body is now parenting another child who is in the body of a child. The thing is, if you've gone through trauma and you have not healed, that child would carry that trauma and find a way to pass it on to someone, whether you are aware of it or not. So first, we need to be aware that we are first children ourselves to our parents, children to God, and also in some of the things we do, we are also learning. So we need to be aware. We need to take a pause and be aware of the fact that we are leading others, but we need to be sure of where we are. And I heard Doc said earlier in the day, talking about trauma, how some people have not healed. Can we take time as individuals to look back, take some time off, maybe on a weekend or something, just think through what informs the way you do things now. A lot of us don't ask these questions, and because we're not intentional about it, we just keep on. I think Doc gave, or was it Chairman that gave an example? We scream. If you sit back and think about it, that screaming came from somewhere, because screaming is not normal. It's either you got it from when you were growing up, or something happened at some point. Some people are afraid of speaking to others. Some people are afraid of their children. They're afraid their children may not like them if they do something, or if they discipline their children. Sit down and do an evaluation of yourself. That child in you, can you take time to evaluate that child? So it helps you to know where there are issues, if any, and what you may do about it to help you be a better person before you start leading someone else. Now, for me, I define parenting as follow me, I am right behind you. I will leave that here for you to think about. That statement is convoluted and it is deep. It is not as straightforward as it sounds. I'll leave it here and maybe end with that statement. I got that statement from one of my mentors some years back, and I think about it all the time. Follow me, I am right behind you. We would end with that statement. The third issue is around discipline. I am a student of definition. I like to have things properly defined and look at root words. I'm sorry, I just noticed a typo here. Discipline should have an I between the N and the L and the N. I apologize for that, please. I'll correct it before I send it out. Discipline. If you break the word down, discipline is from discipline. And for someone to be your disciple must be somebody who follows you in act and in deed. Can you truly say that your children following you in act and in deed would be okay? Are you telling them something and doing something else? Or do you define discipline as the art of getting somebody to do what you want? No. Discipline means the act of getting someone to follow you because you are right behind them. Discipline is the act of getting your children to follow the things you are doing totally. So, can you sit back and ask yourself, are you in a good place to disciple and to discipline anyone? And the last thing I would like to say in my introduction is when you are hurting, you hurt others. Hurting people always hurt. Parents sometimes in the process of disciplining children become verbally abusive. Why? They want that child to feel pain. That is not the aim of discipline. The aim of discipline is to help you to see the way to go because I am going on that route as well. Please, again, the aim of discipline is to get the child or whoever it is to follow you because you yourself are going in that direction. But guess what? Sometimes the children do some things and you want them to feel a pain, so you become verbally abusive so that they feel bad, and that's when you feel good. No, there's something wrong. You're also hurting. Sometimes we flog them. You want to see the mark on their body or you want to see pain, and that's what gives you relief. No, you are hurting somehow. That is not the aim of disciplining. So I'll go very quickly because I know time is fast spent. The second thing I want to talk about is purpose in itself. Every picture I've seen of purpose online, and you may take your time to look at it yourself, has to do with the direction. It's not necessarily saying where you are going. It's just telling me you need to have a direction. So for you to be a purposeful parent, you need to first of all know that this parenting is as much about you as it is about the child, maybe even more about you, really. Because if you have no direction yourself, how can you direct someone else, no matter how small or how big that person is? I think for those who've listened to me speak at some point or the other, I've always said that parenting is God's way of doing two things. Parenting is God's way of, one, showing you what you take him through on a daily basis. Second thing is, parenting is God's way of showing you how much he loves you. I think those two things, for me, summarize what parenting is. You have been given an opportunity to see how the ringers you take God through every day, the stress you take God through every day, and how gentle he is with you. When you mess up and all that, he's still there. He still makes sure the rain falls upon you. He still makes sure you have something to eat, even though you have just been naughty. It's the same way, I believe, God gives you opportunity to look after that child, but you have a direction. Do you, as a person, have a direction? If you don't, it might be good for you to sit back and say, hey, where am I going? Where am I taking these children? It's very important. If you don't answer that question, you would just be doing it as it is being done. And usually when you have they say when you don't know where you are, when you don't have an idea of where the destination is, even when you go past it, you don't know because you never set a target. Is to have an idea. Now, it doesn't mean your idea is perfect. It doesn't mean your direction it doesn't even mean your direction is in the right position, in the right place. Really, it may not be, but have one. Because when you do, you have a benchmark from which you can now begin to evaluate and say, hey, if I made a mistake, I know where I started from. I know where I thought I was going. Now, if it is not right, at least you know where to make corrections and changes so that you can go in the right direction. But if you have no direction at all, even if you are going in the right place, you will not go fast enough or you will not do the right things to get there. But first and foremost, as a parent, where are you headed before you are talking about pulling others? Number two, when you know where you are headed, like I said, it is not necessarily the direction necessarily whether it is right or wrong. You will find out about right or wrong as we go on. But have a direction. Take a stand. In my home, I want a home where my children are brought up, one, to be loving, two, to be useful to society, three, to be independent and to be able to speak for them. I mean, have some direction. You define it based on who you are and where you are coming from. You can begin to tweak one or two things, but it is that direction that determines the energy and the effort you put in. If you have no direction, like they say, speed is first For speed is only good when you have direction. Some of us are running 1,000 kilometers an hour in no direction. And because of that, we're exhausted. Every single day, we throw our hands up. These children will not kill me. The question is, which direction were you even leading these children? Because you change it every single day. So even these kids are confused. But if you choose a direction, even if that direction is wrong, you would learn and you know how to move it in a different thing, in a different, what do you call it? In a different direction, for want of a better word. Now, how deliberate are you? I'm going to spend a lot more time. Apart from talking generally, I'm not going to speak specific about how can you be deliberate? Deliberation means one of four things, and I'm going to talk about that later. And then I'm going to talk about frameworks, because frameworks work. Framework would help you channel the direction. So you've chosen the direction. Direction in terms of health, direction in terms of knowledge, direction in terms of spirituality, direction in terms of what do you call it? Direction in terms of how they want to relate to the economy, how you want to relate with your environment. Choose direction so that you can know what to do. And based on this, you have frameworks that would help you. And then spend time to identify. Don't do things haphazardly. Spend time to identify. Then monitor. If you've chosen a direction and you are going a direction and you have put some things to go in that direction, you are a happier person because you're not just doing things anyhow. You monitor those things. Now, there's a difference between monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring just simply saying, as things are going, I am seeing what is happening. Evaluation is, I am looking at what I set out to achieve, and based on the things I'm doing, am I achieving it? Monitoring is just simply looking at what is going on. My children go to school every day. I have made up my mind that my children going to school, for example, my children will be the best in their class. Now that is a direction. Now, what does the best in their class mean? It could be I want them to be the most well-behaved. I could be that I want them to come first in their class. It could be that I just want them to be likable and have good network. That could just be it. It doesn't matter as long as you have it in your heart, because each of the children you have is unique. So when you define that, you have a framework that works for you. I'll discuss about that later. And then identify those things, monitor them to be sure that you know what is going on. Your child comes from school, a child who has been quiet, who has been a good child, and all of a sudden the child starts to swear. If you are not monitoring, you don't know that swearing is happening underneath you. A child all of a sudden starts to choose bad friends. If you're not monitoring to see what is going on, you don't even realize the doctors of evaluating. But when you say, oh, this child is reclusive, all of a sudden, you notice the first day, you notice the second day. Now that is monitoring. Evaluation will be, bros, what is going on? Or, my dear, what is happening? Are you okay? What is happening? Even the child may not even talk to you. But because you see a trend, that is the monitoring. You begin to see what you can do to intervene if there's a need. And then you realign. If what is not working, you take out. What is working, you reinforce. But like I said, this is as much about you as it is about the child. If you want your child to be a reader, for example, well, that's one of the things in my household. I want my children to read, to love to read. So you look at every around me. One of the things we do on a regular basis, we go and buy books. It is a deliberate attempt because part of the things I want, the direction in my household is, I believe that a reader is a leader. So based on that, reading culture is a requirement in my home. And I'm not forcing them to read. We just go ahead and buy books. I read a lot of books. Like I said, it's as much about me as it's about my children. Anybody who is close to me will tell you I am crazy about reading books. Even at work, people run away from me. I have a library at home. I have a library at work. I have a library. Everywhere I go, I have a mini library somewhere. I read. So I get my kids without forcing them. I'm reading the book and I'm telling them all the things. And I throw one or two things. They get interested. I say, oh, let's go and buy a book. My 10-year-old son will tell me, Daddy, I want to go and buy some books. I need to buy a series. I would never wait a second when I hear that we are going to buy the books. But it also means I've read the books or I will have to read those books. Recently, I introduced my children to pace setters. I read pace setters when I was growing up. When I saw pace setters all of a sudden, I'm sure some people will remember pace setters. When I saw pace setters all of a sudden on the internet again, I bought 39 of them immediately. My children and I have been having fun, talking about it, doing reviews, because that is one of the things. Because when the reading for me is not about just learning book, it's opening their minds to a world view. So there's a framework to manage that. I identify that there's a book that they need to read. I monitor that they are reading without forcing them, because they see me also reading. And then we evaluate. Oh boy, that book you read, what do you think about it? What do you think about that girl? What do you think about that boy? They feel excited to talk to me about it. And then we realign. This book that they read, or this movie they want to watch, I don't think I like it. What can I put in place of this to align them? But if you don't have that, it becomes a problem, because it becomes haphazard. When there's no structure, children get confused. And then under the purpose is curriculum. I believe every parent should have a curriculum. For those who are close to me, they always know I'm talking about my curriculum. I have a curriculum I use for my children at home. And in my curriculum, there are 4 things we teach. At least those, like I said, part of purpose is, at the end of the day, I may realign them later. But for me, there are basis for the curriculum, because there's a framework in place. Why do I choose the curriculum I have chosen? Other people can choose other things. But in my curriculum, I teach 4 things. Every single opportunity I have, I teach 4 things as the head of the home. 1, I teach finance. Why do I teach finance? I teach finance because growing up, I saw what it meant for people not to have financial literacy. Even as an adult, I've seen people who are earning millions and have no financial literacy. They are very good in their office, they are directors, they are managers, they earn so much, and at the end of the year, the money is gone. Some people even go to church to go and pray against that spirit that takes money. I apologize, there's no spirit taking money from anybody. Now, I'm not saying there are no spiritual powers, but there's no spirit taking money from anybody. It is about financial literacy. Some of us go to school, we study engineering, we study medicine, we become professors, and we are poor because we don't know financial literacy. And in school, they don't teach us financial literacy. I've seen accountants who do not even know financial literacy. So I teach my children because they don't teach them in school. And it is my place to say, by the time my children are 18, they are beginning to think financial independence and freedom, not security, because there's also a problem in financial security. It's financial freedom. When you are talking about security, you're talking about being in a cage where things don't come in. Freedom means I can go anywhere, I can lose my job, and yet I'll be smiling because I have a freedom. And there's a way, there's a path to it. I teach my children from when they are 3, 4. There's financial management. We teach at home, not in school. 2, I teach them leadership. My girl child, my boy child, they know they were born to be leaders because this world requires leaders, and leadership is curated. So we teach leadership. We also teach community living. You are not an island. You are meant to function in a community, and in any community you are in, you must be relevant. Not by making noise. No, you can be quiet and be very relevant. When you pass by, people know what value you bring to your community, because that is how you add value to where you live. And lastly, I've talked about finance. I've talked about leadership, community, and then entrepreneurship. Now, entrepreneurship does not necessarily mean you have to go and start selling and all that. No, it simply means look around you. There's a way to create value at all times. My children will always tell you when we go out, oh, daddy, I've seen that. What if we can? That question of what if we can is what entrepreneurship is about. You may not hit money today, but if you have the mindset of what if we can, what if you always looking at things from a different perspective, one day you will eat $1 billion because people are not asking what if. Those are the curriculum I have at home that I teach my children. My wife is involved. All my children are. When you're talking to my children about things, they know. They will tell you things about, we need to talk about cash flow. Hey, daddy, see, you are going older now. You are going to retire. Cash flow is more important to you than capital appreciation. Now, we talk about, in fact, 2 days ago, my youngest son was talking about, hey, capital appreciation, daddy, you are about to retire soon. You know, what about your capital appreciation? I'm sorry, what about your cash flow plans? Are you able to do this? Now, that's my 10-year-old child. So you cannot bamboozle my 10-year-old child with, I want to give you money. He's going to first ask, what is the value? What value am I creating? So it's very important that we have a curriculum. Fathers, mothers, be deliberate. What are the curriculum? And it doesn't have to be my curriculum. Choose your curriculum where you are, because your children are different, but you must be deliberate about it. Because as I have a girl child, I make bold to say, you cannot, as a man, give my daughter money and think she will follow you. No, she needs to know that every cash that comes out, there must be value created. Somebody is paying for it. There's nothing that is free. There's value behind it. Now, I'm not saying that she may not fall in love with a guy who has money. There's a difference. But she knows that there is value created. For every money you collect, there must be value created. So my daughter would get a job. She would tell me, oh, I want to do babysitting for someone. I did not tell her to babysit. She knows when I babysit, I will get someone. Not because she needs the money, but she thinks every time I need to create value. Now, let me go quickly because I think time is almost gone. So when Apostle Obi started this, my heart just skipped when she talked about time, space. My heart skipped. I was like, my goodness. See, Apostle just went into the spirit realm and got what I was about to talk about. You know, the framework I believe everyone needs to think about, and this is my framework, but you can create your own framework, is 4 things are important in anything you do, whether as an adult or as a child. And like I said, this parenting is as much about you because you are creating disciples. It's as much about you as it is about the children. Time. If you do not, whatever you don't spend time with, time is the greatest resource, the most sacred resource of all times. Whatever you spend time with tells me what you value the most about in life. When fathers say things like, oh, my work is so important and blah, 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 I don't have time for this thing. Really, what you are saying is that work is more important than your children. I'm not saying work is not important. Please don't get me wrong. I'm a very busy person too. But you know what? Even if it's at midnight, you come. No matter how tired you are, spend that 1 hour. It's not the quality, it's not the quantity all the time. Quantity is important too, don't get me wrong. Any opportunity you have to spend time with your family, please don't throw it away. You will regret it one day. No matter who you are, no matter how much money you have. Because when you have energy today and you have the money today, a time will come, God will give you life. That money will not matter at all. The thing that will matter to you the most is time. You will be begging those children to spend time with you. At that time, they won't have your time again because you've told them time with them is not important, and they learn and they move forward with it. So I'm not saying as a father who is very busy, you must spend 24 hours with your children. No. At least find time because you want to show them, even when things are important, you can say, hey, I have a meeting at this period and all that. Maybe weekends. Maybe you can tell yourself, weekend, 7 p.m. every weekend evening, we are going to spend time together. Believe me, your children begin to look forward to that time. It doesn't have to be Monday to Friday, I sit with you, no. But tell them they are important. Spend time with them. You do devotion with your family. Now, devotion, I don't think your chairman in the office or your MD will tell you to come to the office at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. If that is the time we are with your kids, wake them up at 4 a.m. They look forward to it after a while. I'm spending more time with my mom and my dad. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. You do your Bible study or you do your other things you want, but spend time with them. Is it work? Yes, but after a while you begin to enjoy it, and that is the time they look forward to. I was shocked when my daughter, who's in higher institution, was telling me some things I said to her when she was much younger. And she was telling me, Daddy, do you remember the day you said this? I had forgotten. But guess what? It was during the time when we were doing, because I teach my children math, chemistry, physics, for those, for my son who is doing that, my English, math, further math for my daughter and all that. I find time in the evening, no matter how tired I am. I come from work, I drop my suit. Immediately I drop the suit. Guys, can we spend 20, 30 minutes? If they are asleep sometimes, I wake them up very in the morning before I go out. They know that they are the most important thing to me. Also, for husbands and wives, please spend time with your spouse. Let your children know that your spouse is the most important person, because when you show them love, and when you show your spouse love, and you show them that your time with your spouse is sacred, believe me, these children would understand what time is with your spouse. When a man is chasing your daughter, the man will come to find out that time with her is important. When your son is about to go out with a lady, he would know that you need to spend time with this person, because that is one of the things that is destroying families today, where we're not spending time, and time is the most precious of all things we can do. Space is the second thing. Space is where you are. Some people today are not in the same space. You need to be in the same space. You can spend time, but not be in the, I do what do you call it, FaceTime. Yeah, that's time. But space, spend time, sit down together, just be in your children's space. You don't even need to say anything, just be in their space. Sit together with them, smile, laugh, look at their books. They will say things to you, because it is when there's proximity that there's relationship. Without proximity, there's no relationship. If you and I are not in the same space, really, it will just be once in a while. The reason you had friends, because you occupied same space with them. Please occupy space with the people that are important to you. Occupy space with your children. It's not the shouting, it's not the teaching, it's not the come and hear, come and sit. No, just spend space with them. Be in the same space with them. It's key. Just be in the same space. Sometimes you don't need to say anything. You just watch them. This person is not happy. Just go and sit down with them. You sit with your child who is not happy and just sit down and just hold the child. And the child bursts out and starts to cry. You don't need to say a word. Just be in the space. Your phone is not your space. And by the way, I'm also guilty of this phone thing because my children, like I said, I didn't say this. Every year in my family, we sit down and we all talk about how the year has been, the year prior, and what the year next will be. We're not setting targets. So I say, I want to, no, we do that, but we just say, hey, what have I, Daddy? These are the things you said you were going to do last year. And we noticed that I used to be a shouter. Daddy used to shout. Daddy, you could shout. But that's because there's a space we are spending together. And now, when they all agreed that I was a shouter, I said, okay, I give you my word, I'll stop shouting. So when we do our review, they say, Daddy, no, man, you've gotten better. Wow, what happened? Because we spend space, they tell you stuff. It's very, very key that you spend space with them. The other one is matter. Now, matter in this case is simply talking about substance of the things you do, substance of your interaction. The substance is very key. You must matter in the life of your child. Your job as a parent is not to provide for your children. That's the mistake we all make. We all think, as a parent, my job is to provide. No, your job is to introduce your child to life. So sometimes you will do some hard things so that your child has a way of reacting to life in a controlled environment. That is your job. If your child cannot understand what pain is in a controlled environment, the day that child is thrown into hardship, that child will collapse. That's why, as a parent, sometimes I deny my children some things that I can easily give to them. My children would always say that, Daddy, you will not give us money for some things. Yeah, because if I do give you money for that thing, the first time you appreciate it, the second time you begin to expect it, the third time you begin to demand, or you think it's a requirement, or you believe it's a right to have. No, I can give it the first time you appreciate it, but the second time I will not create expectation. The second time you need to earn some things. Why? Life does not just give you anything at all times. You need to begin to learn. So I will do a controlled environment so that when life hits you with that, you say, I learned that. Okay, this is how I reacted. And this is how my father taught me. This is how my mother taught me how to react. In a control. So your job is not to provide. The truth is, God forbid, if any of us dies now, our children will still live and they will grow. So that means you're nurturing, your provision is not your primary aim. Introduce them to life. Part of it, of course, you will provide, but it is not the primary thing. So don't go out 24 hours just to bring money for them to eat. No, that introduction is still missing. And then finally, hierarchy or importance. Teach children importance of money. Money does not just, some parents today give their kids everything. You give your child a phone at the heart of it. My children know, my last son is 10. He doesn't have a phone. The only reason he has a computer right now is because they need it in school, but it's not 24 hours. I take it from you. Why? We need to introduce you to those things. I'm not saying you cannot have it, but it is by introduction. So your older ones have it because they are now able to mature to handle it. So it's extremely important to do that. My younger sister just came online. Jimmy, I hail you. Hi. It's important it's important for you to introduce, curate it. There's importance, a hierarchy to life. Children these days are beginning to have TikTok brains. It's a major phenomenon. Please watch your child to be sure your child does not have a TikTok brain. It is very bad. Please, as parents, if your child is beginning to develop TikTok brain, you need to begin to do some withdrawal for them. It's a very bad thing. I see it happen over and over again. And what will take, if nature abhors vacuum. If because you don't have the time and the space to spend with them, you will introduce computer and phone to them. Once phone takes over your space and your time, you are no longer relevant, or you are not as relevant as you should be, and you cannot buy it. Fathers especially, I want to plead with you. You are busy. The world expects a lot from you, But don't go and give 100% to the whole world and give 0% or 1% to your family. When you are out, when the world is done with you, you are going to come back to these children. At that time, if you are not useful to them or they don't see your importance anymore, it becomes too late. And guess what? It becomes too late very quickly. By the time you are 40, 50, your children, by the time you are 50 for a man, your children already would have decided whether you are important to them or not. And from then on, is usually downward, downhill. And usually that's when you now have more time, but they don't need you anymore. I beg you, men, especially. Women don't seem to have that issue. I beg you, men, especially. Time, space, matter, and hierarchy is extremely important. Do it for your family because you will need it at some point. No matter how smart you are or no matter how great you are, you need it. Now, 4 things determine. This is about the second to the last, and I'll round up now. These are the things within the extension of my framework I use as a father and in my home. I look at these things every single time I take a decision with my family. Education, exposure, environment, and experience. I got this some years ago from Pastor Isaiah, I believe his name is. So I'm acknowledging him. He talked about this, but we all learn. I picked this and I've been using it in my family. Education. It's not all about reading and writing. It's not schooling. It's education. Education means every opportunity for you to learn something and to make yourself better. Education is from the Greek. It has 2 root words from the Greek. It is called and duko. Those are the two root words that make up the word education. Duko. Means to bring out. Duko means from within. So the sole purpose of education is to teach you to bring something special from inside. The sole purpose of education is for you to have enough to create something new and fresh from inside. If all you do is school and you cannot create anything useful or meaningful or different from the inside, you've not had education. So the mistake most people make, especially as parents, and I'm if there's no time, I'd just like to end here if there's no time, is we send our children to school and say we're educating them. No, it doesn't stop there. And I would say what are the things you should look out for when you are choosing a school for your children. 4 things. 1 is what I call content. Content means things like, oh, we're doing maths, English, physics, chemistry, biology, whatever it is. That's just content. All the schools should have like a standard content. Some don't have as much as the others, no problem. But the content is generally, Nigerian universities have sometimes even better content than what you have abroad. I've had people schooled here and they go up and they tell you, oh boy, it's the same thing they're teaching us now. There's really no, in terms of the content, there's really not much of a difference. So content is one thing, but it's not all. Some people pay millions of dollars, millions of naira, for just content. And some have even gone to the extreme and said, no, my children will go to a local school. There's no need. It's not the same thing they're teaching them. That is only one aspect of the education. It's just the content. The other aspect of education is socialization. And we don't pay attention to this. If your children went to secondary school in my village, for example, the likelihood that when that child grows up, no matter how brilliant he is, the network way back will be shallow because most of the people that will graduate with him in secondary school may not do as well as he will do, except he creates his own network. But if your child goes to a place like King's College, from day one, you have created a socialized environment that will set him up, no matter how in quote, dumb that child is. Having finished from King's College, for example, sets him up on a pedestal for life. People go to Harvard not just because of the content, they go there because of the socialization. They go there because I have a pedigree. When I go out and I say I'm from Harvard, automatically doors open that I may not even have merited. Back in the day, if you said you went to Ife, doors opened to you, not because you were the smartest, but because there was a socialization people expected from people from Ife. But if I had gone to Iyon University, I may be the best there, but those doors may not open to me. So when you are choosing education for your child, think about socialization, think about content, and think about the third one, think about the environment that will lead to exposure. The environment is very important. Some people go abroad now. When they go abroad, it's not just the content. They have global or world, what you call world view for their children. Your child is talking to you on a level that is different from his peers here. Why? He or she has a global world view. I mean, has a global view of things. That is because of the exposure. It's extremely important. Now, I'm jumping from education to exposure. I'm just telling you that the things you look out for when you are talking about education is look at content, look at exposure, look at socialization before you put your child in any school. It's extremely important. They may be the best in content, but you know that, see, a child's network is extremely important. Why? You are an accumulation of the people you relate with. So if all your child's classmates are all village people, where they call, like my own, where you say uh, 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 hate and all those things, your child grows up and starts saying hate, number hate. Now, it's not the child's fault. It's socialization. Even though the child may be, I've seen people who had first class, and when they speak, you wonder what happened. It's not their fault. They had content, but socialization was a problem, and exposure too was a problem. You know, some schools you go to, they are exposing them to British curriculum, American curriculum. They're exposing them to other things that if you had gone to my village school, you may never be exposed to, even though you are smart. So while you are choosing education for your children, I'm talking of formal now, watch those things out. The second thing I want to talk about is environment. It's very key that you watch the environment your children grow in. It's very important. I don't want to spend too much time. Exposure. What do you expose your children to? Be careful. Be deliberate. Some of us expose our children to all forms on the TV, and we're not even looking at it. Do you know now that almost all cartoons now have some gay agenda, have some transgender agenda? Even movies that have no clue, that have nothing to do with sex or gender of any sort. There's a way. There's people just find a way to introduce it under your nostril. What are your children exposed to? You know, I said something earlier about monitoring and evaluating. If you are not monitoring, you would never know. And then one day you have a child who is smoking weed, who comes on and says, hey, I'm not a he, I'm a she, them, they, we, z. And you wonder what happened. It started happening way back. Most children who say they are into all this, either pornography or whatever, went through some form of trauma or the other that you never know. Ask most people say they are gay or they are transgender who are doing sex work and all those things. Check back and trace. Because there was no monitoring and evaluation, these people fall into this. And then you realize that if you are able to catch this on time, you may be able to steer them properly. And they will not be caught in the web of all these things where you spend so much money, millions of naira, and then one day you realize that this child is not the person you thought it was. Exposure, what are you exposing them to? And then what experiences are you creating for them? Please be deliberate about creating experiences, because they remember those experiences even much more than whatever money you give to them. Experiences are very important. As a father, can you create experiences for your children? Because they will remember it much more than how much you give to them. Can you say you are going out? Just let's go out together. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to spend money. Let's just take a drive. Boys, let's drive. Girls, let's drive. What I do with my daughter is once in a while we go and do father-daughter day. Only my daughter, the boys know. Oh, my daughter, we want to go and do daddy's day out. We'll go out for lunch sometimes. It's not the money. We just spend time and space to show that you matter. We just spend time, 1 hour, 2 hours, we gist, nothing in particular. Just spend time. The art of communication, the art of conversation. We do that. And then when it's the boys' time too, hey, boys, let's just hang out. We do more rough stuff together. Maybe now we'll take a walk, or we just go around and we're going to do mountain climbing some weeks back. I didn't have the energy to do that at that time. So this excused me. But, you know, what experiences are you creating? Because that's what they will remember. It's not necessarily how much. If I ask your children how much you paid last school fees, they can't remember. But ask them maybe how you made them feel or what you took them through last term. They will tell you specifically, in fact, in details. So why don't you spend more time on the things that matter to them so that when they grow up, that's what they remember. I'm sure every one of us here, we can remember 1, 2, or 3 experiences we have with our parents that they even have forgotten. So why are we not deliberate about creating experience, especially pleasant ones that introduce them to life deliberately? I'm about to finish my slides and I know time is gone. So I want to conclude. Your job as parents is not only to provide, but to introduce your child to life. I think I've said that. It is not really about It's really about you first and then the child. Because if they cannot follow you because you are right behind them, then the whole thing is not parenting. It's just as the spirit leads. Wherever you are, some people say, well, I've made mistakes and all that. It's possible, we all make mistakes. But wherever you are, please take your time to start deliberately and don't be forceful about it. Just be intentional. There's a difference between being forceful and being intentional. Look out for teachable moments. The beauty about teachable moments is that if you have been deliberate, right, teachable moments come naturally. But if you have not been deliberate before now, please look out for teachable moments. I can tell you the day my life changed to the trajectory I am on now. I can tell you the day it happened specifically. I told my mom about 40 years later, the day my life changed. I told her but she didn't know what happened at it. Thankfully, thank God for her. God led her to do the right thing on that day. Else, I was at a crossroad to choose one of two roads. But I thank God that God, for whatever reason, helped my mom to help me on that day with her actions and her words for me to choose the right way. There are teachable moments that are the ones that define our children's lives. Now, you cannot be perfect. And I said the word, you are on a journey. Parents want to be perfect. No, you are not. You cannot be. No matter how good you are, your parents will tell you when they become adults some of the things you messed up on. But you know what? The beauty of it is that God will compensate where you messed up as long as you are deliberate and you take it to Him. The process is very important. In fact, I would rather say that the process is even more important than the outcome, because the process really would help, because it's about you as it is about them. In the process, if you are growing, believe me, they are also growing. But you don't want to grow, you don't want to read, you don't want to learn anything new, and you want them to learn. If you are growing, you would be able to tell. Finally, for me, is let us pray. You don't know everything. Even if you think you do, pray. Simply because you and I are just caretakers. These children are not ours. I laugh when people say, my children. They are not yours. You are at best a caretaker. The owner gave them to you temporarily. And when they are 18, 24, they leave. And they continue the journey with their owner, because ultimately, they are God's own. So once in a while, can you go back and ask God, these children you've given me to care for, what do you want me to do with them? How do you want me to do with them? Even when you fail, even when I fail, it's a possibility. We're not God. Take your time to ask Him what He wants you to do. And He gives you peace in those moments, and He gives you direction. But if you want to do it on your own, you want to do macho, or you want to do I know it all, you carry unnecessary burden. I want to say thank you very much for listening. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Olorunsho Aliyu, FLS. My friend, brother, neighbor, everything. It's interesting. The first time I met him, he recognized me from school. I didn't remember, but he remembered me. And he became, I was struck, it was, I was just fascinated by how intentional he was about his children, how he, he's a very busy man. If I show you his CV, even yourself, you'll be like, wow. Very busy man. So sometimes when you tell some men go and do school runs, say, I just think I don't have work, or just think I'm more busy. Mr. Aliyu, if he's not dropping his children, he's picking them up. It's one or the other. We don't know Joke in school then, when we were in school, because they're both very busy people. It is he that we do, because he is extremely intentional about the time he spends with his children, about what he does. He's the kind of man that if he tells me, please can I pick up, if you have issues, I can pick them up. I will say, no, please go ahead and pick up my children, because I know that he that talk he walks it. It's present. You see his children, you see how well-rounded they are, you see how intentional he is about parenting. Everything I did, I didn't just go and carry people and say, oh, let's have a conference. Every year, I intentionally, I think, I'm like, God, who is going to be able to speak to these people and help us pass this message? I like this. There was something that who said, I think it was Minnie. How can the lessons gained during this conference be shared with at least 1 million male and female adults in the next 6 months? The harvest is ripe, but the laborers are too few. I agree, they are few. I don't know. I honestly don't know, but we'll try. I do my part. This is my 4th conference. I do it every year, with no sponsorship or anything. I put it out there. You're almost begging people to come and listen. This is as I learn. We all learn. We're all learning. Mr. Lee was here even before he joined. He was still. I'm sure he learned a lot while he was here. So everybody has something to learn from one or two things. Something like, okay, I'm spot on. I'm not. So we just keep on. Iron sharpeneth iron. So thank you all that have stayed here. I'm going to just share a few more things. I'm going to ask Mr. Ali a question. Mr. Ali, you don't go away. I want to share something. There's a question for you. I want to just add, this is something I'm doing this year, something I've been led to do. In fact, if you listened to the lady from Canada, Mrs. Onikon, her name is Wemimo. She was one of my mentees, and I mentored her. I just thought I need to mentor more young women, as they parent, as they, traject career, parenting, marriage for those who are married, those who even want to have children. So I'm launching the Butterfly Project July, August. So, reach out to me if you would want to be part of this. It's a mentoring session where we're going to relate online mostly. We'll have like 6 to 7 weeks of close mentoring. You'll have assignments. Please send me an email as well. Hit me up. It's going to be life changing. It's going to be transformational. Honestly, do come. I'm going to talk about parenting. I'm going to talk about working, your career. I'm going to talk about your goals, achieving your goals. How do you achieve them? Because we have things we want to do. We don't want to, and we must. So the whole thing was saying that you can't be that successful parent, that successful adult, and you can still be an amazing parent. Nothing, you don't sacrifice one for the other. Your children will still celebrate you and say, "Oh, my father is blessed. He spent time with me. Look at Mr. Lee. I'll tell you, how busy he is, but he's intentional. You will not see him any beer parlor doing what? What's he doing there? He's intentional about his relationships, about his parents, about everything. And it shows on the kind of children he's raising. Even the way he loves his wife is intentional. When she got this, she got this. I think she's now partner or something. In her law firm. He's the one that told me, not even Joke, to show you how intentional he is about his relationships. So I celebrate you, Mr. Ali. Thank you so much for all you do as a dad. And I have one more question for you. I'm going to put this flyer down now. There was something you mentioned about school, which is important because this morning we're talking about choosing school. I think I'll put it on YouTube if I have enough interest. Talking about helping your child choose school for those going to university, something that we need to talk about. A lot of parents, for me, it was a lot of back and forth. I won't lie. It wasn't easy to arrive at where I got to now, and we need to give that information to other parents as they're going through that journey. What do you need to know? What's important? Joy Maduka, what's your question? So I'm going to do that. Look out for that, something on choosing university for your children. Where's her question? Joy Maduka's question. I cannot see it too. And just to say, Jaria, you've won a prize from me. You and Minnie have won prizes. You've been engaging throughout the session. Jaria, especially, you came first. You've been engaging. You've been asking questions. You've been liking and all that. Please reach out to me or my assistant so you can claim your prizes. Jaria and Minnie Oseji. Please, where's the question from Joy? I can't see the question. Can someone help me? Maybe repost her question or something. I don't know. Joy, can you repost your question, please? So we can ask Mr. Okay, while I'm looking for Joy's question, there was one question that came, Mr. Liu, about, it was me that asked it, about why there's so many men in prison. And, and our speaker who was talking about boys, he gave his own insight to it. But she wants to know, okay, how can we further make sure this reduces? The male child seems to be, in trouble. What can we do? Because it's something that you speak about a lot. And speaking to Coach Ebuka, he was saying how boys are understood, how they're misunderstood, how they are left without skills. We all know, we talk about it all the time. They're not trained, they're not equipped. How can we reduce the amount of boys getting into trouble in prison or wherever? What are some practical things we can do?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I cannot claim to have an answer to that because it's a very big issue, but I have some thoughts at best. Number one is I think there are three stakeholders involved in this. One, the men. Two, the mothers. I use the word men carefully, not fathers. I use the word men. The men, the mothers, and I use the word mothers carefully as well, not women. The mothers, and then the environment as a whole. So let me say, what do I mean by men and not necessarily fathers? I think one of the speakers was talking about men. You would hardly, I'm sure on this forum, I am certain you have not more than 30% of men on this forum. That is because men give time to what they think is important to others. Men always by nature want to create value They get their juice from creating something that is, in quote, much bigger to give value to others. So more often than not, you see men not even taking care of themselves. Because by nature, most, of course, there are always exceptions to every rule. But on the average man gets his juice from creating, going to a job and making money. His wife is happy, his children is happy. That is what gives him the juice. So more often than not, he hardly looks at himself and he carries his baggage alone more often than not. The only avenue that I believe has worked over time is when a man deliberately surrounds himself with another man. Why? Men take a cue one from another. If your husband is the type that has issues, if God helps you to find men around him that model the kind of behavior you want, I guarantee you 90% of the time, your husband would assimilate those behaviors. The same with boys. By nature, we assimilate the things that make others think or esteem us because we've done something great. It's by nature. So if, for example, your husband is a manager, okay, and you have general managers and directors and MDs that he respects, that are modeling a different lifestyle, the kind of lifestyle you want, and in surrounding them, believe me, that man will change in no time. That is why if your husband is the type that drinks, more often than not, all his friends will be people who drink and smoke, if at all. If he drinks, it would most likely be because by nature that is we assimilate the things that we believe will make others see us in a particular light because we are creating something that makes other people things that make other people do great. So first thing is the men, one, being deliberate about people they surround themselves with. Or then I talked about the women and mothers. Sorry, mothers. Mothers, for your boy child, look for role models. Even if the man, the husband, is not doing what you expect, it's not the end of the world. Look for role models. The husband may not like you anymore. I mean, I think life happens. But look for role models for the young man before it becomes too set in his way. Look for role model. And like I said, for the husband, if you're able to find people around him that he can model as well, you will have solved that problem quickly. I'm not talking of look for somebody that will report him to. That's not what I'm saying. No. It needs to be absorbed by the man himself. And he will. If he's in a circle of people who do things in certain ways that carry those values, he would on his own value and absorb them. But if all he does is all the people around him are those smooth, or is the leader of the pack, that's even worse. If he's the leader of the pack, then most likely it will be leading that way. And finally, I talked about the community, something like Choma is doing right now. Let's create more of such forum for men, and boys as well. And there's one other thing I see, I call the evil under the earth. I'm very careful about this. There's a lot of focus on the girl child right now. Sometimes I think to the detriment of the boy child. I know that things have gone wrong for the girl child all through history, and I'm not saying it is not so. All I'm saying is, can we balance it out? While you are taking care of the girl child, while you are doing all those, programs for the girl child, please don't leave the boy child. Because when the girl child grows up and begins to do great, if all the boys around him are sissies, if all the boy child around him are hooligans, if all the boy child around him are useless, the life of that woman too will be miserable. So my point is, while we are creating that girl child thing, I agree, please do by all means, but don't leave that boy child behind, because it is not about the girl. The girl does not live in the world alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you much. I hope you can all hear me. Thank you for Lauren Shaw. So there's one more question. I have to say, oh yes, I have prizes for like 3 people who have been quite interactive. I didn't know Lillian was still here. Lillian was the first to log on. Jaria and Mino said they've been so interactive. They've stayed. It's not easy to spend the whole afternoon. Even if you're on the move, you're sitting there in one place online, but it just shows how much you value the education that is being received here and the conversation. So thank you so much for learning. Whether you have children or not. So a lot of people here don't have their children here, but they've been here. They've been sitting down here. They've been sitting down here and they've been learning. I want to appreciate you and encourage you. Continue to share the video. It's still going to be free for a few days before archive it somewhere. Then I think I'll leave it for a while. Then I'll put it up on my seller page for a token, just to but it's going to be there. So please share. People can still watch, take their time and watch it, during the week, next week as well. So there's a question from Joy Maduka. What can we do if the man is more interested in watching Facebook videos and chatting with other people than creating a structure for the children? A lot of people, and I can tell you, a lot of married, when you say single women, there are a lot of married women who is like they're single, their husbands have relegated the whole role of parenting to them. They're not interested. You handle the children, leave me alone. To both those that are making money and those that are not making money, all of them, they're a huge number. And unfortunately, thank God we have some men who joined us here. But a lot of them are not listening to this kind of program. A lot of them are not listening to the right thing that will teach them stuff like this. What can a woman who has that kind of man do?
Okay. Thank you. I think the first thing is to model what you are against. And by the way, I keep talking about monitoring and evaluation. I mean, was it some months back? I told my children I want to stop. I want to reduce the way I also use phones, because I saw that I was going into that a lot. In fact, the rule I have right now, my children hold me to it, is the first thing I take when I wake up right now is not my phone, because for a while that was becoming a habit. And I noticed we had a morning discussion and we all put it on the table. And what I promised my children is the first thing I pick will not be my phone when I wake up. Because when you start that, like I said, this TikTok brain, it happens to children, it happens to adults. People get into these habits even without realizing it. So that man you said has become what? Yes, he got into it. And addiction is horrible. Even the man that you say is is doing this thing, he probably would be talking to himself and is angry with himself once in a while, but it becomes an addiction of some sort. So don't just look at the man and say, useless man, he's always on the phone. First of all, be empathetic. What can you do to help him if you have a discussion and he says he needs to? If he doesn't want to, you begin to model what you see with the children. Gradually, he begins to see that, hey, I can change this. So for me right now, my rule is when I woke up, the first thing I pick is my Bible, irrespective. The first thing I pick is my Bible. I used to read my Bible on my phone, but I've changed that. I went to buy a big Bible. To say, okay, the first thing I pick, yes, the first thing I
Not
pick.
that it's Bible. Not everybody can see
Yes,
that it is Bible.
yes. So the
I
first
like
thing I
that.
pick is my Bible. That is because we're monitoring. It's easy for you. I talk about monitoring, evaluating, and realigning. So it is even for every one of us. We can fall into those things if we are not deliberately looking at it. So it's not as if, oh, you are perfect. You are okay. You know how to do A, B, and C. No, we all fall short. So that man you are looking as a useless man that is always on the phone. Can you also be empathetic towards him? Addiction is horrible. And it starts in the little things that we're not even looking at. So be empathetic. Rather than going to say, Oga, that's how you be on the phone all day. Your children are whatever. You would push him further away. When he's using that phone, sit with him and say, Oga, what's interesting in that thing? In a way, you have looked for a way to distract him. Okay? Bring the children around. Start a discussion. Bring a family film you can watch. Bring a book. At first, there will be some resistance because addiction is difficult to break. But think for different ways to handle it. But more importantly, be empathetic. Don't be judgmental, because if a man is already condemning himself for spending so much time on the phone and you are not adding your own voice, you just push him away. It's like, okay, what else can I do now? They already know. Let me just continue. Be empathetic. The same for a man, for a woman is the same thing. Be empathetic, especially for men. I don't know about women, but especially for men, look for ways to surround your man with those who share similar values. It's one of the most what do you call it? It's so effective. Some of us watch film where they do AA Anonymous, Alcoholic Anonymous. It's that same principle that is being used when you surround yourself with people who are trying to do something different. It is a way of assimilating and doing something differently. So I don't know if I've answered the question. I cannot say I have the answer. At best, I have a suggestion. Thank you.
Pastor Kayo, Pastor Folorunso,
I'm
you
not
are
a
a man
pastor.
of God. Who is a pastor really? Someone that has sheep. My brother. It's Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, for answering that question, and I quite agree. I agree with you totally. So you guys, I can't believe it. We've been here for over 6 hours. I have been sitting down I think I got up once or twice. Please, if you didn't get up, you stand up now. And it's been a great time. Folorunso, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
calling me. Thank you so for honoring me, for answering me when I call. Whenever I call him, whether it's Instagram live, whether it's whatever I call him, he's always willing. He's always willing. If he can make out the time, he does. Like I said, he's a very busy guy. So I do appreciate your time. I appreciate your your friendship. I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you for being a fantastic father and for everything. Thank you for everyone who has joined in, those who have stayed from beginning to the end. I think you are pretty amazing. Thank you for the investment you've made. Thank you for connecting with me. If you've not connected with me, if you're not following me on Instagram, I'm going to leave my handle. Please follow me on Instagram. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. I'll be dropping things from time to time because YouTube is getting very interesting. Like I said, I'm going to drop something. I've been talking with my brother about university admission. I have 2 children in university now, by the grace of God, and I've learned a thing or two, and I'll share. And for me, one of my biggest passions is to help. If I know, why not share? We don't hoard information. If I know better, then we do better. So don't forget to share. Don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to give it a thumb. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to connect with me on all my channels. Don't forget to, if you have interest in this project, I spoke about the Butterfly Project, young parents trying to create structure, young women who have career goals, people trying to flip, join me. Let's talk about. Let me tell you how I've been able to get to where I've been able to get so far. I'm still on a journey. I've not gotten there. Nobody has gotten there. But with the little I know I can teach by the grace of God and help you. I've gone through a lot. I had to go back to school with children. I'm currently doing a PhD. God has been kind, but it all starts with setting those goals, being intentional, and saying that yes, this is what I want to achieve. And parenting is a gift. It's hard work, yes, but it's a gift. It's not something you say, even not for my children, I will not have done. No, 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 no. You can achieve your goals. Yes, you might have to compromise here and there. It's important. You might have to say, oh, this one, for now, I cannot go here because right now I'm doing online, my doctoral course. I'm doing it online because I'm not going to leave my children for 3 years. I cannot move them right now. So sometimes you have to make those choices and make sure that you are putting them in front. And then also think about the big, the front burner and the back burner. When you're juggling life, what needs to be on the front burner? Your children must always be on the front burner. There's no time that you will leave them at the back and say, later, I will attend to my children. They are always a priority, even as they grow. Someone mentioned it here. Even as you transit to that age of, being a parenting consultant and all that, you're still keeping your eye, you're still watching, you're still praying for them. You're still saying, oh God, help my child, wherever they are. You will not go to school with your child when they go to university. Even if you're with them at home, university, at a point, child, they will shall leave the house. So we're just praying that God will give us the grace to parent effectively, to do the best we can, to parent purposefully, and to ask God for help. He is able to help us. He is there with us from the beginning to the end. Our children will make us proud. They'll make themselves proud, most importantly. If I'm going to teach them how they need to do this for themselves, that tomorrow you will not say, now why are we'll speak the right words, we'll treat people well. They are watching, almost everybody has said the same thing here about modeling. Your children are watching you and are watching you closely. You cannot pretend them to be kind to people and you're shouting at your driver. My child had to call me out one time and say, Mommy, you're not being nice. And I had to re-evaluate how I was treating a certain person that was working for me. And I had to learn how to be patient. And I said, no, this is wrong. So please, let us learn that these children are watching and they're watching us closely and they're learning everything from us and they're picking up everything from us. And with our help, with God's help and with our help, don't use your husband as an excuse. If it's not like Mr. Folorunsho, it's okay. Let's continue praying. He has given us a few tips how we can draw him and say and talk. But even if he's not doing, even if he doesn't step into the plate, you do your own. Do your own. Don't say, my husband. No, there are people who have no husband. Person he was raised by a single mom for a long because his dad died quite early. But look at the kind of child that by the grace of God she was able to raise. So nothing is an excuse. With God's help, we can do so much. Sama, Brew, everybody that has been here, Toasting, good to see you. Everyone that has come in, thank you for being here. Everyone that has engaged, everyone that has been part of this session, thank you so much for being here. Please, you can still share this link. It will still be visible for some time, at least for a few days. Please share it. Let people go and take at their time. Let them watch and see what they can learn. Thank you so much for Lorunsho. Thank you for everyone that came to speak. All our speakers, they're all amazing people, very busy people. I keep on saying they're very busy, but they said no. I will commit to this. My apostle, Apostle Lobby, very, they've all been, they've taken out their time. They've said, no, I must invest in this. And it just shows how much they value this work that they're doing. I really celebrate you all. Those in the US and Canada who had to wake up early to join and log in. God bless you. God honor you. God favor you. For everyone that joined us today, we will continue to purposefully parent. You will see me again next year and the year after, if the Lord tarries. That is by the grace of God. Continue to join us. Continue to be part of this, and continue to connect with me and encourage me with this work I'm doing. Continue to encourage me. And thank you. God will bless us and help us all to learn better parenting outcomes by the grace of the Almighty God. In Jesus' name, we'll accomplish a lot. We'll reach higher heights and we'll be proud of ourselves. We'll say, yes, by God's grace, we did it. Thank you so much. I don't think do we have any questions or can we go? I think we can go. Tayi, good to see you. Joy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please share. Thank you. I'm happy you shared it. Thank you. I'm happy you enjoyed it. Any questions? Do I go? Do we need to hear anything else? Thank you. Thank you. Every speaker they were amazing. Such great, such amazing speakers. Such amazing. I'm so grateful for them. I'm so grateful for the gift that they all have. So if you have any other questions, anything parenting related, you can send to me. I can handle a lot of the questions myself. If you want to know more about particular speakers, please send me a message. I will get back to you. And like I said, look out for the webinar I'm going to be doing. Panka, thanks for joining. Everyone that joined it, you look out for the back to school webinar I'll be doing soon on choosing a university. Look out for that. It's going to come up very soon, either on YouTube or something. Just check your email. I'll put it there once I'm ready for that. Thank you everyone. Toasted, everyone that has come in, Remy, okay, everyone that has been part of it, Lillian, Tayo, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Please share it. It's still going to be here. Still continue to share. Margaret, every single, if I didn't call your name, please pardon me. Everyone that has been here, Glory, Rachel, every person, Ure, Kingsley, Bukola, Lumok, every single person that came in, and we had a lot of people coming in and out, Lucy in the UK, all over the world. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Take care, and see you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Take care. Have a enjoy the rest of your public holiday. Thank you so much. Bye. Hi, Choma. Hi, Kay. Kai Oyodole. Thank you. All right, guys. So please continue to share and enjoy the rest of your workers' day and have a great day at work tomorrow. Bye-bye.